scroll down, bro.
It's on there. Copy the links on your phones.
Oh, there it is, right there at the top.
All right.
You guys ready?
I'll do it on the podcast page.
There it is.
Tell me as soon as you post it. I'm gonna play
Boys
this
and
and
girls.
get ready.
I got a few people I gotta send it to. All right, it's live on the podcast page.
Jason talking about it, actually.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Locker Room Talk Uncut 2020 NFL Draft Live Edition from the Locker Room. Drew Garrison, Chad Penrod, Austin Sally in the locker room. Special guest in the back, Troy Krigler. What we're going to do today is we're going to bring you the picks live as they happen. Our grades, our analysis, what we expect, what should these teams do. You guys ready to get this thing rolling, man?
Let's
I cannot
go.
wait.
Hey, we're starting off heavy, aren't we? With your Bengals are taking your man Joe Burrow, and he already said he's going to wear number 9.
Burrow season, baby.
How you feeling, Drew?
I'm excited, man. We've known this was coming. There was always, are they going to trade it? Never thought they would. There was some talk of an offer that maybe they couldn't refuse, but I'm glad, man. We got our guy. They stuck to their guns. They got the guy that we need to start this turnaround.
So, I mean, obviously the pick isn't in yet, but
Right.
we're hearing things from Adam Scheffler and Ian Rappaport that he's the guy. Mike Brown talked with him yesterday, and he's sent the whole family jerseys. So, I mean, if he was to back out now, that's a pretty big dick move.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
You
Better load up Miami if you want. You got a couple minutes left.
Yeah, I'd say it's all but done.
I think so, too.
So how do we think this draft's gonna play out? I mean, are we about to see a lot of trades? What's going on? We got all the TVs going. I think it's the same thing on every channel, though. With the lockdown and all that. But so how's this thing going to play out?
So it sounded like the first 2 picks are all already...
They're set. Yeah, they're done.
Set. So it sounds like the draft is starting at number 3 with the Lions.
Yeah, so for those of you that doesn't follow along on Twitter, Schefter came out and also said that the Redskins have done everything. They've entertained everybody's, offers. What are they going to give them? And Ron Rivera, the new head coach down there in Washington, came out and pretty much said, hey, we're keeping the pick, which tells us that they're going to get the best player in the draft, that being Ohio State's own Chase Young.
Yep, that's the safest pick in the draft. It feels a lot like Myles Garrett did a couple years ago.
I was really hoping that they would entertain something. Like you said, the draft's about to start at 3, where we think if the Lions go there, it looks like Jeff Okudah. They just lost Darius Slay. I'm not exactly. I forget where he went.
Philly.
Okay, so yeah, Troy says he went to Philly. So I don't know. I mean, I think Jeff Okudah should be the pick if the Lions stay there, but I think that's where the action's about to start.
I think so, too. I think it all starts with Detroit. I think all the trade offers will start with Detroit. I don't know about you guys, but I expect a good amount of movement in this draft.
You think it starts at number 3, a move?
I don't know if the movement starts there. I'm just saying that's when that's where the draft really starts now.
So
1 and 2.
Point, it feels like 4 is... It sounds like they're staying put. It seems like the Giants are going to stay put and probably take the best tackle available. Maybe,
at 4?
Maybe Simmons, but it sounds like probably the best tackle.
And we have heard that, there are teams that do want to get up there. We've actually heard, our team, the Browns are a possibility. We heard that we heard the Saints want to trade up. How far will they want to go?
Jags want to get up and get one of the top.
Yeah, the Jags, the Falcons. And another one that I didn't quite catch until earlier today, the Buccaneers want to move up.
Yeah.
Seems like they want to give Tom Brady all the protection he needs.
Which, hey, I get that. If you're going to put that much in it in the win now mode, you got to get something pro ready and shore up that offensive line. Right away.
I just would like to know the cost. How much is it going to cost to get to where you want to go?
It's tough to say because you hear Miami was talking about giving up 3 firsts and 2 seconds to go from 5 to 1.
That would have been nuts.
That's a lot of draft capital. you just don't know. What really are the offers?
Right. So, and then I think this draft is dictated with the quarterbacks. You know, where is Justin Herbert from Oregon going to go? Where is Tua from Alabama going to go? We know where Burr is going to go. And then the other one, Jordan Love from Utah State. You know, they're saying that this is possibly a poor man's Pat Mahomes.
I like him a lot.
So, you know, where's he going to go? Is that going to be the guy Miami targets? We've heard the rumblings that Miami wants to get up to 3 without moving pick 5. So that was on there that they were going to move one of their, if not both of their later round picks, you know, to get up to 3 and have 3 and 5. And if they do something like that, that's where I see a quarterback in Simmons.
I could see that, but with them just signing Van Noy in the offseason, I see them going best O tackle and either Herbert or Tua. They get their quarterback and they get the left tackle to make sure that he stays upright.
Don't you guys think, though? Don't you guys find it a little weird, though? Like, if we've talked about this before we came on the air here. Laramie Tunsil is a really good left tackle. Had it not have been for him in the pop mask, you know, getting high a few years ago and dropping down in the late 20s, he would have been a top 10 pick.
Absolutely.
And he still plays when he's on the field, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, he's got injury problems.
But Houston was a different team when they had that left side anchored down.
Absolutely.
By Laramie Tunsil.
It means everything.
So for them to dump Tunsil and dump Minka last year for first-round picks, so they're loaded this year, but they gave up 2 Pro Bowl caliber players that were young. It's not like they were old, just to go and replace them.
With this,
with the exact
you already had him. You know he was good.
Yeah,
Stay there.
I mean, Miami has the possibility to dictate this draft. They get to choose how this draft's going to go.
Absolutely.
You know, with the picks, because if they're not there and they're not going to take the quarterback, then who are they going to take? You know, so
they spent a bunch of money on corners. So
they went big on defense in this is free agents. Byron Jones, Van Noy. I mean, Byron Jones is like the second highest paid corner in the National Football League now. I mean,
so who's the top 5 best players in this draft?
Best player overall?
Well, who's the top 5 best players overall? Disregard every position. Who are the top 5 players? Obviously, you're getting Burrow, but if you want that if someone else is there, who are your top 5 players?
I mean, I think Young is one for me.
Yeah,
Chase Young.
I think is a safe guy.
I agree with you guys. Chase Young is the best pick in this draft.
I don't know. But, I mean, best pick to me can mean a lot of things. What does the team need?
Well,
I think he's the best prospect.
Best overall player.
I think
pretty much the guy that's not going to bust.
My 2 is Simmons, man.
Yeah.
So
I'm there with you. I think
so. My top 5 is Chase Young, Isaiah Simmons at 2, Joe Burrow at 3, Jeff Okudah at 4, and Derek Brown, the defensive tackle from Auburn, there at 5.
That's my top 5.
But I would probably put Burrow down at 5 and have Brown and Okudah ahead of him.
Yeah.
Just because I think all those defensive players I think are going to come in and contribute right off the bat.
Okay, so Drew, what is Joe Burrow bringing to the Bengals? I mean, I know you've researched this guy for months now. What is he bringing to the Bengals that they didn't have?
Not to knock Andy Dalton's prep, but I think he's I keep seeing the comparison to the way Joe Burrow likes to prep to Peyton Manning. And I think that's obviously a great, preparation strategy to have. And he's talked to Peyton. I don't know, man. Andy Dalton's a great dude. He doesn't really have any confidence, really any swagger about him. And I think guys will feed off that. It's kind of a newer age in the NFL, and I think guys will feed off that. He doesn't have the cannon arm. He's got enough of an arm.
He makes it up with his accuracy.
It's anticipation that he throws with and accuracy, the ability to throw guys open. So I think his arm strength is probably pretty similar to Dalton's, I would think. But a lot of the intangibles, his footwork in the pocket is incredible. The way that he evades pressure and extends plays. How many times have we watched Andy Dalton throw it away on 3rd and 5? Burrow's going to keep his eyes downfield, get out of the pocket, and wait for that play to open up and put the ball where it needs to be. So I just think he's bringing better pocket presence, better ability to throw the ball while scrambling, and just kind of more of an edge. He's got a chip on his shoulder, a transfer quarterback, a backup quarterback, all of the stuff that he's been doing. In his journey, I think it just put a chip on his shoulder, and I think that's going to be good for the Bengals.
I think you nailed it. I think the swagger thing, having that guy that doesn't give a shit, like
Yeah.
that I'm going to go out and win. He's just a winner. Andy Dalton seems kind of like I won't say he's reserved and that he's not competitive because these guys are.
They're all competitive, but yeah.
Right. But I think Burrow is just he's got fire. I think he's just guys are just going to rally around him a lot like they do with Baker. Like they just have that go get it attitude.
So what's the con? Nobody's perfect.
Right.
No player's perfect. What to you is the con? What don't you like about Burrow?
So my personal big knock on Burrow. Look, 2019 was probably the best college football season we've ever seen out of course.
Possibly.
But why did he take such a big step compared to the year before? He couldn't win the job at Ohio State, which I'm not going to put on him because their quarterback situation was what it was.
I mean, you can't even put that on Ohio State with the year that Haskins had.
Right. So why in 2018 was Burrow not even close to what he was in 2019?
Well, Joe Brady had a lot to do with it. I think that a lot of the stuff that I watched, you could see Burrow kind of came on a little bit toward the end of 2018. Obviously, it wasn't the level we saw in 19. Joe Brady made a huge difference in that. I mean, quarterback and play caller, coach, that stuff matters. And they came in, they spread it out, they got a really good system. I mean, and let's be honest, he had a ton of weapons. He had Jefferson, he had Thad Moss, who was his favorite tight end, Clyde Edwards-Helaire running the ball. He had almost a perfect storm of stuff, and that's not to take away from what I think he could do at the next level. But at the same time, I don't know, man. It just all kind of lined up for him. So I think maybe that was his first year as a starter, so he kind of got his bearings a little bit. Obviously practices at Ohio State are pretty damn good. The second and third string guys are much better than you'll see on a lot of stuff, but he got real live game reps, and I think that was a big part of it, but I would be remiss if I didn't give a lot of the credit to Joe Brady.
Yeah, and the rounding cast, so that's what I've heard a lot of
damn
people.
near perfect.
Right, LSU was a top 3 overall roster in college football, if not the best.
Right. By the end of it, with Burrow, they were the best.
So is it going to be difficult for him from going to a situation like that to a Cincinnati team that has a lot of holes and is going to be far from the best team on the field?
Yeah, you got to think. Listen, the truth is the truth. The Bengals have the first overall pick for a reason.
Absolutely.
Okay, you're not going to LSU to where you're recruiting all 4- and 5-star recruits. Okay, you're going to the Cincinnati Bengals, and I'm not one of the ones. I told you I'm going to get on here and praise the pick because it's the best pick they could have made. Absolutely. But you are going to the 32nd best team last year, and there was only 32 teams. So, he's not going to come in yet and get the protection that he had at LSU. I know you say that's a little different, but Andy Dalton got 8 alive last year, okay, and they haven't really done anything. Yes, they're getting Jonah Williams back, but Jonah Williams
has never played a snap.
Has never played a snap himself.
Yeah.
So that is the one thing that worries me. He's not walking into a perfect situation. They have that pick for a reason.
No, he's definitely not walking into a perfect situation. I think whole-wise is really only offensive line. They could get better at tight end. Uzama's flashy, but so O-line and tight end, but I don't think receivers that bad. With Boyd and Green there. AJ, man, please stay healthy. I bought a $150 jersey last year, and I haven't had a chance to wear it yet.
That's key.
AJ is a huge key to how Burrow's rookie year is going to go.
Well, I think the biggest key behind offensive line play is it seemed like they didn't get Joe Mixon going until the last quarter of the season last year. They have got to rely on Joe Mixon.
Zach Taylor has got to be better. That's just the way it is.
A lot of the reason that Joe Mixon picked up at that last quarter of the season was 1,000% because of a left tackle that came back. Cordy Glenn came back.
Yeah.
I think that is a huge part of it. Now it remains to be seen if Jonah Williams is going to be Cordy Glenn level or Andre Smith level. We don't know. But when that left tackle came back in last year, Joe Mixon picked up immediately. Back-to-back 1,000-plus rushing yard seasons, behind a bad line is pretty impressive still.
Yeah.
I agree. Joe Burrow's that play action is going to make it a lot easier for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Play action is going to be big.
He's got to have time.
Yeah.
He's got to have time, but I think, and I'm not doubting that the line needs to be fixed.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but was Joe Burrow under center at all last year?
No, he ran a lot out of the gun, and
that's going to be different because that was different for Baker.
Yeah, but Taylor likes the shotgun a lot.
Yeah, the NFL has really adopted a lot of the spread concept. It's not like it used to.
But look at last year with Baker Mayfield in college. That's all he ran was the spread. And what is Baker the best at right now?
Play action.
You got to have the 12 personnel with the play action. Yeah. So that's something too, man. I mean, and like I just can't say it enough. I love the pick, but let's pump the brakes real quick because he hasn't taken a snap yet.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying he's going to come in and lead us to a division title or playoff berth or anything like that. I know some people may. But also, one thing to consider with that is Taylor is kind of I think he's 35. He's a younger, more of a new school NFL coach. And I think what that's going to do is he's going to be very, very open to Burrow when he gets there. Like, okay, what do you like to run? What was comfortable for you? And adapt that into his system.
If you don't fall into my system, you're not going to play type attitude.
Right.
Because I think a lot of what the change that you've seen with the Bengals is Marvin Lewis leaving, because he was an old school guy too. Him and Mike Brown were just old school, and I think that Marvin was kind of a yes man, but they were old school. They didn't believe in a lot of this new shit. But now you've got Taylor in there. Maybe he can sit down with Katie Blackburn and her husband and get in Mike's ear a little bit, because he's I think he looks at things a lot different.
Yeah. Just want to hit on everybody in the chat here real quick. It seems like we're having a little trouble with Drew's microphone, just a little. Like I said, guys, our first time.
Bass is up too high.
Yeah, we're trying. He's got that bass in his voice, man. He's amped up.
Well, see, I got closer because
back maybe a little bit there.
Yeah, I got closer because I thought he said it was low. Let me know how this is. I pulled it back a little bit.
All you guys right here, Andrew Lucas, good looking out.
Absolutely, thank you for that, because we're complete rookies.
Yeah, we're rookies at this, and honestly, man, we're just winging it. We're sitting here with Bud Light. Drinking some Bud Light, about to watch the draft, and we're super happy that all you guys could jump in and join us.
I think Bud Light is the unofficial sponsor.
I did see one here, man. I see him looking at the comments. Your boy Tim Cohn says he says Bryce Love, but I think he meant Jordan Love. Jordan Love, he called him a sleeper.
What's up, Timmy Combs? I agree.
I think so too, man. I think in the right system. Hey, Tim, I've been hearing that the Saints,
New Orleans, Sean Payton specifically.
Well, yeah, because I was telling these guys the story that I heard. So, Sean Payton, the year that Mitch Trubisky and Pat Mahomes was Deshaun Watson, the year that those guys were taken, the story that is told it goes like this. It says Sean Payton was ready to move up in the draft to get his guy, and his guy that year in the draft was Pat Mahomes.
That's scary.
That is scary. But Andy Reid trades up and beats Sean Payton to it, and drafts Pat Mahomes, and the rest is history. Now they have the best quarterback in the league, hands down, in my opinion. So the word is that Sean Payton is heavily involved with wanting Jordan Love. So, we'll see. I think there's going to be a run on these linemen. I think there's going to be a run on these quarterbacks, and then I think Jordan Love might go in the top 20.
Yeah, I could see that. Absolutely.
4 first-round QBs this year.
That would be 4.
Herbert and
and then what does the Patriots do at the end of round 1? Do they like Jalen Hurts? Do they like Jake Fromm?
I feel like they could get Fromm maybe a little later.
Who's the guy? Eason.
Is it Jacob Eason?
State.
Yeah,
Yep.
Washington.
Yeah, I'm iffy on him. I mean, career backup to me. I don't know.
Who?
I personally think that if the Patriots want to get a young quarterback, Fromm makes a lot of sense to me.
I was on the fail for Fromm train at the beginning of the year. Not gonna lie.
He was disappointing.
Very disappointing his senior year.
He took a big step back. You know what it reminded me of was Matt Barkley.
Yeah.
If you guys know the Matt Barkley story, if he would have came out his junior year, the Browns were going to take him instead of Trent Richardson at 3, and he goes back to college and goes in the 4th round.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was Andrew Luck, RG3, and Matt Barkley. We would have been happy with any of those 3 that year.
And so we're about to.
It's 8:01.
It's 8:01. So this draft's about to start.
Probably right after this commercial.
I would imagine that the commissioner's going to come on and toot the horn, and the Bengals are officially going to be on the clock. And like I said, right here's where they take Tua. we're going to give Drew a heart attack. No, we know that.
You would see some bad shit on this live video if that happened.
Yeah, we know for a fact, we've known since yesterday, so Burrow had an interview, actually not just yesterday, but he has known he's been the pick for a while now, and you could tell it because even when he was being asked are you nervous at all? And he said, not at all. So Mike Brown has made it clear.
Hey, shout out! I'm sorry to cut you off. Down in Florida, they got us on their TV, man. We're like legit down there.
Okay.
Sean and Kim.
And our buddy Chris Hancock here, he says, "Go Browns." That's right, go Browns. I don't know which way we're going to go. I'm thinking I would love Isaiah Simmons, man, but I think we're walking away from this with a offensive tackle. I don't know if that's going to be Thomas from Georgia. I don't know if it's going to be Wirfs from Iowa. I don't know if it's going to be Becton from Louisville, or is it going to be Trent Williams? I don't know.
They're not sexy picks, man, but they're good picks.
Yeah,
you gotta like them. That's the one piece we're missing on the offensive line.
Absolutely. So there's a couple scenarios that I'm okay with, considering that we did make a great hire this offseason, hiring Bill Callahan, one of the best O-line coaches.
I'm glad you hit on that. Bill Callahan is well respected. He's the best offensive line coach in the game, actually.
Right. So I'm okay if we were to end up with one of those more raw, not as technically sound tackles.
Because he's going to a very
Callahan's
good
going to get
them
them together, right?
I know he can groom them.
Yeah, and that's that's what I'm excited about. I don't know how this is going to unfold for the Browns. There's a lot of holes on defense. There's one hole on offense, and that's the left tackle. If they solidify the tackle, I get it. Hey, another thing I wanted to hit on too here, man. There's going to be a team that walks away from this that wanted a quarterback that's not going to have a quarterback. Let's not forget Cam Newton.
He's still out there.
Andy Dalton.
Take him.
Jameis Winston.
Those are
three starters in the NFL. So it's going to be interesting to see, do the Chargers really believe in Tyrod, or are they going to trade up? Because I think if the Chargers sit there at 6, they might get the third. I don't know if they have a guy in mind. So you would think it would go Burrow, Tua, and Herbert, or however order. Burrow, Herbert, Tua, however.
Those three.
Yeah, those three guys in some order, and somebody's going to miss out on them that wants them.
Yeah, not San Diego. I'm sorry. The Chargers have said that they're okay with not getting a quarterback this year. That they'll roll with Tyrod and just let it play as it does.
Yeah, but outside of Trevor Lawrence, who are they going to go for next year?
The only other quarterback who's I know of that is being talked about is Justin Fields.
Fields.
So Fields and Lawrence is there next year. So we want to stay on the Bengals because the Bengals are officially on the clock here. So we know the pick is Burrow. We know Joe Burrow is going to the Bengals, and like I've said multiple times, that's the best pick that the Bengals could make. What did they do at 33? What's next for the Bengals here? The Bengals needed a quarterback. They got it. They need O-line, bad. They need linebacker, really bad. They do need another receiver because AJ's not going to be around forever. Is he going to get hurt again? And the big one for me is they need a tight end. I know they took Drew Sample last year with the second-round pick, which was just a silly pick. But this isn't a big tight end class.
No, it's not a big tight end class at all. Cole Kmet from Notre Dame.
That's the big one.
Troutman from UD right here, locals.
Yeah. Troutman.
Maybe
I hope he goes early. But we've talked about this before you came on the air. Thad Moss makes the most sense there with them getting Joe Burrow.
Yeah,
if you can get Thad Moss in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round, wherever he's going to fall, that should be the pick.
I want that bad.
Instant chemistry.
Yeah, they just know each other. In the 2nd round, though, man, and we've been talking about this, I don't know that they do it, but the Bengals need to try to trade up from 33 and get back into the back end of the 1st round.
To get one of those.
To get O-line or linebacker there. Or maybe a receiver. If one of those guys that, they really like falls a receiver, I could see it. But, man, get your quarterback, but let's start protecting him and let's get some linebackers because, we got Josh Bynes in free agency, and that's it. And he's a career journeyman at best.
So, you're in a division that is kind of run heavy. The AFC North is.
Absolutely.
You got Nick Chubb, you got the Ravens who run it.
And
with
the Bengals couldn't
everybody.
stop the run last year.
They were, I think, dead last.
Yeah,
but they did get the defensive tackle from
DJ Reader.
DJ Reader was a great get for them.
I agree. You just got to make sure that these teams can't come in and run the clock and keep Joe Burrow
slam it down your throat
on the side. So shoring up the run defense is the second biggest priority to me.
Yeah, and I would agree. They've definitely did their thing on defense and free agency. They're not normally players. So hey, and I'm looking here at the chat here. My boy Swayze.
That's what I'm reading.
Made a great point here. What's up, Swayze? He's a Bucks fan, and Swayze's a Bucks fan. I've known him to be a Bucks fan his entire life. But he makes a good point. OJ Howard has said he wants out of Tampa, and man, what a get that would be.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, what could you get him for? That's the thing. He hasn't really panned out. I thought he was going to be a little bit better than he was when he came out of college. I mean, Winston has been inconsistent with turnovers and stuff like that. I don't know how much that will affect his trade value or anything, but I mean, if you can get him, I think he could be very good for somebody, maybe in like a change of scenery type situation.
But saying that about Winston, he was still able to get the ball, to Chris Godwin, to Mike Evans. Yeah, he had the most yards in the league. So that makes me wonder about OJ a little bit. Is he as good as we thought he was coming out?
That's true. I just looked at a comment too. Cameron Dieter said that Austin looks like Baker Mayfield's son.
It's funny because a few years ago you said I look like Johnny Manziel.
You did.
I think right now we all look like fucking cavemen.
Yeah,
man.
I need to open these damn barbershops up.
Locker room uncut, but we all need fucking haircuts.
Shout out to Nick.
Sways with another good point. Cam Brate was very productive.
He was,
and I like Cam.
Can you imagine Tom Brady with Cameron Brate though?
And Gronk, those twin tight ends.
If I'm them, I'm getting rid of OJ Howard. I mean,
I like that too. He's the athletic guy who can kind of be the change of pace, the receiving guy.
I mean, is he being misused? I don't know. I don't know what the deal with OJ Howard is. I just know he had a very high ceiling coming out of college. So I don't know the deal. I know we got to be getting to this pick. Should be official.
These damn commercials, man. I'm telling you what. And hey, guys, if you're tuned in, man, put it on your TV. Just put it on mute. Don't listen to those nerds. We're way cooler than those guys. I just, getting back to the Bengals, man. I can't stop thinking about it. I've been waiting. That LSU Bama game, man, where Burrow just put it on Bama was it, man. I was sold. I was in. So that'll be a long time coming, man. I just hope that you guys are able to enjoy however this draft plays out with this virtual stuff. I don't know if it's going to be glitchy. I don't know. I don't know, man. I just can't get it out of my head that there's going to be a lot of movement and a good amount of trades.
I think everyone's expecting a lot of trades, so hopefully they don't let us down and everybody stays put.
Yeah, it wouldn't be as exciting.
Right, yeah. So I'm hoping the more trades, the better. Let's see the fireworks. Shit, this is our first live sporting event since I don't even know when, so I want it to be as exciting as possible.
It's the last I can remember since the Lakers played the Nets. I watched right before the league got shut down. So after that, I can't even remember the last thing I've watched.
And just kind of want to go back to us being we're going to do this thing all the way through, all the way to the end of the draft. So there might be times we are, like we told you, sitting here having some beers. If one of us got to get up and piss, man,
it just is what it is.
We got to go, man. We don't have commercials or anything like that, but we're going to stick with you guys all the way through here. And you would think it's 8:10 now. The Bengals have been on the clock.
I know we got it on the TV here. I haven't even seen the draft coverage.
Goodell came on. Goodell came on. And I don't know if they put the boos in like they said they were.
Yes, you guys boo at home, man. It wouldn't feel right if Goodell didn't get booed walking out in his basement or wherever he's at.
And so the pick has to be. You get 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes in the first round.
10 in the first. Yeah.
So Joe Burrow has got to be announced here soon. I would imagine so.
And I apologize to you guys if I'm looking off screen. I'm trying to make sure that our links are out there and getting all the info in. So, like we said, man, Uncut. We don't have time to stop and cut if we mess up. Now, this is just raw on how it's going, man. And I hope that with the draft going smoothly, we're able to keep everything smooth for you guys as well.
Hey, we got a lot of people in here in the chat here. Answer this for me real quick, guys. Who's your boom and who's your bust players? Who's going to be good in this draft? Who's just going to be the bust? I know Drew has a boom and a bust player here, so let us know real quick.
My boom is Simmons. It's either Simmons or Young. I think they're, but man, Young to me, I have issues with Young. He pulled like a disappearing act after that suspension. I know teams schemed him out or whatever, but my surefire boom in this draft is Isaiah Simmons. He's got three positions he could play effectively.
Yeah, I agree. I think Simmons he's just a freak, man. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like him.
And like I said on our episode for the draft preview, man, if you guys didn't catch that, he played 200 snaps at linebacker naturally in one season. This is all last year. Over 200 snaps at linebacker, over 200 snaps at slot corner, and over 100 snaps, over 100 snaps at free safety. That's today's NFL. That's the linebacker you want in today's NFL.
I mean, immediately you hear that ability to do it all, and you think of Minka Fitzpatrick, you think of Derwin James. My question is where's he really want to play? Is he good with doing whatever, or is he going to have an issue with bouncing around and having to, do it all the time?
Well, that's the beauty of being who he is. I think you need your linebacker to be able to do a lot of that in today's NFL.
Yeah.
I think he'll probably still primarily be a linebacker. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I would think so, too.
Well, with the way that tight ends are today, too, they're practically wide receivers.
Yeah, you have to be able to cover
So
those guys.
And him running a 4.39, he can keep up with any of them.
He
Right.
can keep up with most receivers.
Well, right, yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like the pick, we're all scrolling through, Twitter here real
I'm
quick.
not sure that they have put Cincinnati on the clock.
I don't think so. That would be on the screen, right?
Yeah, usually that's on the screen, and I'm not seeing anything where
It's probably, coverage starts at 8, and they're going to start it off at 8:20 or something of the sort.
Yeah, I just ready to get this thing going, man. I mean, I'm ready to get to pick 3. We know the first 2 picks.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're going to take about 9 minutes and 45 seconds before they lock the pick in. Too.
Yeah, they just kind of draw out the drama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But hey, man, that's the fun of the NFL draft.
So Michael Brewer says sleeper quarterback Cole McDonald from Hawaii.
I had heard his name. I didn't see a ton about him leading up to this, but that's a name that I remember hearing quite a few times throughout the college football season.
And you think that Iowa tackle Tristan Wirfs is going to be a bust, right? Or are you backing off of that?
No. Tristan Wirfs is going to be a bust. Very good out of his stance. He hasn't had any issue really with outside speed rushers, but I think he oversets himself and he kind of struggles to redirect back inside, and that allows a lot of pressure there. And I think he needs to play more under control. That's my personal opinion on him. I look at him, I think he's probably Billy Price.
You see a lot of
No
these.
way. I don't see that at all, man.
I can't say that I see that, but you do see a lot of these combine heroes, the guys who go to the combine and really show out. They don't always translate as well as you think that they would.
Yeah, I think he might be a combine warrior.
Yeah, because
I don't know.
he didn't
That's
have
just,
that momentum until he went and ran that 4.8 or 4.7 or whatever it was that he ran.
Yeah.
he's got quick feet and all that. I don't know, man. I just watching the film on him. I don't know. I just don't like it. I don't know. I just don't like him. I just would stay away from him.
If he ends up in orange and brown, I'm not going to be upset.
Maybe not. They're there. They got all the Bengals fans logged in there on the TV screen. Guy got a Burrow jersey on backwards. So whatever he's doing,
This is big. This is a big deal for Cincinnati.
it is, man. I mean, they got Taylor on the screen there. Looks like he's in a nice home office or whatever. They're on the clock, so I mean, it's just a matter of time till the pick's in. I've been waiting for this day for so long.
Do you guys find it a little funny that, like Zach Taylor and Mike Brown aren't in the same, at least, room? I mean, I know that we're social distancing and all that shit, but it just feels like...
The NFL won't let him.
So they won't let more than one in a room?
No, they weren't allowed to use team facilities or anything.
Well, I know that.
I mean, I guess Taylor could say, hey, dude, you can come to my house, but I heard something that Brady might be in trouble for going to pick up some stuff from Byron Leftwich's house down in Tampa. Saw that today, too, so I don't know how it's going to work.
That's just insane.
So it looks like Goodell is coming out right now.
There he is.
There he is right there, possibly putting the Bengals on the clock.
I think the clock's already started.
I haven't.
I just think that they might have missed it because I think ESPN had the clock started. We're watching NFL Network. I don't know where you guys are watching.
I think it's the same on all, so I think one's ESPN, one's NFL Network here. Are we streamers? Are we lagging at all?
Yeah, it looks like there might be a little bit on the screen. There's an error message on the screen.
Those were the boos there. They booed Goodell for us.
What's it say?
YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. It says something about opening the widget.
I don't know what that means.
You guys see what Darrell Rivas said to Richard Sherman?
What did he say?
He said 3 facts here. I'm more handsome than Richard
Sorry about that. It looks like we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty, so we're going to look at it. The Bengals are now on the clock.
Officially on the clock, yep.
Great.
Yeah, the Bengals have officially hit the clock. I'm watching the stream here on my phone. It looks like it's going pretty well.
Yeah, a little lag.
The Bengals have the 5th worst winning percentage in NFL history. Thanks for showing that, NFL Network. Or ESPN. This is ESPN, I'm sorry.
They really love to pick us up, you know?
The booze came in, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, that is good.
That is perfect. Said it's been lagging, but you're streaming in 480p, so that's normal.
All right. Well, if you guys aren't big on it, we aren't either. So
They're showing him. There's our boy.
So just now on the clock, 9 minutes to go.
I mean, this shouldn't take long, right? I mean, come on, let's get it over with, man.
Right.
Get my guy. I'm gonna yell. It's gonna happen.
Drew's timer is going down here, but he knows the pick. I'm just anxious to get to 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, 3 is where it's all gonna start. I did see that we're freezing a little bit, so hopefully that all works itself out. We apologize.
So a little bit here with Joe Burrow. A lot of guys, we've said this on the last episode too. 5,600 yards last year. 60 passing touchdowns.
60 of them.
Most of any quarterback in college history. Only 23 years old, and 6'4". Good, accurate. I mean, you guys watched it last year, man. This dude should be the real deal.
I believe so. I just it's a crapshoot though. But when I look at the notes on him of everything I've studied since late September and on, 6'4", 216, like Chad said. A lot of shotgun in the LSU spread. Doesn't have the big arm strength, but I think he makes up for a lot of that with his anticipation and his accuracy. Has a lot of touch on balls to put him above or below coverage depending on the situation. So people have called him the most pro-ready prospect since Luck. I don't know if I'm going. I mean, maybe, but I don't. I mean, that's big shoes to fill. I'm not going to put Landry Love right on.
I can't say that after a year. I think the guy's going to be good. But I'm not going to put him up there with Andrew Luck by any means.
I mean, Andrew Luck
I guess saying that maybe he's the most pro-ready prospect since him is one thing, but man, to come in and say he's going to be Andrew Luck, that's big shoes to fill, And Luck was maybe kind of similar because they didn't try to protect him until the end, and he was already, very injured and ready to hang it up.
And that's why,
And that's why he's done because the Colts waited too long to protect him. The Bengals cannot do that. Mike Brown, you cannot make that mistake. Please.
I think that's your cousin, right? Curtis France?
Yeah, down in Tampa.
He said the Bengals just traded out.
He's fucking with me. He was so mad about Brady. He doesn't want a Brady jersey, but now he got Gronk. Kirk's going to be down in Tampa with Gronk getting hammered. I can just see it now. He's going to find his way to Gronk. They're like the same guy, dude. He's Gronk, just not a football player.
Well, we know Gronk likes to party, so... So I don't know if you guys seen it real quick, just kind of want to hit on that. I know we've hit on the Burrow situation here a lot. Did you guys see that WWE told Gronk if he's doing a touchdown celebration in the end zone he could still lose his belt because apparently he still has a belt?
Yeah, it's like
he won the 24/7 championship at WrestleMania. I don't think he gives a shit about that, dude. He's back with his boy.
Joe Burrow at home. They're showing Joe Burrow right now on the TV just sitting at home with his mom and dad. He's known for a while, so
he's got chicks blowing his Snapchat up. That's what he's looking at. Hey, when you sign that deal, call me. His girlfriend's actually from Cincinnati too, so it's all coming back together.
Well, what we're going to try to do is during the pick, we're going to go ahead and turn the volume up so you guys can hear it here as well. And I know you guys are probably watching at home, just so we can kind of talk to it together. And hey, if there's a Bengals fan out there or a couple, if you guys want to, let us know in the comments here. If you guys select Joe Burrow and you want to talk about it and say something, so you can call in here and give us your opinion. We'd love to have you guys on the live stream and know your thoughts of the pick, even if it isn't Joe Burrow.
It's fucking Joe Burrow. Look, there's 5 minutes left on the clock. There's Duke Tobin. Send it in, dog. Don't even play with me like that. I'm telling you, dude, Mike Brown's on like AOL dial-up internet, and he's going to click the wrong button.
He's going to hit delete.
It's going to be like a punter from Nevada. Zach Taylor's going to call ESPN like, put me on the fucking air.
I thought it was the 71st pick, not the first.
Dude, Mike Brown's asleep right now. He's in bed.
Way past.
He's 21.
I just still can't believe that it's still taking this long. You know, we're
the
six.
NFL wants them to do that and keep that intrigue up. It's weird.
It's annoying though because we all know the pick. They know the pick. Everyone knows the pick, but here we are waiting 10 minutes. So we could be on pick 3 already.
Yeah.
All this really does is give Detroit more time to work out a trade.
Yeah,
and
that's-
try to finagle some more out of whoever.
I think if they get rumblings that that's happening, they're gonna be like, Cincinnati, hold on a second.
Right,
I think there's a lot of that goes on.
Right. Yeah. So unless it's not the pick.
Stop, man. It's the fucking pick. The problem is it's the Bengals, so I can't be like, you're stupid, shut up, because there's that small chance that they fuck this up. And I can't just...
Yeah, you're talking to Browns fans, so we know what that's like.
We know all about it.
We know... Everybody in this room knows pain. At least Troy's seen his team in a Super Bowl.
They only scored 3
Troy's
points. but it's still Super
Troy's
Bowl.
a soldier, man. He's a Rams fan, and he come to hang out, and they don't even have a first-round pick.
Yeah, McVay's not
So-
going to have a first-round pick till he's like 40.
So
Yeah.
not only the Rams, the Bills, the Bears, the Texans, the Colts, and the Steelers do not have a first-round pick. Obviously, the Steelers, I mean, they would do that pick over again
100
to
times
get
out of-
Minka,
yeah,
man. I mean,
yeah.
and I'm not sure Miami would.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
You know, I am glad I don't have to hear Booger McFarland, though.
Yeah, dude, you compared me to him on the last episode. It was kind of fucked up.
That is kind of
We'll talk about that later, though. Fucking Booker McFarland.
So what do you guys think, Bengals fans? I know you're in the chat there. We're reading it. That's why we're pausing.
I think that's my aunt. She said you're going to give Drew a heart attack. Yeah, don't give me a heart attack, man.
What
I got a baby on the way.
What do you guys think about the Joe Burrow to AJ Green to Tyler Boyd? To
Oh, talk
Joe
dirty to me.
Mixon to John Ross connections.
Well, John Ross will be good for like 3 games, and he's going to outrun. Pick is in. Pick is in.
The Bengals made their selection.
the pick is in.
Hey, if you follow me on Facebook since college football, you know that's my fucking quarterback.
Yeah. So what we're seeing now is the Heisman speech, because Burrow lives in Athens, right? Correct?
Yeah, Athens County, but he lives in a nice area, but it is kind of a rundown, impoverished area. So he's done a lot for food banks and things like that.
Yeah. So
Shout out to Chris Allman. He just said, "What's up?"
I hear Drew over here. He's kind of shaking, man. I think he's
I've
ready
been
to
waiting
hear
for
it.
months for this to come up on my screen.
You have been waiting, man. So we're waiting for Goodell to get in the
Video-
basement.
yeah. Thing is, his basement's nicer than probably any house I'll ever live in.
Does it ever make you wonder, Ohio State fans, what if we had kept Burrow? What if we had Burrow last year with that team? I mean, that would have been crazy.
It's tough, man. They were in such a good position, you know. I mean,
And you can't blame Ohio State for anything they did, because it wasn't a bad move with Haskins. Haskins
Haskins
had a
set all
killer
kinds of
year.
records, and then Fields is the highest rated recruit Ohio State's ever had. So
Right.
they were just in a very good position. Dude, they had a quarterback room of Cardale Jones, J.T. Barrett, Joe Burrow, and Braxton Miller.
Yeah,
all in a
that's
quarterback
ridiculous,
room.
man. Ohio State has had some talent. The Plains, Ohio, is where he's at.
The Plains is where he lives. His dad was like a coach for Ohio University, so he was, he's not in the impoverished area. They got a nice house on the outside. So there's the pick. Let's get this thing over
Here
with.
comes Goodell.
All right, here's Goodell.
With the first pick in the 2020 draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow, baby. I already bought the jersey earlier. It'll be
And
here
it's
in a couple
officially
months.
official.
Let's go, Joe.
Joe Burrow does not look surprised one bit.
I've been waiting.
Yeah, like Chris Hancock.
I
said,
flexed, but I ain't got
Haskins
nothing to flex.
Had 50 touchdowns. Hard to say we were wrong. Definitely not. And then Omar says it's official. Joe Burrow is.
He is a Bengal, Omar.
So, the Bengals get their guy. This is exactly what the Bengals had to do, man. Now that you guys can move on, because
it can be done
there were
with.
so many of Bengals fans that were just stuck on Andy. I hated talking football with you guys because you guys constantly talked about it's not Andy's fault. Andy didn't do this. Andy did that.
Andy.
No, listen, Andy was not enough.
Andy, get the fuck out.
So yeah, Bengals fans, this is a great pick. It doesn't get much better than this when you get a quarterback and you get the chance to select him. Much like an Andrew Luck, you got to make this pick. I mean, this puts the Bengals back on track. Now it's just it's protecting him. You know, the weapons are there. Now it's protecting him and it's being able to play defense, on the other side of the ball. So.
Troy, don't be hating in the comments back there. I saw that you get ready for his first losing season.
So he hasn't even had a losing. Well, a lot of these players have never had a losing season.
He hasn't since he was like 5.
As any sport he's ever played.
Oh man, my phone's going nuts. Everybody knows I've been looking forward to this for so long. Shout out to my girlfriend because I made her watch Joe Burrow film and kept talking about him. She asked if I liked him more than I liked her, and I hesitated.
Possible.
Especially if he comes in and wins some games.
Hey man, playoff wins all I need right now, man. I've been deprived.
I missed it, but congrats, Drew. You got your new franchise quarterback.
Yes, sir.
This is always listen. We're Browns fans, man. We've been through 20-something of these fuckers, so we know how this goes.
God, he's gonna look good in that orange and black, isn't he? Edo shouting him out.
Man, that's more than 6 people in that room.
I do. It's Louisiana. I don't give a shit.
They don't care down there. They can do whatever they want.
So Joe right now. Joe Burrow finally gets to put the hat on, and now it's Joe Burrow time in Cincinnati.
Let's go,
Drew. Are you getting the? Are you going to get season tickets again? Does this do enough?
Let's not go that far.
So realistically, what are your expectations? I mean, how quickly?
When does he turn this thing around?
Right.
I've said first year between 6 to 8 games. But like I said, man, 2011, they thought that they were going to be a 2-win team. They went 9-7, snuck in the playoffs. There's a 7th playoff team now. I'm not going to make any predictions. As I said on the podcast, and I'll say it here again, if they make the playoffs this season, I will shave my head live. We can do this again. But realistically, I think 6 to 8 games is probably it. And that's assuming that they do fix the protection, whether or not the guys that they hit on, that they have hit, or the guys that they can get in the later rounds. But the Washington pick is now in.
Washington's in. So
Hey, one thing I want to hit, before we leave the Bengals, Joe Burrow, Baker Mayfield, Ben Roethlisberger, the MVP, Lamar Jackson, all in the same division.
Loaded.
Whew. Hey, shout out to Pittsburgh. You got the 4th best quarterback in the division now. I said it.
I'm not going that far.
I'm excited. All right.
They still got the best quarterback. He's the only one in there that's got a ring.
Yeah. Baker's got some.
They don't got where you can't jump on that and put him over Ben Roethlisberger.
Look, man,
Yeah,
I just want to talk shit about Pittsburgh. They don't have a pick. They're not going to be talked about a lot. I want to talk shit about them. Shout out to Kern and Jimmy.
Yeah, they're
you guys are
comparing
watching?
Joe Burrow to Tom Brady right now.
I've seen Brady's mind with Goff's somebody else's athleticism. I can't remember it now, but they did say Brady's mind. That's what stuck with me.
So my comparison, and I don't know if you're going to be too fond of this, and I'm not shitting on Joe Burrow at all. Like I told you, it's a great pick. I have him as a faster, more mobile Sam Bradford when he first came out.
I think he's got a little bit better of an.
Yeah, I saw that comparison.
Like the comparison, like the accuracy's there. Troy, you're a Rams fan. Do you see it at all?
I really don't. Sam Bradford's more of a mastermind behind the center.
Yeah, he's
But
in pinpoint accuracy. I think
do
Burrow,
you see my comparison there?
Burrow, to me, I see a more mobile version of Matty Ice, Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan.
Okay. So I'm like, but we can't forget what Joe Burrow can do with his feet.
Just for the record, we know the Redskins pick is in. It is officially Chase Young.
Okay, so the commissioner has not come on yet, but yes, we know that Chase Young is going to be the pick here for the Washington Redskins. So let's move over here to the Redskins real quick.
I think he's easily. They got Burrow on the TV there now. Let me know what he says, guys. I think that he's easily probably one of the best prospect in the draft. I just personally want to know why he kind of disappeared after that suspension. Was it blocking schemes? But I mean, still though, man, he's just an absolute animal.
So I got we got the Redskins needs here. They need offensive linemen terribly. Tight end, they just lost Jordan Reed. Wide receiver, we know they got Terry McLaurin there from Ohio State, who had a great year last year. They need a cornerback. Didn't they just lose Norman?
Yeah, Norman is now gone.
Yeah, they got rid of
where did
him.
he sign? I don't
And
know,
they
but he's
needed an
gone.
edge, and they needed an edge rusher, and it looks like, and what we're seeing,
what I'm seeing is that
Chase
it
Young,
is Chase Young.
Chase Young is the pick, so they solidify the edge there, and get the best player in the draft. And you got to give it up to Ron Rivera because Ron Rivera don't make many mistakes. Man, Ron Rivera is a hell of a coach.
He is,
Ron
man.
Rivera, if he can get that team to rally behind him and they can fill a couple of the holes, I think that could be a decent team. I don't know what to expect here out of Dwayne Haskins because there's a lot of talk that him and reading the playbook wasn't going over so well. So,
What are they saying? Drew said he was dyslexic. Said
yeah,
he,
People thought that Haskins may be dyslexic because he was so bad at reading.
remember how
a
bad you
playbook.
wanted him last year?
I wanted him bad. I got my guy now. Shut up, man. We don't talk about the past.
And it looks like Chase Young is on the phone. So yeah, that's good clarification that is the pick. And like I said, just like the Bengals, you got to give it up to the Redskins, man. Best player available in the draft is Chase Young, and this is how you make your team better, man. Look at the 49ers, what they did for so long and just broke out last year. I mean,
they did it several years in a row. They just first round pick. They took a mean pass rusher, and now they have the best pass rush in the game.
And I do personally worry about Dwayne Haskins. He did not look good at all last year, and I know it was his first year, but man, he really needs to get to work, and I know that's going to be hard to do, with the coronavirus around and all that, but
he's got some maturity
He's got to
issues.
get better.
I think he's got some maturity issues. They were saying too. He just isn't taking it seriously.
It seems like they're
enough.
going to get Darius Geisbeck, who's been hurt a lot.
Yeah.
That pick really hurt me in fantasy last year. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
Took guys super early.
And
Pick
the
is
pick
in.
is in. We're going to turn it up here, so we think this is Chase Young.
With the second pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Washington Redskins select Chase Young, defensive end.
That is indeed the pick.
Congratulations.
And you got to love it.
Absolutely happy for Chase Young. Hopefully he goes in and does good things, but
Glad he's out of the Big Ten. I am a Michigan fan for those that don't know, so I'm glad he's out of the Big Ten for sure.
16 and a half sacks last year for Ohio State. I believe that ties a Big Ten record.
And he missed, 2 games?
Yeah, I mean, and he was suspended there for a little bit.
And he played mostly first halves for the first month of the year because they were getting up so big.
We know what Chase Young can do, okay? Let's talk about what he can't do a little bit.
Okay.
In college, he was able to just overpower the majority of the tackles that he went against. Mm-hmm. And his biggest move, over 90% of the time, he was a power rusher.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chase needs to add a little bit of moves,
Yeah, finesse, like Troy said.
He's
Yeah.
a swim move. He's got to get low and keep his shoulders turned when he's going towards the quarterbacks, So
Yeah, you're not gonna be able
when
to-
you get into the NFL and you're hitting these left and right tackles that are 370 plus pounds, you're just not going to bulldoze through these guys like you can in college.
yeah, and these guys have seen it all. They know the tricks that veteran DNs do. So I mean, he's probably going to get a wake up call his first few weeks going against some of these left tackles.
And my comparison to him, I think, is Myles Garrett plus a little bit.
A little bit.
Wow.
I think he's going to be just a little better than Myles Garrett. I don't know though, man. I think
That's
Myles.
big.
I like Myles' mentality more than I like Chase Young's.
My comparison for Chase Young is Michael Strahan. That's who I see, man. You just see a big, strong, physical player that pretty much can do what he wants. Chase Young's the real deal, man. I don't know about Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett's a top 3 edge rusher in the league, and I'm not just saying that because he's from the Browns, but don't get me wrong. I was hoping the Browns could somehow find a way to move up here, to 2 and figure something out here. But the Detroit Lions are now on the clock with the 3rd pick, and
Adam Schefter's saying that they're going to stay put.
yeah, this is what Ian Rappaport was saying at the beginning. And if Detroit's staying put here, you got to think that here comes. Sorry about the mic, just my Austin mic fell there. You got to think that the pick here is Jeff Okudah, another Ohio State boy.
Back to back, 2 out of the top 3 from the Buckeyes.
Yeah, I mean that's what I think. They just lost Darius Slay.
Yeah, it makes too much sense. I thought maybe there was a chance they traded out, but if they're staying pat, I think it's Okudah for sure.
I think this has to be Okudah, right?
You get rid of Slay, you've got a huge hole. This is a complete corner. I
Yeah.
think
Troy behind us is saying Derek Brown, because they did just lose
Snacks.
Yeah.
Damon Harrison.
Snacks Harrison.
Damon Harris. Yeah, so the pick is in for the Lions. So yeah, they did keep the pick. Like I said, I'm going Jeff Okudah. What are you guys thinking?
Yeah,
I think it's Akuda too. The
Okuda's
pick is
what
now
I'm
in.
thinking.
Yep. So you got to wonder with the Lions a little bit. Like, when is the Matthew Stafford
Era
over?
At what point do you say, okay, it's time to blow this up?
He's got a horrible record
Dude,
against winning teams.
Dude, Lions fans will go to war for Matt Stafford. Fucking war. I mean,
He really will.
I mean, I don't understand it. The guy. Well, do you remember his record against like playoff teams?
It was like 1-32 or some shit. Like it was
He's
bad.
got like less than 5 wins against a playoff team. It's
And
crazy.
they like, well, it's never his fault. It's never his fault. Yeah, man. I mean,
But
he's the quarterback
at
of the
a certain
team.
point, it does become his fault, right?
It is his fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're the quarterback of the team, and I'm not a Matt Patricia fan at all. You
No.
know, that's what the pick is in here. We're gonna turn this up and see what. Are they going to commercial?
It looks like the Lions are sticking. They're not announcing it yet, but they're sticking with the guns, and the pick is Jeff Okudah.
Jeff Akuda. That's
So we're
what we
hearing
all thought.
the pick is Jeff Okudah. Troy, you were wrong.
Good try.
Yeah,
It just made too much sense.
yeah, this makes way too much sense, man. Losing Darius Slay. Darius Slay to me one of the better corners in the league. You know, lockdown and here comes Goodell.
With the third pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jeff Okudah.
Makes sense.
So Ohio State boys go back to back because just because Michigan sucks, pretty much is why they went.
I am having a good night, man. I don't need your shit, all right? I just got my franchise quarterback. Don't bring up the fact that my college coach fucking sucks.
So yeah, man, I love the pick, man. This is the pick you had to make.
Yeah, replace Slay. But yeah, man, it's going to be time to address that offense, man. I feel like they always have that running back where you're like, oh, this is going to be the good Lions running back, and he flashes for a little bit, then he's gone again. But I mean, you pick it 1 for a reason, you pick it 3 for a reason, so they've got more.
So the only thing I wrote here about Jeff Okudah, because I've watched him so much here, number 1 cornerback in the league, and it ain't even close. I'm sorry, number 1 cornerback in the draft, and it's not even close. And like I said, that's where the Lions needed to go. My comparison for Jeff Okudah was Aqib Talib.
That's actually what I went with also.
So
I like that.
I think that Jeff Okudah can, just
He's long.
He's long. He finds the ball.
Yeah,
he can cover the number 1 receivers. Hopefully, he can become, the cornerback that that it locked down. You don't want to even throw towards him.
Yeah, and I think that and he's a gamer, man. One of the best things that you saw about him, he's the one. He played with like a broken arm or a broken hand, right?
Right.
And they've just raved and raved and raved about his competitiveness. That's one of the biggest things that I've seen is he's a worker, he's a competitor, he's all of that in one. And I mean, they're showing him right now. There he is breaking up a pass against Michigan. Stop with those highlights.
From Chris Hancock, all 3 picks did play together at Ohio State.
That's true. The top 3 picks all played together at Ohio State.
That is crazy, and no national championship to show for it. Right. Is that an Urban Meyer fault again? No, I won't go there. But
yeah, conversation for another time. We got another air up.
Okay, so
James Penrod, your pop
another
says
good
which
question
tackle
here.
for New York?
Yeah, this is you got to assume this is
Yeah,
where
so-
the run starts on tackles.
Yeah, we'll move here to the Giants. Here they got 6 minutes left on the clock. So we think that could this be Isaiah Simmons,
I think
or
there
is this a tackle?
I think there is a chance that it's Simmons, but if I was betting, it's got to be a tackle, right?
Didn't they get rid of Alex Ogletree?
They did cut Alec Ogletree.
Yeah,
Alec
so-
Ogletree is gone.
So maybe the Giants are jumping up and down here because Isaiah Simmons, my second best player, just fell in their laps. The Giants needs here offensive tackle, edge rushers. Offensive tackle, edge rusher, safety. They just lost Landon Collins, or was that last year? And obviously linebacker. We would think here maybe the pick might be either Andrew Thomas, the tackle from Georgia, Tristan Wirfs, the tackle from Iowa, or maybe it's Isaiah Simmons, the linebacker here from Clemson. Where are you guys thinking?
They did bring Blake Martinez in, the linebacker from the Packers,
Yeah.
in free agency. So they addressed the Alec Ogletree loss there. So I'm going Tristan Wirfs here from Iowa.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. I think
Bust.
Tristan Wirfs is going to be the pick. I think it's the pick over Isaiah Simmons. You just got Daniel Jones last year, and I think you got to protect him.
Yeah, I mean, and Jones was better than I expected last year. I mean,
Yeah,
they didn't have a
definitely.
great record, but just from what I saw of him, and I mean,
He
get
didn't
a
even
good
have his running back for a few games.
Yeah,
right? Didn't
yeah.
Ankle sprain or
and Saquon will. I mean, he'll help him in the passing game because he catches 10 balls a game.
yeah, Eli can attest to that.
You got to think that they need a receiver too.
Yeah,
They do need a receiver.
yeah. I mean,
There's
there's.
a guy from Auburn who came on really well for them. What was his name?
I can't think of that guy's name. That receiver.
Yeah.
There's 4 minutes left for the Giants pick here in the draft.
Man, it's on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, I had him in fantasy.
Darius Slayton.
Yep.
Slayton. That's it.
Darius
He
Slayton is
came
in
on
there.
hot at the end of last year.
And you look at that receiving core, and you're like, man, why the hell did they get rid of Odell?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, Darius Slayton, Sterling Shepard, Golden Tate,
I forgot about Golden Tate.
our own Corey Coleman.
They re-signed Corey,
Yeah,
correct?
he can't stay on the field.
I think he's got a lot of maturity issues.
Yeah.
James Penrod with a prediction 2 at 5. Your pops is on here tuned in. Says 2 at 5.
My dad says, so if Miami doesn't have to move and they get 2 at 5, I mean, we don't want to jump ahead. Let's see what the Giants do here real quick.
Is there a chance that the Giants trade out of this? Is this where we see our first trade?
It wouldn't
If
surprise
so,
me because
it's
they've got a
gotta be
few
for
holes.
Simmons, right? Or is this
Somebody
the
probably
tackle?
Quarterback. If somebody wants to get in front of Miami for a quarterback,
Yeah, somebody
true,
might
too.
love Tua or Herbert here, but
We're saying close to the phones here. We're trying to see what the hell's going on here, like the rest of you guys. Yeah, I mean the clock's ticking down, man. 2 minutes 50 seconds, and we just went to commercial. So
the Bengals have a Joe Burrow commercial already. I think, unless this is ESPN, it just showed Paul Brown Stadium. Now they're showing Burrow.
this is definitely ESPN, I believe.
I mean, the Bengals might have put it together. Whoever our social media guy is now good. It's not crappy like it used to be.
is Mike Brown turning a corner for you?
I bet you every dollar to my name that it is not Mike Brown posted on
it's
Instagram.
Bengals.
Yeah, I think this is a Bengals commercial. It is, dude. They have a season ticket commercial for
that's
Burrow
awesome.
out at 8:44 on draft night, dude. Tell me that hasn't been in the bag for weeks.
That's what we said, man. I felt like we almost broke it there.
I think we did when you-
caught
when-
that little tip there. Austin, what's going on, man? What's the Giants about to do?
I've got nothing. It's all quiet right now.
There was 2 minutes.
What, about
there's
2 minutes
Two
left?
2 minutes 50 seconds when we left for commercial. So what? Austin's
all
over here,
quiet.
man. He's our refresher here, and he says
I'm not seeing anything yet.
nothing. Dude, we're down to a minute and
Twitter's
45
even quiet.
seconds.
Twitter quiet.
For the Giants here. What you would think with it going down, they're trying to make a trade.
Somebody's at least trying.
Somebody's
to do something.
calling them.
Yeah,
is
somebody's
what
on the
this
phone with
usually
them, holding
is.
them up.
But are they going to be able to get it done in that short of time? I bet they don't. I bet you the Giants have to make a selection here.
I think that they end up sitting here and taking a tackle.
The clock could run out, and then Miami jumps.
Or
and then
it
what
is the
happened?
Giants. Did the player they wanted? Did he ignore the phone call?
Hey, Tristan, you're getting a call from Dave Gettleman. Oh, fuck that.
Don't worry.
That's
about
the
it.
guy that the
Let
pick
it
is
go.
in.
There we go. We got
The
a
pick is in. Is that the guy that traded Odell for a bag of Skittles?
Hey, you got Zeitler and
I would
Jim
love to
Peppers
have
out of the
Zeitler
deal.
back.
Yeah, you just said you missed Peppers.
I do miss Peppers. Peppers.
I like that I can
I
root for
would-
Peppers again because he's not a Brown.
I wouldn't have traded Landon Collins to get Peppers, but I like Peppers.
Yeah, no.
So, what are we thinking here, boys? Is this the tackle or is this Simmons? What's your
I
prediction?
think it's
Go.
Simmons.
The amount of time it took them, either A, they were working a trade, or B, they're going back and forth on Simmons and a tackle.
I think it's Simmons.
I'm
and
sticking
ugh,
with Tristan Wirfs.
Yeah, worse is. I think they're going worse here.
That's my
So
bust
me and
of the
Austin
draft.
say Wirfs.
They get a big, mobile, athletic tackle to get out and run and get in front of Saquon. That's
And protect
their
Daniel
new,
Jones.
franchise quarterback.
Joe Judge, they got him on there, dude. When the Giants hired him, I said, "Who the fuck is that?"
And it's not even like they were the last team to hire a coach. That was like the
one of the
second
first
team.
He was
ones,
the
wasn't it?
Patriots special teams coordinator.
So So which one is more important though? Is it the linebacker or the left tackle spot for you?
Left
guys?
tackle is more important, but
Yeah.
I think that you can find a left tackle to be serviceable later.
Could the
Giants,
Giants
Simmons is just so.
could the Giants
There.
possibly go receiver here?
I think if they were going to go
They could.
receiver, they would have traded back.
I think so too.
I would think
they would have
so,
picked up
yeah.
a second or something and moved down because there's so many receivers that are available.
I hope it's not Isaiah Simmons because
I can tell you it's not Isaiah Simmons. I've got the pick.
but let's hear it.
The pick is the Georgia tackle Andrew Thomas.
Oh wow,
That's my favorite tackle.
And
in
I
the
think
draft,
so
man.
too.
Tackle in the
What's that
draft.
stat you had on him, man? It's good.
So he gave up 1 sack last year. No more quarterback hits in the SEC. So
I was really hoping he would fall to Cleveland at 10
Yeah.
because he is a perfect fit for what Kevin Stefanski is going to want to do with that zone blocking scheme.
Yeah.
There is some concerns about his hands. They think that he's a little slow.
Yeah.
He keeps his hands a little short. So he's
pick
been
is in real
coaching
quick,
up.
Austin.
What he likes to call the hog mollies, the big guys up front. Isaiah Simmons is still there. Dabo Swinney has called him a beautiful football player. What will the Giants do? The pick is in. Let's go to the commish. With the fourth pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Andrew Thomas, tackle, Georgia.
Well, that's my favorite tackle, man. So that to me is a great pick too.
Yes,
lot of-
I mean, powerful punch, strong anchor, and dominant in the run game as well.
He bounced around a lot in mock drafts. I mean, he went from being the sure number one tackle in the draft to they had him falling a little bit.
Right.
Ends up he's the first tackle off the board. I think he deserves to be the first one.
6'5", 320 pounds. And what I wrote here is what you guys just heard, man. 1 sack last year, given up. No more quarterback hits. I think a total of only 9 pressures last season.
That's impressive.
That's
in the
that's
SEC.
impressive, man.
In the SEC.
Yeah.
In the SEC.
So
We'll talk about all these SEC guys that are going to go.
I think this was the safest tackle in the draft. But I think is this where the run starts? Is this where the run on
I think-
tackles starts?
Well, what's
We
Miami
talked
doing
about it
here?
earlier.
This
Miami-
is the pick I've been waiting on.
Shout out to Eric Durr and Tim Combs, 2 Dolphins fans. You guys are up. What are you guys going to do?
This is yeah, I'll take one. This is the pick where the draft gets interesting to me. Is this Tua? Is this Justin Herbert?
I think it's unless something has happened and they fell in love with Herbert. I think it's Tua because they were planning a tank for Tua. That's why they got rid of everybody, and things changed, so they might be able to get him without moving. So I think it's Tua.
There was speculation that Miami was trying to get up to the 3rd pick and get an offensive tackle.
Yeah, and they got ammo, man. If there's a run on tackles, they've got all kinds of ammo to move up and get back in there for one of these tackles. I mean, they've got 2 more first-round picks to offer, and if I'm not mistaken, 2 seconds.
Yeah. So, or what are they? So
Why is Gettleman putting on a mask? He's by himself. He's doing that shit for the camera, dude. Gettleman is a fucking moron.
So
Didn't he have it and
going
beat
back, Going back to
he
the-
had
think he
the
did.
virus and beat it.
Oh, now I'm an asshole.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
did.
Going back to the Giants for a second, Odell Beckham just tweeted. He's not super happy with the low lights that they were just showing of him kicking the net and all that. Why show that instead of these guys who are
That's true. Why?
having the biggest
Yeah.
night of
I
their
saw that up there. I'm
career?
like, why? This has nothing to do with Odell.
Yeah. I mean, I get if you want to shit on the Giants, you can shit on the Giants. It's pretty easy to do without showing Odell Beckham.
Yeah.
Reports are that Tua is on the phone.
So here's the thing here. Here's the thing. Miami was rumored trying to move up to 3 but keep the 5th pick.
Right.
There was the rumor that they were trying to get up and get the tackle. Trying to get the best tackle. Maybe that was Andrew Thomas.
Schefter said it was Andrew Thomas.
Yeah.
That's who
yeah.
Miami
and
That's
he's
who
gone.
Miami wanted.
Okay, so they were trying to get up to 3 to jump the Giants because they knew that they were going to Andrew Thomas. So this is be their backup plan. Andrew Thomas was the guy that Miami wants here. So you got to wonder, man, maybe this isn't Tua.
I mean, if Thomas is gone though,
Yeah, but
But do you really want to throw?
Why do you- why-
an
I don't
injured
understand that.
quarterback in there?
well, Tua's redshirt no matter where he goes. I think he's a redshirt this year. I think Fitzpatrick will probably come back with his bomb ass beard,
Yeah.
and it'd be super entertaining.
That's what should happen.
Whether it's Miami or not, anywhere Tua goes, he needs the redshirt. I don't care if it's L.A. and they run with Tyrod for a year.
I don't. If I'm them, this is a quarterback. I'm not.
If it's me,
It's gotta be.
Unless you're in love with Jordan Love. Are you in love with Jordan Love?
Yeah, they're at
to
18
where,
next, right?
To where you can get, say, Tristan Wirfs here, or maybe like Durr said. Durr said that he thinks maybe this is Isaiah Simmons on the last podcast.
How can you be mad at that
And
either?
you can't be mad at that.
do they really do that after what they did in free agency though?
Adam Van Noy, that's a good point.
Well, he's an outside edge rusher.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, Van Noy
and
plays
you never
more
know. Like
outside.
you said, Isaiah Simmons can play 3 different spots.
Right.
So maybe my thinking is here. Maybe
Yeah.
Miami goes Tristan Wirfs,
So
or they go the tackle from Bama.
good point from Tim Combs here. I noticed it too. Tua and his family didn't look excited.
They look a little
No, they look
upset.
mad.
They didn't look excited, so
I mean,
But what I was saying is maybe the pick is in. Maybe it's tackle here. Maybe here's where Tristan Wirfs goes, and Miami's plan is later in the draft when you get in the teens, trading up for a Jordan Love. You're shaking your head no.
I just think Wirfs is a bust, man. I'm going to say it, and I may be wrong. I just think he's a bust. I think
or Willis or
Jedrick Wills would
ma-
be my pick if I'm going tackle here. Jedrick Wills before Wirfs.
And
My mind.
Teams came out and pretty much said, with the new CBA that Micah Becton, his failed test at the combine wasn't a big deal. And if that's the case, like me and you were talking about, 6'7", 360
move.
pounds right now and can move.
Becton over Wirfs for me.
Is it Wills? Is it Wirfs? Is it
after all
Wills,
that,
or
pick,
is it-
I've got the pick here. The
Let's
pick
go.
Is indeed Tua. The Miami
There it
Dolphins
is.
are taking
It is Tua. Tim
This-
Durr didn't want Tua. I've been telling him for months.
Eric Durr, man, call in, bud. Call in. The pick is Tua. Let us know, bud. I don't.
So
Let
my
us know
dad-
how you feel.
My dad's a Miami fan.
Yeah,
and
Durr, call Chad's phone, man. He's got a Bluetooth speaker and everything. Give him a call.
We talked about this a lot. He did not want Tua either at all.
I know a lot of people that didn't want Tua, man. I just don't think he's going to be that good. I think he's the 4th best quarterback in the class at best.
And I told you, Troy. I told you, Tua. I told you he was going, man. This is.
I'm just not a fan.
I can see why people wouldn't be a fan here of the pick. But
So here's the thing.
2 national championships, man.
They-
He came in not playing a fucking snap and won a national championship game.
So the thing is, they still have 2 first-round picks. They can get him some more help on that O-line.
Oh yeah. Now I think they need to trade up.
Really? You think
They got
Yeah.
they got 2 more first round picks. Come up and get your tackle.
Yeah, dude, Tua has multiple lower leg injuries, one a traumatic hip injury. Protect him. Now's the time. Okay, you're in on him. Use the assets you got. Use
the
everything
pick
that's
is in
straight
here.
away and
We
get it
know
done.
what it is, but let's hear it.
Let's go to the commissioner
comes
and
Tua.
see what happens.
Can he say his name
With
right?
the 5th pick,
It can Goodell get his name right.
NFL draft, the Miami Dolphins select Tua Tagovailoa.
You can tell by his face he wants to come.
Yeah, he was not certain about that.
Tua.
Which means for the first time since
So we're kind of silent here. What's your thought?
Tua looks surprised. That's not the pick I would have made.
Not the pick I would have made either.
I'm not a
Look at
Tua
the, I mean,
fan.
they're showing the industry here, injury history here. Excuse me. October 2018, sprained knee. 2018 November, left quad. December 2018,
1, 2,
left
3,
ankle.
4,
Broken
5,
fingers,
6,
not a big deal.
8 injuries in his 2-year career.
November, dude, dislocated hip, posterior wall fracture, concussion, and a broken nose. Playing with one of the best teams in college football, as Troy just said. That's been my
What,
knock on
2
him, too.
national fucking championships, man. This dude's going.
Did he win two?
I gave you my.
I think he only won 1.
No, because didn't he win the
Stepped
one?
in against
He stepped in and
Clemson.
beat Georgia.
Or Georgia, I mean. I'm
They
sorry.
lost to
And then
Clemson.
They lost to
Okay.
Clemson, and then they didn't make it this
That's
year.
right. Okay, so still stepped in with no time when Jalen Hurts couldn't get the job done and
For a
won
team
that
that
game.
was game prepping the whole
Right.
lead up for Jalen Hurts.
So, and you guys hated my comparison, but my comparison will not change here. Comparison here is Drew Brees.
No, he's a could be Drew Brees. I just don't think he is. If there's a comparison to make, that's probably the best one.
Shorter quarterback.
But I just don't think he's. I don't think he's going to be that, man. I think Herbert's going to be better. And look out for Herbert here at 6.
Yeah, I mean, let's stick with Tua here, though. I mean, there's a lot of talk here, but
Should Tua stay healthy and get help in Miami, he could be decent. But I mean, look, scrambling around like that. What quarterback did we see do that and come to the NFL and he's already out?
But he also had all
you cannot compare him to Johnny Manziel.
Obviously, the shoulder's a little different. But
So is that your comparison, though?
no, that's not what I'm saying. But I don't know. I don't see it with
Tua's good, man. And listen, there's a lot of teams that had Tua ranked as their best quarterback in the draft.
And a lot of people didn't have him as a top 2 quarterback on their
Yeah,
team.
there's
That's true.
he's
too,
all over
but-
the boards.
But I believe that was because of the injuries. I think had it not been for the injuries, I don't know, man. Maybe if it wasn't for the season for Burrow,
I mean,
you're talking Tua here going to Cincinnati instead of Burrow. Obviously, that's a lot of what ifs.
his college stats are, really, really good, man. He's got more sustained success than Burrow. I just think a lot of those yards are coming off RPOs. He makes very good RPO decisions, and that's something that is coming to the NFL a lot more. So,
A lot of yak.
I don't
Yeah, a lot
think
of
that they're
yards
going to
after
allow him
catch.
to get hit, though, man. He's 6'1", 218 pounds. I wrote here he's hurt a lot, but when he plays good.
He's a winner.
He wins, man. And I know he's at Alabama, and I know it's hard to lose at Alabama, but look at the season Jalen Hurts just had at Oklahoma. And I know we all agree with Jalen Hurts setting the best quarterback around here, but
he's terrible.
He takes over the spot at Alabama of all places, at a big college, and he goes on and to do what he did.
He stepped in at halftime of a national championship game because Saban said, "I need somebody that can throw," and he delivered. What?
He had a better completion percentage than Baker Mayfield and Kyler Murray.
Who?
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts. Lincoln Riley does that to guys,
Yeah, I
man.
like
Jalen
that.
Hurts is
That's
A
not
lot
good.
of quick screens.
I like
and-
that comparison more than I like the Drew Brees comparison.
Which one?
The Steve Young. Mobile.
Well, you get
lefty.
you get a lefty like Mark Brunell, like they're showing now.
I'm telling you, man, lefties
but he's
don't
fast, man. The
don't
reason
pan
you
out a
don't,
lot.
and I know Drew Brees isn't fast neither. I just think Tua can put the ball where it needs to be put. And let's not forget, Tua might not play much this year.
He needs to
Or at
redshirt.
all. Or at all. I don't know
He
if
absolutely should redshirt.
So
Man, Mark Brunell was cool. They're showing him on TV. I like Mark Brunell.
Troy, how do you feel about him?
Tua?
No, Mark Brunell.
Nah, I don't see the comparison at all. They're just lefties.
yeah, all they're doing at this point is comparing the left-handers. They're right there. It is Boomer Esiason,
It's
Steve
just-
Young,
It's
Ken
rare
Stab.
that a lefty. Obviously, there's more right-handed people in the world, but it's rare that a lefty comes in and has success.
It
That's
changes a
true,
lot
too.
of things, man. Your strong tackle now
Everything's-
has to be your right tackle.
Right.
It's a lot different.
Yeah.
Like I said, and Chris Hancock makes another good point here too. If he stays healthy, this is a great pick for Miami. And they
Herbert
got
would've
2
been
more
better.
picks.
I think Herbert would have been better.
Me too. I think Herbert has got the arm to come in and learn behind Fitzpatrick because Fitzpatrick's savvy. He's a veteran. He
Oh
knows
yeah,
how
and
to
I think he
win.
would. I think he's a great locker room presence, a
Yeah.
great teacher to a young guy.
We're so let's move on to the next pick here. We got the 6th pick in the draft is the Los Angeles Chargers. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock here.
You know what just hit me?
Where did they go?
I think it's probably Herbert, but dude, Derwin James and Isaiah Simmons on the same defense.
Yeah, but man, that defense is already loaded.
That's true.
They need a quarterback.
I think it's Herbert.
I think you. Obviously, this isn't the regular draft, and you're not running the card in, but you're running the card in for Justin Herbert here. I think.
Yeah.
Chargers need a quarterback, offensive tackle, or offensive lineman, linebacker, edge rusher, and a tight end. I don't know why tight end's on there. The pick is in. They did make the pick because they have Hunter Henry as the tight end, but you lose Phillip Rivers. You lose the guy that's done it so many years for you. Okay? And you just can't convince me that Tyrod Taylor is just going to step in and take over the team.
No,
the
he's a
team is
Band-Aid.
just talented, man. Like I said, Hunter Henry's there. Keenan Allen is there. They did lose Melvin Gordon, but Austin Eckler played great.
Very well.
And is one of the big reasons why Melvin Gordon couldn't
It's
get
gone.
paid.
You're right, it's gone.
You know, so it's there. Who's the tackle they got from Seattle?
Is it?
They traded for a guy from Carolina too, Trey Turner.
Oh, yeah,
So
they
get
swapped.
Trey
Yeah.
Turner here from a tackle. So this just tells me, man. This
They were
this
protecting
tells
their
me
quarterback. I thought they were getting Turner maybe to try to make a run at Brady too, but that didn't work out obviously. So yeah, get him to protect your young guy
Yeah,
Yeah.
They traded away Russell Okung.
who's getting up there in age and kind of got younger. Trey Turner was a Pro Bowler
And
you're
who negotiated his own deal without an agent, right? For the
at
Broncos.
Denver. Yeah.
But you're already talking here. You're already talking a damn good.
All right, so I got the pick here. The pick is Justin Herbert.
I thought so.
I thought so.
Which
Yeah.
is the right move for the
This
Chargers.
is absolutely the right move.
This is a great pick. I know we have a Chargers fan out there, DC Fornson.
DC,
he
buddy.
always listens in. I love the pick, man. But these guys can tell you, I liked all three quarterbacks. I feel like Burrow's going to have a good career. I feel like Tua's going to have a good career. These guys disagree, and I feel like Herbert's also going to have a good career, and I think they agree with that.
Yeah, Herbert's my number 2 quarterback.
The more and more I started looking at Herbert, we were all texting, and you guys. I did move Herbert over Tua, not by much.
Yeah.
But the things that I just was seeing from Herbert, the dude is 6'6". Now that's what you want out of your quarterback.
Absolutely.
6'6", 237 pounds. His pocket presence is great, arm strength, and he can run with his legs.
Yeah, he throws a tight ball with great velocity on it.
Pick is in real quick.
With the sixth pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Justin Herbert, quarterback, Oregon.
So Justin Herbert. My knock on him was this. My knock on Herbert was this. You didn't see him being very vocal. Is he gonna, can he lead?
Is he the guy?
Can he lead men?
Is he the guy down 6 with 2 minutes left that can come out the huddle and say, "All right, let's get our shit together and let's
Right.
go"?
Let's get out and do it.
And-
because the one thing all these quarterbacks will tell you next year, is the speed of the game and how quick corners can close on balls, how quick these linebackers are, how quick these DNs and defensive tackles are. The game
absolutely.
is very fast, and a lot of these guys that come out and use their legs. I know it worked last year with Lamar, or the last 2 years with Lamar, but that's Lamar Jackson. He's a very different kind of athlete.
And that
Yeah, he's
whole
not
team
Lamar
is
athletic.
Schemed for Lamar, like they built it around him. They didn't try to put a square peg in a round hole.
Right.
They did it all the right way so that Lamar was set up for success.
And when I was watching up on Herbert, like I said, he throws a really good ball, very tight spiral, big arm, very big arm. His placement deep is a little bit inconsistent. I think it's something he's got to polish up. Very effective on zone reads. Like I said, that's something that's coming to the NFL quite a bit. I think, and one of my notes actually, like we hit on, I think he needs to develop more of an attacking mentality. Just more of a killer instinct, something that you saw in a Tua or a Burrow that you didn't see that much in him. I personally just am scarred on Oregon quarterbacks because I grew up watching Akili Smith when I first started watching football. And Joey Harrington was an Oregon guy too. But, I mean, I'm not going to hold the guy's college against him because we just got Joe Burrow. So
yeah. So my comparison here for Herbert is actually two different guys. The athletic ability and what he can do in and outside the pocket, I see a lot of Ryan Tannehill. But the arm, I see a lot of Carson Palmer when he was first with the Bengals.
God, he was good.
Yeah, so not Carson Palmer after he left. The Carson Palmer when the Bengals could have won that Super Bowl. And we're not talking about the Bengals because I know you could talk about that part all day. But that's my comparison for him. Is a Ryan Tannehill with a Carson Palmer arm.
Yeah, I think he's got a stronger arm than Ryan Tannehill, but I see the athleticism.
Right.
comps there.
It's just they run very alike.
Yeah.
They can both move. They're not the fastest. But the thing I love the most is the 6'6" frame, man.
Yeah, he can come in and he can take shots. He's in a division with some good teams. So
Yeah,
He's
sorry,
in
man.
a team with Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, come here and try to beat Pat Mahomes.
And the Panthers are next on the clock, and the pick is already in. Listen, they lost Luke Kuechly, their inside linebacker. Are they jumping at the? We have two players here:
so I've already
Derek
got the-
Brown and Isaiah Simmons.
yeah, those are the two that I thought for sure were going here, and I loved. You heard me say it all along. I loved Derek Brown to Carolina.
You
Thought
did
it was
say
a
that
perfect
earlier.
fit, and that is the pick. The Panthers
Derek
did turn
Brown.
the card in for Derek Brown.
Sounds
Austin,
sounds-
I'm starting to get excited here, and I think you know why.
Oh shit! Oh no, dude!
Yeah.
Hey, NFL,
this-
somebody tune in. Do not let the fucking Browns get
Got
Simmons.
2 more picks to go here, and I would put money on it that not to get ahead of us, but I do believe the Cardinals are going
tackle or trading
Jacksonville's going to
Or-
take Simmons.
No, Jacksonville's
Jacksonville
got
wants a
linebackers.
lineman. They want to tackle.
Jacksonville has
They're talking
linebackers.
about trading up to 3
Stop.
to get one.
No, Jesus.
So-
I would rather you guys get a tackle.
Well,
like,
and we'll get to that
We'll get
pick
there,
later.
yeah.
So the pick is in. The seventh
Derek-
pick
Derek Brown
is
is
Derek
headed to
Brown.
Carolina.
And let's talk about Carolina real quick. A team depleted. A team absolutely depleted, right?
Yeah, you
Cam
lose,
Newton, you lose Cam.
your quarterback. You lose your quarterback of
your defense.
Kyle, you lose Kyle Allen too.
You lose. I mean, you're talking about a new head coach. Ron Rivera's gone. You brought in a first-time NFL head coach with Matt Rule from Baylor. How's that going to pan out?
Right.
He doesn't even know what the NFL game's like yet.
And I was just going
Joe
through
Brady,
a lot of
OC.
I was going through a lot of things here, and if early on right now through free agency and what they have and haven't done, the team that if I had a team right now that could probably get Trevor Lawrence next year, it would be the Panthers.
Yep.
I don't like anything that they've done. They've done nothing but lose people.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to take one more year where you're, at the bottom and get your pro-ready quarterback next year with Trevor Lawrence, who we've been talking about for 2 years already.
And, with the pick here being, Derek Brown, this is the defensive tackle out of Auburn. I had him ranked, as you guys know, as the 5th overall player in the draft. I think this is a great pick.
Yep.
I personally, if I'm the Panthers here, I go Isaiah Simmons. From what we're hearing, Isaiah Simmons, people don't know where to play him. But, fuck, to me, that's a good thing.
Yeah,
If
you got
can
3
play
spots
7
you can
different
play him.
spots, then,
Draft him and figure it out.
Derek Brown here, 6'5", 318 pounds. And the thing I wrote down here for Derek Brown, he is a man amongst boys.
Absolutely,
Oh,
just
yeah.
phenomenal
This dude
effort.
just destroys players and tosses them around like they're kids, man.
His club swim move is just violent.
Yeah, it's vicious.
That's the way I look at
Yeah.
it. That's the only when I watch the tape, I'm like, dude, that is violent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and great against the run. And he kind of reminded me. Just thinking, I don't think this is the comparison that I had for him. I had him kind of as a Cameron Hayward, but I also see a lot of Geno Atkins in him.
My comparison was Geno Atkins.
I see that.
Size, stature wise, power, lower body power wise.
Geno can get after the quarterback.
Right, yeah, and he's not going to be only a run plugger. He's going to be a good hybrid because
Yeah, I think he's a little bit thicker than Geno, more of a
Yeah.
hole stuffer.
But he's a
I
3-down
think
guy.
he's a little bit quicker too.
yeah, that's
He's a
why
freak, and
he's a
strong.
3-down guy. You don't have
I
to
love
take him out
this
on
pick.
passing
I
downs.
love this pick.
I absolutely love this pick.
To get a top, in my opinion, a top 4 prospect in the draft at number 8 or no, number 7. I'm sorry, that's a home run.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah. I tell you what though, man. And not to move from the Panthers too quickly here, but the team that lands Isaiah Simmons is about to hit the jackpot.
The Cardinals need one too.
I'm terrified.
Yeah. So
And not to get ahead of us, but I love Isaiah Simmons to the Browns because we play in a division with Lamar Jackson.
that's
Oh,
why
my
I love
gosh.
him. Yeah. Yeah. And we'll get there.
Yeah.
Come on,
It's
come
all-
on, man. Slow down. Yeah. So, I mean, you got to think too, man. The Panthers are now in a division with Drew Brees and Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Poor guys.
And
It's like you said, man. I mean,
and Matt
There's
Ryan.
nothing else to say. You don't have to say.
Yeah,
they got Teddy,
You
but-
you gotta be able to have a defensive tackle when it comes to quarterbacks like that can.
but it's like you said,
not be
man.
afraid to step up in the pocket.
It's like you said, with how depleted they got, they could be right there in line for sunshine next year. So
Yeah.
don't reach on a Love or anything right now. Get that phenomenal D tackle prospect, and
I mean, you got
chances are
Christian
you'll be-
McCaffrey. He's a guy I feel sorry for. They end up giving him more money, probably because they felt so sorry for him.
Hey, we know you're getting your ass kicked every
Right,
every
man.
week, but-
And then we talk about a guy that can do it all. The pick is in, so we're gonna hear the Derek Brown pick.
And where are they going? The pick is in 7th overall. Let's find out from Commissioner Roger Goodell. Let's go, guys. Come on, Panther fans.
Goodell's such a damn nerd.
With the 7th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, Carolina Panthers select Derek Brown, defensive tackle, Auburn.
And yeah, man, my dad comes in here and makes a great point, man. We are 8 picks in, and there hasn't been a trade yet.
Not one.
It's surprising to me, man. I thought that there was going to be a lot of movement after 3 or 4.
Is it harder for these teams to
to work it.
To work it, man.
I think that they
situation.
said that they were going to give him like a little extra time for trades, but I mean, how is it? It can't be that much different. It's mostly phone calls
Yeah,
anyway,
I mean,
right?
it ain't like you fly
Yeah,
to them and
and-
work out a
and
trade.
You're not
anyway.
running across the
A lot
room.
of, Andrew Barry had said that too. He said not really any different.
Yeah, for
because-
trades.
Right.
Yeah, you're just making phone calls anyway. So
So let's move here. You know, the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock at number 8. 3:45 left. Let's talk about their offseason a little bit because you want to talk about a straight fucking steal.
Yeah, they committed armed robbery in Houston.
Yeah,
So-
or Bill
so
O'Brien
let's back
is
it up.
trying to
Let's back
tank
it
or
up.
something.
last year they trade for Kenyon Drake, who comes in and especially against us plays lights out.
Well, not only against us, but I see your point there.
Right? Yeah. I thought he was solid.
Yeah.
in all that he played. And then you fast forward to this offseason, they get out of the David Johnson contract and end up with the best wide receiver in football.
What?
Without giving up this pick.
Right.
Yeah, they kept this
and
pick.
keeping number 8.
What?
You still have the 8th round pick, or I'm sorry, you still have the 8th overall pick, and you got DeAndre Hopkins. Like, I'm sitting here. If I wouldn't have known better, I'd be sitting here like, what?
And to top it off, you convince. I know he's old, but Larry's coming back for yet another season.
DeAndre Hopkins and Larry Fitzgerald with another year of Kyler Murray is.
Yeah.
Christian Kirk, who turned on the
Yeah.
field.
Christian
You
Kirk.
want to? Yeah, Christian
that,
Kirk.
That offense is loaded.
You want to talk about another good division?
They hit a.
That's
they hit a
probably,
tackle.
in my opinion, the best division in football.
Yeah, man, that's
It's up there.
Seen a power rush there against LSU that caught me. The pick
Oh,
is
the
in
pick
for
is
the
in.
Cardinals.
Wow.
They are going to listen. They
I
got.
think this is O tackle.
You got. This is Tristan Wirfs. They're shocked that he's there.
Bust.
Yeah.
Or is
yeah.
this Micah Becton?
Becton, I thought
makes
fit.
a lot of sense
I
here.
think Becton.
Willis.
Troy says Jedrick
Willis?
Willis from Alabama. I got to think it's Tristan Wirfs.
I think both. I think Willis and Becton are. I
As
don't,
you said, Wirfs. You're shocked that Wirfs is still on the board.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I'm shocked Wirfs
If
is still on the board.
It just makes sense.
And I just really hope they don't take my guy. I don't. Man. So yeah, let's talk about that division. You know, you're in the division with the NFC champions, the San Francisco 49ers, who, God, dude, that defensive line is fucking nasty. You know, you're in the same division with the Seahawks. But specifically the 49ers, you need somebody to keep Bosa off of Kyler Murray.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Right? This to me makes too much sense.
So think about it. So last year when the Niners played the Cardinals, Kyler Murray did give them in that pass rush a little bit of
he
trouble.
did.
He did.
The way he was able to
At
escape,
a
yeah.
top tier tackle there, holding down that offensive line. I think, watch out.
Yeah.
And you possibly have Clowney going back to Seattle, right? Because he still doesn't have a team.
Yeah,
You got to wonder with Clowney. Yeah, I mean, I heard that those guys, you know, to jump off topic here real quick, I did hear guys like Everson Griffin and Jadeveon Clowney want to get deals done quick. Like they're starting to get, you know, itchy about it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't
so
you?
I've got the pick here, and I got some bad news.
Is it Isaiah Simmons?
Isaiah Simmons is going to
Thank
be an
God.
Arizona Cardinal.
Man, that's,
Sorry, guys, but I did not want to play that dude twice a year for 10 years. I'd rather worry about how we're going to get around your offensive tackle than
Yeah.
worry about what I'm going to do about
So,
A
Simmons.
little disappointing, but a great pick for the Cardinals.
Yeah. So, I think at this point, Cleveland might be either trading back or because the top two guys I wanted was Isaiah Simmons
or Andrew Thomas.
and here's the pick.
Isaiah Simmons, linebacker, Clemson.
I gotta say,
Just too
So
good
glad.
to pass up, man. He's just he's just right here. You can't blame him, man. This is my second best player in the draft.
Yeah.
At
here.
8.
He's lined up as a linebacker. Runs a 4.3 as a linebacker. Drew had a great stat you guys have heard. 200 snaps at linebacker, 200 snaps at safety, and 200 snaps at what, slot corner?
200 at slot corner, over 100 at free safety. Yeah, so, I mean, just today's
fast.
NFL, man, the
top two
linebacker.
prospect to me in the draft. So
Yeah,
absolute steal.
this is
at
my
8.
this is my second overall guy.
I think I'm a little surprised. I thought for sure that they were going to tackle, but as they just said, you cannot fault them at all for
No,
this guy.
no. I mean, this guy is quick, man.
Look at him racing Travis Etienne, man, right there with him. And Etienne's fast.
Yeah. That one does surprise me a little bit, man.
Yeah.
I thought that was going to be tackled, but I don't think that they thought that Simmons was going to be there.
So this bodes really well for us.
Well, because you got Becton and you got Wirfs right here.
Willis is
And Willis.
right there.
You got your pick of tackles here. I
They
still
do think that the Jacksonville is a good candidate of trading back. So
if Cleveland wants Wirfs here, there might be, or one of those tackles, you might see somebody trading up here.
Jacksonville, if you really want Andy Dalton, you can have him right now for number 9.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Jaguars needs cornerback, D-line, edge, offensive line, running back now that, it looks like Leonard Fournette is going to be out of the building.
They're expecting him be in a lot of trade talk tomorrow.
Yeah.
Jacksonville able to get out from underneath that Nick Foles contract.
Yeah, very
they're
good
gonna
move
go
by
with
them.
Gardner Minshew,
Yep.
Minshew, however you say it. So it makes you wonder. What are they going to do here?
But so they were saying that they wanted to trade up for one of those tackles. I'm guessing they wanted Andrew Thomas. But worse, again, maybe these guys see what you see, Drew. They don't buy into the combine hype that a lot of people thought that they would. So maybe Wirfs is going to take a little bit of a slide.
I thought it kind of all along, but I mean,
I think that if they sit here and they take this pick, I got to think it's Willis.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. They did just lose Marquise Lee.
Yeah.
He's now for the Patriots.
Yeah.
Do they hop on a Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb here
To try to help the young Gardner Minshew.
I mean, they got DJ Chark who came up out of nowhere.
I'm a big fan of DJ Chark.
Yeah.
I like Chark a lot, but that outside Chark's more of that slot guy. I think they could get one of these outside receivers.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways that Jacksonville could go here. If I'm Jacksonville and I'm sitting in that as that GM, my first gut feeling is to trade back here.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
One of those wide receiver or tackle needy teams. Oh,
But
they're-
the pick is
in.
in. So they're making the pick here. It wouldn't surprise me if we see a receiver. It wouldn't surprise me if we see a lineman. There's a lot of ways they could go here. They did lose Jalen Ramsey and AJ
Bouye both
Bouye.
are gone.
Could they go DJ Henderson?
Well, and Unique Ngakwe's on his way out
yeah. Could they go edge here?
because that's a very damaged relationship they have with him.
Yeah, Ngaku is for sure on.
Yeah,
Could
he
they
was
go the
arguing
kid
with
from
the-
Penn State? Could they go Clavion Chasen?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
there's a lot of different ways that they can go here.
So it's now, as soon as we get to see this pick, it's our turn to get a little excited to see.
Yeah.
Lots
I'm
of good
a little
options
less
there for 'em.
excited. The two guys that I wanted was either Isaiah Simmons, obviously, or Andrew Thomas. That was my number one tackle.
Yeah, I mean,
I will say that Jedrick Wills is.
a lot of
We've
people
seen
are
the most
saying-
pro ready.
yeah, I like him a lot more than I like Wirfs. I think Jedrick Wills would
They
be a
do-
great pick for
They
you
do
guys.
think that Willis is
Is it Wills
better
or
suited-
Willis?
Willis.
Oh, sorry about that.
They do think that he's better suited to play on the right side. I've seen a lot of people say that they think he's better.
Willis?
Yeah.
Well, you got your right tackle. You got Conklin.
Yeah,
so
we got Conklin, so I can't imagine if that's true and teams really see it that way. I don't see us taking Willis if they do believe he's a right tackle.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah, because you just got Jack
You
Conklin.
just paid Conklin.
Like I said, I'm surprised that the Jaguars made the pick here.
yeah, they have so many holes. They're a team that I could see maybe being in the running for Lawrence next year. That they could easily get more assets, be it this year or next, fill a couple more holes, and then be ready for the quarterback. So I was kind of shocked there too. I'm definitely shocked that there hasn't been a top 10 trade. I mean, we're almost out of it and no movement. That's
nothing.
I expected
After all
way
this
more.
Talk about
Yeah.
a bunch of trades.
You would think, to me, I would think that the trade comes up somebody's. Well, I don't know now. I would
I
think
have no
Jordan
idea.
Love, but like I said, the only team I can think of right now is the Saints.
Yeah, I mean the Chargers got their guy, the Dolphins got their guy. Who else is really quarterback needy? New England?
Yeah,
A lot of people think Jordan Love behind Aaron Rodgers for a couple years makes a lot of sense.
but doesn't receiver make too much sense there?
I think so.
That
Yeah.
just wasn't pretty last year.
No, I think.
I mean,
Yeah,
if it
and
wasn't
this-
Devontae Adams,
needs
that's
some help.
he needs some help bad. I mean, plus you got Aaron Jones there. You just lost Jimmy Graham. So they need help. They need too much help at receiver for me to get Jordan Love to come sit behind him. I don't like that at all. I'm kind of speechless at this point because I don't know where the Jaguars are going to go.
Yeah, I don't really have.
So it sounds
a
like
firm
Wirfs,
guess.
Willis, and Becton are all still on the board for Cleveland. I'm not sure if we're behind or what, because Adam Schefter just said 10 picks in and no trades yet. So
Which would mean if the picks in that the Browns have been on the board.
Hey, and the drop rate by the Packers receivers, other than Devontae Adams, MVS drop rate was 13.8%.
Wow.
Anderson was 11.8, and Lazard was 10.8.
So wide receiver is almost a must.
Double digit
They
drop.
know the Arizona State.
And the great thing about that is how deep that this draft is with receivers. But, getting Devontae Adams some help is the best thing for the Packers.
I did forget they did get Mercedes Lewis.
Yeah.
Not obviously that's not.
So we are picked from the Browns.
Yeah, it looks like this should
And
be coming
it-
out
it
anytime. I'm not seeing
would
it. Worse is still going to be on the board though. It does appear.
It would seem to me that with what's left at tackle, that the Browns would be out on Trent Williams at this point.
I would rather see us go with one of these young guys than taking Trent Williams who hasn't played.
But if that wasn't one of your guys from the get-go, I wouldn't take him because it would be like a grab pick.
Right.
And
Don't do a panic pick
Yeah.
where this guy's on the board and
You
just taking him.
these guys falling and stuff though. Now I am starting to wonder a little bit about Wirfs. The pick is in. Let's see where Jacksonville goes. This is one we don't know yet, people.
Jaguars pick at number 9. Let's go to the commissioner.
Keep it up. With the 9th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select C.J. Henderson.
There it is.
C.J.
Wow.
Henderson. The Jaguars
I
go
could see that.
cornerback.
They needed that.
But like I said, you lose Ramsey, you lose AJ. So
A little bit of a surprising pick in the top 10.
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah, a
think
little
he would
bit.
Go top 10. But as you said, they lost AJ Bouye. They lost
Jalen Ramsey.
Jalen Ramsey. So now the Browns are needing a left tackle. There's three
Three out there.
really good tackles on the board.
Only one's been taken. I think the pick is a left tackle here.
This is Tristan Wirfs.
I got it. Yeah, I would. Now I did see a thing from the Browns that they had. Pick is already in for the Browns.
So
They ran that in.
well,
Is it Wirfs?
pick was in for a while.
They might have ran to Wirfs, or maybe it's Micah Becton here. I don't know. I just think that this is a tackle.
I think I like Becton a lot, and I'm confident that Bill Callahan's going to get.
Now, there was a report that came out from Lane, they're in Cleveland, that the Browns think that Jedrick Wills, the tackle from Bama, is the most pro-ready.
I see that. I see that Matt Miller, one of the better scouts, he thought the same thing. He thought that Willis was the best tackle in the draft.
The one thing you got to like about Jedrick Wills here is the fact that he played for Bama.
Yeah, that's never bad. Now, the Bengals took a left tackle from Alabama one time. His name was Andre Smith, though. Be careful.
So, the one thing that I question here, too, is do the Browns go after CeeDee Lamb or
Whew.
Jerry Jeudy here?
Receiver
do they
rich.
do they add to that? Do they add to the weapons? I'm not mad if they go CeeDee Lamb.
We've got some jokes coming in the chat here. The Browns want to use their number 10 pick to give Baker Mayfield back.
That's Tim Combs. He's a Baker hater. They want to give the.
Tim, they would
All right, I
trade
got the
two.
pick here, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let's
We
hear
got the
pick.
Browns pick.
Cleveland Browns at number 10 select Tristan Wirfs.
Bust, man. I'm sorry.
Tristan Wirfs. This to me is a good pick.
Yep, I am a fan of this pick, Tristan Wirfs.
This could easily be the best left tackle, and we got to remember he's going there with Callahan.
Callahan is
Yeah, I
a
mean, it's-
huge aspect of all of those O linemen.
He's a guy that can fix all the issues that I personally see with him. So it is a good place for him to go. I just think there was a couple guys you could have got that were a little better to me. But, I'm not a pro by any means. So
Yeah, I mean, they had to solidify this position.
So one of my
they haven't had a left tackle since Joe Thomas.
that's really the only hole in their offense.
That's it.
One of my favorite offensive line guys on Brown's Twitter, Brent Soboleski. He's big into the trenches. He likes to talk about his big guys. So here's his outline on Tristan Wirfs. He meets size and length requirements, elite athlete. He's a 99 percentile in the spark. Okay, let's listen to this.
Thank you, Fletcher. We are so happy to see that you're home and doing well. We're very proud to support you and St. Jude in the fight to end childhood cancer. And we're all in your corner, Fletcher. Go get him. So I have the Browns pick. With the 10th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Jedrick Wills.
Oh,
you were wrong.
Austin, you missed it.
This is the first one that he was wrong.
Much better. Hey,
Jedrick Wills.
Hey, I feel much better about your guys' situation now.
Wow.
Jedrick Wills.
You guys are far better with him.
I'm shocked.
I told you that the Browns thought that he was the most pro ready.
I as a rival, I was like, okay, I think Wirfs is a bust. That's awesome.
Several people
But
had Wirfs as the pick.
you guys are in a better spot now than I thought you were 2 minutes ago.
I like that the spot had to be hit, whether it was Trent Williams.
yeah.
I really wanted Isaiah Simmons there, obviously. But we've been saying this for a week now. It's not a pretty pick. When you take a lineman,
No.
it's not a pretty pick. But that's okay, because it's never really a bad pick.
It's a good thing to not
Unless
be
it's
making
Cameron
a sexy
Irving.
pick.
My fear here is that he did play a lot of right tackle. Can he make the transition to
Well, the thing you gotta think here with that, he did play a lot of right tackle. They have talked internally about Jack Conklin moving out to left tackle.
And when
There's that possibility. If Wills comes in and he's the right tackle, you move Jack Conklin, who you just played big money, to move out to left tackle. So, and I think he could probably do it.
And they said this about Jonah Williams when the Bengals took him last year. It seems like those Bama guys have the ability to kind of flip-flop and play both tackle positions. But I think Conklin's more than capable of going out left if they decide to want him to. And Chris Hancock in the comments here said that Joe Thomas loves Jedrick Wills.
Yeah,
Wills. It's Wills, not Wills.
Yeah,
I got it.
It's
He says
Wills.
Joe Thomas loves him. If Joe Thomas loves him, that's got to make you feel good.
Let's see here. Jedrick Wills, 6'5", 320 pounds. You gotta love that he's a Bama lineman. My comparison here was Lane Johnson of the Eagles.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I see that.
So, like I said, it was never going to be sexy. We thought going in that this is what they were going to do. You got to solidify that spot, man. You can't allow Baker. You got to what they're doing. You can see clearly what they're doing. They're putting it all on Baker Mayfield. Okay,
As they should.
He has no excuses after this season as long as the right plays are being called. Okay, he has all the weapons in the world. On paper, this offense is top 3. You got Austin Hooper, you got David Njoku at tight ends, you got Odell Beckham Jr., and you got Jarvis Landry. Your line is now as good as any in the NFL, and behind them running, you have Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt. Baker Mayfield now has zero excuses.
He has got to step up and deliver. I mean,
This to me was more of a statement pick to Baker. Hey,
Yeah.
here's all the help you needed.
Yeah.
to me, it's a statement for Baker because they're giving him what he needs. They knew he needed a left tackle. They went and got him a left tackle. So they're invested in him, making sure he can stay upright and play the way that we know that he can play. I want to see 2018 Baker back on the field.
In my research on Wills, some of the things I saw, he's got average height for the position, not a bad thing. He carries some extra weight. I think a pro team will get that off quick, but he's very, very quick out of his stance. Very good against speed and counter moves that I saw. He reworks his hands very well to keep his leverage through his block, and he's pretty good at getting up to the second level too, which I think would be good if he can get off his block and go clear things up for Nick Chubb.
If he really is quick out of the stance, then it will end up being him going to the left side.
Right, and you know there's T.J. Watt and there's Bud Dupree in the same division.
And there is a guy, number 73, who was pretty damn fast.
Yeah.
Off the snap that I'm sure will be willing to come in.
And he loves this dude. That's what I'm telling you, man. I think it's
and like we said, you know, going into the draft, the biggest thing is Callahan's there.
Yeah.
Okay, he's getting to work with the best offensive line coach that there possibly is.
Yeah. So if there's anywhere he can make that transition smooth, right, this is it. This is the situation.
Yeah, I think he's in a very good spot.
He's gonna get
to stay natural, I think Conklin's more than capable of going out left too. I think they're in a good spot.
I think the options are endless right now. I think that the line is now. I think the line's loaded. We're good at the line. It's nothing like last year where we struggled all year at left tackle, right tackle. You just went and got the best tackle and free agency, and now you just got a top tackle here with a top 10 pick.
Yeah, but you gotta be cautious.
I said, man.
You gotta have some caution though, because we've said Jonah Williams hasn't played a snap yet either. Neither is this guy.
Absolutely, especially moving him out to left tackle to block a blind side. You know,
far better off than
so
when
you would
I
have
thought
rather
it was.
seen us taken worse.
You would rather worse because I thought he was a bust.
As a rival fan, I would have rather you taken worse because I think he's going to flame out. And that's not something you see a lot from Iowa at all, because Kirk Ferentz is one of the best offensive line coaches in the entire country.
Well, obviously, people see this because Worse
is falling.
He's falling.
Yeah, Drew, you might have nailed this one, man. Because
Combine Warriors, man, they don't. I get that. I get it.
So the Jets need some O-line help to help out.
The Jets,
their picks
had
in.
a minute left and the pick is in.
Wide receiver here.
But listen, they got Sam Darnold. He needs protection too.
He needs protection. He needs somebody to throw
to. I think this is definitely.
He needs a new coach.
This is definitely a tackle.
That starts there.
And if something is going on here with Wirfs where people are scared, Micah Becton is
should go before Wirfs to me.
Yeah, if something's going on with Wirfs, Micah Becton might be the pick. But CeeDee Lamb here or Jerry Jeudy, it makes so much sense.
That's true.
Let me go back a little bit to Cleveland. Didn't know this about Wills. He's not even 21. He turns 21 next month.
Wow. Oh, and you got him for 5 years. That's incredible.
Another thing, Andrew Berry in a presser, I think it was, probably about 6 weeks ago, he said that the Browns see no difference. He thinks that they said that the difference in left tackle and right tackle today in the NFL is outdated.
Well, because listen.
To an extent,
but listen, no. It's weird that you say that because listen. Stefanski runs the most 12 personnel. For those that don't know what 12 personnel is, that's heavy formations, double tight ends.
Yes.
Which means there's another guy outside of the tackles. So that does make sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because of the run block scheme that they run to where they get all these tackles and tight ends, linemen out to the second level. Look at Dalvin Cook last year. Go watch some highlights, and you'll see what a run blocking scheme is. So now that you say that, that makes a ton of sense because you're going to have a tight end to block, a left tackle to block. So I see what you're saying.
Who's the better blocker out of Hooper and Njoku? I mean, to be honest, I don't know.
Hooper by far.
So you put Hooper out there on the side with your rookie left tackle and help him out.
A good comparison I just saw for Jedrick Wills, Donald Penn. I see that.
Yeah. I see Donald Penn. I see Elaine Johnson.
I see, and it's weird because he hasn't been all that great. I see kind of what Cordy Glenn was supposed to be if his head was right.
All right, so
let's move on. Yeah, let's with the Jets here.
The Jets pick is in. It is the guy who failed the drug test. Becton out of Louisville is
man.
I'm telling you, man.
Worse.
Telling you, worse, man, isn't it? And they see it.
Because after this, here comes the run of wide receiver.
Hey, listen though, the Raiders have their choice at pick 11 with Jerry Jeudy, and CeeDee Lamb. Man,
this is where Gruden loves to collect quarterbacks
is loving
and picks
this
love.
stuff, man. Let's hear the pick real quick for the Jets.
They go here with the Jets. Come on. With the 11th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Mekhi Becton. Tackle, Louisville.
Listen. This it would not shock me if he ends up being the best tackle in the draft here.
The
I mean,
feet
you're talking,
on him, man.
dude. I mean, exactly. And it's crazy because when you say feet, this dude is 6'7". At the time, a few months ago was 368 pounds, and they say he's already dropped to about 352, and his feet has only gotten quicker.
There's a lot of Jonathan Ogden.
Yeah,
talk.
Very good.
So
I compared him to Bryant McKinney.
I had Bryant McKinney, the old left tackle from the Vikings.
The Brickshaw Ferguson.
The Brickshaw Ferguson. I mean, this dude right here could end up being.
This guy's
This is
got
a great
basketball.
pick, man. And the reason why he might have fallen to 11 and not been taken as early as 4 to the Giants is the failed drug test at the combine. But like we were saying, in the new CBA, look at that big guy run, man.
Look at
That's
40,
ridiculous. But in the new CBA, you can actually smoke marijuana now.
They said that
Yeah,
marijuana will never result in a suspension again.
I think
Josh Gordon's pissed.
Well, no. I think it's unless you're already
in like a protocol thing.
Yeah, like a Josh Gordon. Look how big this guy is.
Yeah,
though,
and,
man.
and my mock-up of Becton, even when he like fails to land his initial punch, he just
so
absorbs
strong.
the guys with his size and
Yeah,
his strength that he can
He's-
recover very
dude, he's
well.
huge. Look at him. I mean, and these are good teams. We're seeing him, against, that's a Boston College, and just good teams here. I mean, that's Baylor.
That's Wake
Oh,
Forest.
Wake Forest.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I mean, these are big colleges, man. And he's just destroying the edge rushers here.
That is a big boy.
He kind of looks like Bryant.
I mean,
McKinney.
you seen him.
He does.
You just seen the highlights of him, dunking.
he's
As
a
a high
basketball
school
player.
kid. So
I think one thing he's very quick and nimble. I think he needs to get a little bit better blocking in space, maybe improve his awareness a little bit. But I don't have a ton of knocks for this guy.
yeah, no, not many at all. So and one of the other things that circling back is we said that the Jets need a receiver. But before this came on, we talked about how great or how deep that the wide receiver draft is here.
And not
So
only that,
maybe you go get the tackle and a receiver.
Just see how the cards fall.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean they've got to do something though, man, because losing Robbie Anderson.
It's big.
yeah, but receivers are great. Don't get me wrong. But keeping your franchise quarterback upright is more important.
It is.
And Darnold,
but I'll be honest with you, I'm not a big Darnold fan.
I'm not
anymore,
either.
and-
But I mean, he sees ghosts on the field. You got to get a tackle out there to make it so he doesn't.
Yeah, so the Raiders pick is in, and
I'm sure they ran up there with one of these.
This
wide
is C.D.
receivers.
Lamb or Jerry Jeudy, I would have to imagine.
Man, you know how much Gruden loves quarterbacks? What if he just shocks the world and takes Love right here?
No way.
No way. I can't see
They're
it.
getting Las Vegas a shiny new wide receiver to score.
And
some
then
touchdowns.
the even scarier part about that is the pick after them.
Yeah, the Niners.
This might be the first trade.
So the San Fran gets either Jerry Jeudy or C.D. Lamb. That's
if they
bullshit.
Want, if they want, they may trade out of this.
Look at that stadium, man.
Loves Henry Ruggs. Loves.
Does he?
Yes.
Troy's saying that John Lynch loves Henry Ruggs, and Henry Ruggs is super fast, but I just don't see the fit with
Jimmy
Garoppolo.
G. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see Judy fitting with Garoppolo more than.
Yeah, so if I'm the Raiders here, look at Mike Mayock. He's jumping to the ceiling. He's so happy.
This guy was the guy that was wrong on the Browns pick, but he was right on everything else. I'm surprised. It is a wide receiver, but it's not either of the ones we thought it was.
I know. I think
Justin Jefferson.
No,
Chenault.
no, it's Ruggs.
Oh wow.
Troy just called it.
Ruggs.
Troy just said that who is it, Gruden? Said Gruden loves Henry Ruggs. Troy, props, man, if you called that.
Hey, just to point out, Mayock's doing some cool things there with the Vegas Raiders, but man, I miss him on draft day. I really liked Mayock calling drafts.
Yeah. Wow. What a shocker. I'm shocked right now.
Hey, Swayze said Al Davis comes back from the dead and takes Ruggs here because Al Davis just loves dudes that are fast. Shout out to
Pick
Swayze.
is in. Let's
That's
hear it.
absolutely true.
Austin's guy was wrong last time, so.
Does Daniel Jeremiah know what he's talking about? I mean, he does, but
There are many first evers that are part of this draft, including the first ever official draft selection by the Las Vegas Raiders. And I've got it right here. So with the 12th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Henry Ruggs,
Wow.
wide receiver, Alabama.
That is a,
Congratulations, Raiders.
ladies and gentlemen, that is a speed
So
demon.
surprised too, like, what?
There's some
I
speed.
cannot believe that Henry Ruggs just went in front of CeeDee Lamb.
The Raiders in that speed,
Wow.
man. Is this Darius Hayward Bay 2.0?
2.0. That's a great.
Hey, John Ross
player.
was very fast too, and he hasn't panned out.
Yep, it is.
I think there's a couple different receivers that could have been better. but
I had Henry Ruggs as my 20th overall player. You know, well behind CeeDee Lamb
I think
and
he's
Jerry
my
Jeudy.
fifth wide receiver,
Um,
fourth or fifth wide receiver.
I had him
behind-
fourth.
behind Judy.
he is
Lamb,
he's 5'11",
Jefferson.
5'11", 188 pounds.
John
the
Ross.
dude is fast. Listen, this dude ran a 4.27 40. So you can see what they fell in love with, and that being speed and
Good
you
on
know
the
playing the Chiefs and seeing Tyreek Hill and all that. But and they're celebrating it. I mean, that's the kind of shit that can get you fired.
Yeah, and I mean he returned some kicks, at Bama. Very good on jet sweeps. I think he lets too many balls hit his chest. From what I've seen, he doesn't catch with his hands quite enough. But world class speed. The more I sit here and look at it, he's reminding me of John Ross.
That's what he says. He's putting the Ouija board away now.
So he's putting the Ouija board away.
So here, what are the? I mean, the Niners. Did they really expect to have Judy or Lamb to choose from?
Man, no
Not even
shit.
that. The pick after that, the already
They did.
loaded
I
Tampa
told
Bay
you.
Bucks.
The Bucks.
I
Troy
told
called it.
you.
That is fucking insane.
They're salivating right now.
Oh, yeah. That, or are they looking at Tristan Wirfs? That
That
was.
offensive line's not bad.
I'm not talking about the 49ers. I'm talking the Bucks. Let's not jump ahead of ourselves. But 49ers, this has to be receiver, right?
Or a trade. This might be we finally might be getting our first trade.
49ers needs a wide receiver, an offensive lineman, a defensive lineman, a quarterback, and safety.
This is Jerry Judy.
So Troy says this is Jerry Jeudy, and he hit it last time.
I think
think
Jerry
CD.
Jeudy makes a lot
I
of
think
sense
Jerry Jeudy makes a lot of sense here too, because they're trying to get rid of Marquise Goodwin. He wants out apparently. So yeah, I think Jerry Jeudy goes here, and Tampa
Al
Bay
Shanahan's,
gets.
draft office. He was the game was on of Jerry Judy's highlights against Mississippi State.
And what?
In Kyle Shanahan's office.
So
They
in-
did a tour.
So when the tour was going on at San Francisco, highlights of Jerry Jeudy was on Kyle Shanahan's, the head coach's computer. So it would seem like maybe that's where the 49ers are going, unless they trade out like Austin said, but
If
yet
they
to
stay
see a
put-
trade yet.
If they stay put, I'm leaning Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah.
But a trade here is not going to surprise me at all.
I don't know.
Where's Jay?
Huh?
Where's Jay Gruden at?
He's in Jacksonville.
I was just playing.
That just makes me wonder though, man. I just can't believe that Henry Ruggs went.
Yeah.
I mean, this is crazy to me.
What's crazy about the Henry Ruggs though is that Henry Ruggs ran a 4.27, and he said in the combine and only had 12 deep receptions, which is 20 yards or plus down the field.
Yeah,
His whole college career.
that's
Wow.
insane for a guy so fast.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
The Al Davis thing's just killing me from Swayze. Man.
Being a homer here, I want to go back to our orange and brown. Odell and Jedrick Wills are already going back and forth on Twitter.
In a good way or a bad
Oh,
way?
yeah, going
Okay.
a good way. Odell said, I guess he's got to be cool with a Bama boy now.
Yeah.
And Jedrick said, just let me know how long you need to finish your routes. So we're already building some chemistry. I like it.
It's so. I'm shocked that there hasn't been a trade yet.
I'm very
We're 12
shocked.
picks in, and we don't have one trade.
What was the last time we I think Schefter just said first time since 15 that we didn't see a top 10 trade.
Yeah.
So
I don't know, man. A lot of times taking off there. Are they fighting between a receiver, or are they going to?
I mean, I don't think they thought that they were going to have.
Yeah, the options.
Yeah, I don't think that they've seen the options here. So, if you're the 49ers here, you said you guys are going.
there we go.
Jerry
We got a
Jeudy.
trade.
A trade is in. Who
Austin
traded
called
up
the
here?
trade.
The 49ers are sliding back with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
What?
Wow.
They must have been
One
real.
spot.
One spot. So
Any
they-
compensation look on that?
Not yet.
I'm sure it'll be a minute.
So it makes me wonder if there was another team trying to jump in front of Tampa,
What?
or does Tampa want Tristan Wirfs here? Maybe it's that.
It could be worse. That makes sense.
Wirfs makes a lot of sense here to
I
Tampa.
don't see them trading up for a receiver. You've got Chris Godwin. You've got Mike Evans. You've got Gronk. I don't see.
Yeah, I don't see it neither. I don't feel like they need any more weapons.
Yeah, I mean, they must have loved somebody. I mean, did John Lynch pull a Sonny Weaver from draft day and say, "I got the key right now. I'm taking him. If you want him, make me an offer." I mean, one spot.
The Niners are apparently the kings of getting people to jump up one spot because they got the
And then-
Chicago to jump
Yeah.
up for Mitch Trubisky.
And then what? Grabbing maybe a 4th or 5th pick.
If that, I'm not sure how much this will take.
I mean, they grab an extra pick and still get their pick at a receiver. So why is Tampa on there twice? Are they going all in this year?
They didn't. I don't know. They got to update.
My
that, right?
God. What if they get fucking CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy here, dude? What the fuck?
No way.
No way.
That would be insane.
Are you seeing anything, Austin? Because
Everyone's saying you got to think this is it for a tackle. San Francisco's getting 14 and 117. So what is that? 4th round or 3rd round? 3rd round.
no, 117
It's
is
3rd round.
Yeah, I think it's third.
Yeah, that's a 3rd round pick for 13 and a 7th pick. So
Wow.
they got a third. They netted a third out of that,
yeah.
Wow.
I mean, that's to
Good
move
for
one,
them.
one spot.
and you grab it.
So Tampa wanted somebody pretty bad here. I think it's Tristan Wirfs.
got-
Swayze's the Bucks fan. He's saying he doesn't know what the hell they're doing.
This got to be a tackle, Swayze. This
Yeah.
tells me Tristan Wirfs.
I'm seeing
There's one
Why would you trade ahead of Sam Fran?
one elite
Yeah, was-
lineman here, and it's got to be Tristan Wirfs.
Was San Fran a threat to take him?
Yeah, they just know.
No, I don't think so.
Right. So why move on?
And the Bucks pick is in here, so
Bruce Arians been drinking pain again.
Favor handed out later in the season or something. We'll take on one of your guys' side.
Oh, that's kind of confusing to me. I'm not.
yeah. So I'm saying this has to be Wirfs, right? Or are you guys sticking to the receiver?
I don't think that they. I don't know. I would think that they would trade up to get their receiver because I don't think San Fran was a threat to take Wirfs there. Right?
But unless somebody else was trying to get up there, and that's why
Yeah,
that's
they-
why the compensation is so high, such as a third round
They
pick.
could have said, "Hey, I got such and such on the line,"
and played them.
very
They
well,
probably-
very
They
well could
probably
have.
played them because they're
probably
known to
played
do
'em.
so.
That sounds about right.
Thank you. So I think it's Tristan Wirfs. I'm going Tristan Wirfs.
Swayze says all the mocks say the Bucks take a tackle. So.
Yeah, and I'm with them. I mean, you just got Tom Brady in. You got to keep the old man upright.
Yep.
You already got Gronkowski, Godwin, and Evans. I don't think you need.
You're not giving up a 3 to go get another wide receiver.
Right, yeah. I don't think you do that. I think they would have settled on a different guy.
Right.
I think you're right, Chad. I think it's worse they want, and they said, "Listen, somebody's trading up for him right now, whether that be true or not." And the Bucks said, "Well, hold on, I'll give you a third
Pick
swap
is
me
in-
picks."
It is indeed Tristan Wirfs.
Makes sense.
That makes sense. Tristan
for
Wirfs.
the second
is the
time, I'm
pick.
calling Tristan Wirfs officially.
Yeah. And that makes more
Not the same
sense.
guy?
You know,
Yeah, I got there's some blue check marks this time.
Okay, there we go.
trade up and get the guy. This is the last big tackle on the board.
Yeah.
Now you get down to after Becton, you got the Josh Jones and
Right, it gets a little bit less
Ezra
clear.
Cleveland and players like that. But this makes
I like
a lot
Ezra
more
Cleveland.
sense.
I actually do like Ezra Cleveland, but we'll get to that later.
The only thing that scares me about him is Boise not playing the elite
Top tier
competition.
competition, yeah.
Yeah, so San Francisco gets a third round pick and is still going to have, and here's the Bucks pick.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Caldwell, and thank you to all of our service members for your courage and sacrifice on behalf of our country. The San Francisco 49ers have traded the 13th pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. With the 13th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Tristan Wirfs, tackle, Iowa.
I would like to know why he fell. You know, and he didn't. I mean, it's 13, so he didn't fall a ton. But I'd like to know what happened here.
I don't know. I don't know if people share the same concerns I do, or I mean, yeah, 13's not super far, but I mean, those Iowa guys don't miss much. I don't know, man. Something about it from looking into him, something about it just didn't sit right with me. This was cool. He did roll out the red carpet for his mom in the front yard. That's very cool.
Yeah.
Since he kind of missed his red carpet moment. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if people think maybe he is a combine warrior. If there was just traits that they didn't like too much about him. I'm not really sure. I know he kind of struggled inside against the counter, like I had said. Struggles to redirect back inside if he kind of oversets himself. And then there was some write-ups that I saw that see more pro potential for him at guard.
Yeah.
With a tackle on the other side to help him out. So I don't know that Tampa takes him here to do that though.
No, they've got a nasty guard and Ollie Marpet. Is that right?
Yeah, they're kind of set there. So he's going to play tackle.
My comparison for Tristan Wirfs was Isaiah Wynn of the Patriots.
Yeah.
That's when I watched him. That's who he reminded me most of. And Isaiah Wynn, look, I mean, this dude is a freak. I mean,
There's no questioning his athletic ability.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened though. Usually when a player falls a little bit like this, when they're expected to go, higher than they did, they had him projected at 4 and a lot of shit.
Yeah.
So I'd like to know why he even took this 9 position slide there.
I don't know. If there's one guy, I mean, Tom Brady gets the ball out so fast. He's not a quarterback who panics and holds the ball. So
yeah,
I mean that will definitely help Wirfs.
Wirfs just with that strength, just push him back.
Right. So we'll see. Yeah.
Wow.
What an offseason for Tampa Bay.
Wow. I mean, it don't matter. You're with Tampa Bay. You can't hate any of this shit.
No.
I mean, dude, you just got Tom Brady and Rob Gronkowski.
And one of the biggest freaks in the draft. What a move by the 49ers, though. Can we talk about John Lynch a little bit?
Tacking on a third, man? Wow.
And still getting your pick at wide receiver?
How could you be even... And John Lynch was a great safety for the Bucks.
Yeah, he fleeced his old team.
But not only that, as good as the safety he was, dude, he's a fucking great GM,
phenomenal
too, man.
GM. He hasn't missed yet.
The dude is legit.
Yeah.
And he moves back a pick. And probably had no idea he was still going to have... He probably just needed a little more time. Like, fuck. I didn't think both these receivers was going to be on... I was going to take who was left after the Raiders took the other one. Mm-hmm. So he probably needed a little more time to look into CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy, if I had to guess.
You get more time to make your decision and a third rounder. Wow.
Can't be mad at that.
So, but this is the move, right? Or are they looking to trade back again?
I know Denver was in on a wide receiver. Yep. Denver wants a receiver to help their young guy, Drew Lock. Yeah. I just got to report the Browns were never expecting Jedrick Wills to be there at 10. They thought he was going to be long gone. Mm-hmm. So interesting tidbit. But there's no way they get another team to move up one spot, right? Denver is no way that they're trading up for one spot.
I don't think so.
You would think that San Francisco bought themselves a little bit of time.
Yeah, to decide which one they want.
To decide, call each other and say, hey, we knew we were going to take who was left. But now we've got to do a little bit more research here.
Yeah, it's...
And who makes the most sense? We all agree Jerry Jeudy here, right? This is one of the teams where we're like...
Jerry Jeudy.
Because are we all in agreement that we think that CeeDee Lamb is the better receiver?
I think so, but
who'd you say, Troy? Did you say Jeudy?
Jerry Jeudy is because he reminds me of Odell Beckham so much. He's so crispy and
he likes his route running. I just like the playmaking and overall ability
that CeeDee Lamb, yeah.
Lamb
so I think it's hard to go wrong.
I like CeeDee Lamb here, but for this particular pick, Jerry Jeudy makes a little bit more sense.
He does kind of seem like he would fit that Shanahan system a little bit more, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Get the ball out of Jimmy's hands quick on like a slant and take off
slants, quick
upfield.
outs, yeah.
And if it is Jerry Jeudy, the best route runner in the draft by far. I mean, both of these guys graded out so well for me that I just can't believe that they're still there.
That's what I was saying. I really don't think they can go wrong here.
No, either if they take one of these receivers, if one of these receivers is the pick, it's a great pick.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I just can't. I'm just trying to think about who I'd rather have, and it's very close. I don't think they can go wrong.
As a Niner, I definitely think I would rather have Jerry Jeudy.
I think so too. Just for that
Just what
quick
you
system.
said, the RPOs, the quick slants.
Don't put too much on Jimmy's plate because I'm still
Or a
iffy
minute.
on that.
Or at the same time, you do have that bailout option with CD Lamb of
Throw it up.
Throw it up.
Throw it
yeah.
up.
You make the play.
Yeah, there's like I said, there's fits for both sides.
Okay. Ian Rappaport got me a little excited. He's just going over compensation for the last trade.
Okay. So let's compare the two. Jerry Jeudy, 6'1", 192 pounds. 4.45 40. Great route runner and finds the ball. That's what I have for Jerry Jeudy. For CD Lamb, I had 6'3", 195 pounds. Does it all. My favorite wide receiver in the draft.
He's got great snap at the top of his routes. Is something I noticed.
and when I say that you can't go wrong here, my comparisons for both these guys. So for Jerry Jeudy, my comparison is Antonio Brown. Not the fucking crazy, fucked up Antonio Brown throwing dicks at cops.
Him a goal.
And then my comparison for CeeDee Lamb is DeAndre Hopkins. So I don't think you can go wrong with DeAndre Hopkins or Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
And the pick is in. The 49ers did make the pick. And Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are smiling ear to ear.
This is kind of cool. They got
They're
like
about
the
to just
kids
release
there.
Goodwin.
Yeah, no shit at this point. Let him walk.
Oh, man. When you were looking to build a franchise, this is the team you look at.
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, Lynch hasn't missed on a pick since he's been there.
Not a high pick, anyway.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, first round pick. CD Lamb and Pizza Hut, I like it.
I was thinking the same thing, Troy.
And they continue to show CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy to
Neither of them look excited yet.
Yeah, we said that about Tua though, and he was picked. So maybe
I
they got
think
a
they-
poker face.
Jerry
Oh,
Jeudy.
there's the phone.
Jerry Jeudy.
Oh, shit. Jerry Jeudy could be the pick here.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I think that's the better one.
Oh. They did not select a wide receiver.
Wow.
What?
Javon Kinlaw.
They're adding to the defensive line.
What?
Well,
Another.
who'd they just trade
Because
to
they
Indy?
They traded
Buckner.
DeForest Buckner.
Wow.
They re-signed
Or was it
Armstead,
Armstead? Yeah.
No, Armstead resigned.
Armstead re-signed and they traded Buckner.
Giant, yeah.
Holy shit. So Javon Kinlaw, the notes that I took on this guy is crazy. He is a defensive tackle out of South Carolina. And here's the pick real quick, and I'll go over that.
Let us see what San Francisco did. They moved one slot back so Tampa could move up. Where is San Francisco going?
With the 14th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Javon Kinlaw, defensive tackle.
That
South Carolina.
shocks me.
I thought for sure.
You just lost Emmanuel Sanders. You're about to trade Goodwin. Now, don't get me wrong. Deebo Samuel was great.
He was great.
But you could have added to that with a George Kittle. But this is what they continue to do. The 49ers just beat you at the line.
Yeah,
They
absolutely.
just I mean, watch the Browns game. God, man, Baker got ate alive.
Oh, it's horrible.
But like I said, this is what they do. So my notes here, going back to that on Javon Kinlaw. Like I said, defensive tackle, South Carolina. He's 6'5", 320 pounds, and I capitalized every letter when I said tank. This dude is a fucking tank and has some of the biggest potential in this draft to be great. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if he becomes like a Hall of Famer type great.
You know who he reminds me of?
This kid is he's a little bit raw around the edges, but man, when you watch these highlights like you guys are about to, watch how strong he is. I mean, he's getting comparisons to Richard Seymour.
Not bad.
But dude, this kid he's phenomenal.
He reminds me of Stephon Tuitt.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
From Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
I
see a lot of Stephon Tuitt as well.
Stephon Tuitt and the rest of that 49ers defense.
I mean, watch this dude get off the ball and look how big he is.
Watch
man.
him drive back the defenders.
I mean, if you run in the middle, he clogs the hole. I mean, he explodes the hole.
He's got to get a little better against angle blocks and double teams, I think. But man, he drives defenders back as soon as he shoots off the ball. He's very good at getting out of single blocks in the run game and locating the ball.
So
sometimes I say he played down to lesser teams a little bit.
Well, yeah, but I see, and that's what I was going to go to. So the thing that I noticed about him when I was watching is it almost looked like he took not only plays off, but it almost looked like he took games off.
Like, oh, this is just
and being in South Carolina, you can't do that in the SEC.
Well, they said another concern was his knees. I guess his knees aren't as sturdy as one would like.
You would like him to be.
I think that Dallas wanted Kinlaw. I think this was Dallas's hope was Kinlaw was going to be there.
Yeah.
And, this was unexpected. This is why, I tweeted out you can't take everything that you hear or see on Twitter with too much, man, because we haven't even seen a trade yet. We're 14 picks in.
Well,
That brings you back. You were right. You had talked on an earlier episode. You said look out for some surprises, some guys going to places that you didn't expect. You hadn't heard them linked to each other,
right?
Because of the way that the offseason's gone with the virus and all that stuff. So you were dead on with that. There's been a few guys here where we didn't see it at all.
Right? Yeah. Like Broncos ran to the podium.
They're pumped about the wide receivers that are on the board.
Yeah.
'Cause they were going to trade up for a wide receiver.
And to the Broncos, this needs to be CeeDee Lamb.
100% agree.
Yeah.
Drew
They
Lock has got
already
it.
have the get up and go guy, Sutton. Would you want to?
That's true too. They do have Sutton there.
Hamilton, who's a big up and guy too.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like I said, I'm bigger on CeeDee Lamb here. Just kind of want to hit on the 49ers there again real quick, man. Just wow, another addition to the defensive line. Holy shit!
Enjoy.
And added a 3rd round pick.
Yeah, and they got a 3rd round pick to do it.
That's insane.
Broncos,
So we're going to the Broncos.
Broncos
So
pick is in. It's not the wide receiver we thought, but it is a wide receiver. They're selecting Alabama, Jerry Jeudy.
Jerry Jeudy goes before CeeDee Lamb here, and Troy said, they had the big time receiver in Cortland Sutton, and they go with the route runner here with Jerry Jeudy.
And he's a guy that I think fits Drew Lock good too, because Drew Lock's another guy I think he wants to get the ball out quick, short, accurate stuff, and move up the field.
And the Broncos have been kind of silent this offseason, but they've made 2 big moves that I love.
Real big.
They get Melvin Gordon.
Yeah.
I mean, they add Melvin Gordon to now with Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton, and they trade for all-pro defensive tackle. I think they had to go up a 7th round pick for Jarrell Casey.
Yeah, that
of
was
the
insane.
Tennessee Titans, and I that's one I couldn't believe. So I really like what Denver's doing here, and it looks like they're kind of building from the trenches. But here's the time where you need to get your young quarterback Drew Lock some help, and they've went out and did that. They added Melvin Gordon, and now they add Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah, things are looking good, man. I like Drew Lock. He was somebody I was hoping maybe the
And here's the
Bengals would
pick
take a
real
look
quick.
at last year.
The Denver Broncos are sitting here at 15, and we've only had one wide receiver go off the board. John with the power flex right there. Give me all the Super Bowl trophies, put them over there, and make it a wide shot so everybody can see.
Flexing a little bit.
A good friend of mine said when you have the opportunity
He's a cocky
to
son of a
stunt,
bitch.
and John Elway just did that. Then,
3
of
Super
course,
Bowls in a row
there's
for
Vic
Broncos.
Fangio waiting to go into his 2nd season as the Broncos head coach. The pick is in for the Denver Broncos. Let's see where the Denver Broncos go.
With the 15th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jerry Jeudy, wide receiver.
Jerry Judy's the
Good
pick.
pick.
Congratulations, Jerry.
Yeah, so just continue to love what they're doing there in Denver.
Yeah, I mean they show belief in Locke, and I think that's probably a good thing, especially when you're in the middle range there and probably out on on one of the top quarterback prospects to change your mind from it. But yeah, man, the run game's better. They got a good, route running receiver to go with Sutton, like you had said. I'm pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I think it's nice for him. Now we go to the 16th pick in the draft here, and this is the Atlanta Falcons. Now, we have been hearing rumblings all week that this team was trying. They looked into all the way to Washington at pick 2, trying to get up.
Is this where Chason goes?
Yeah, so this is what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking this right here is where Chason goes here. Clavon Chason, LSU, edge rusher. You lose Vic Beasley, and you lose Adrian Claiborne to the Browns.
I forgot about that.
Edge rusher here makes the most sense, and I think that's why they looked in to try and trade up to 2, because I think they wanted Chase Young, but it was going to be too much. So I think that they just stick to where they're at here and take Clavon Chason.
And that's fair because that's a king's ransom to go get Chase Young out of Washington's hands. So Chason makes a lot of sense here. What other needs did you really have down for them? Because corner was one. I thought that they may go after Drake or Patrick actually after the Bengals.
Yeah,
corner was there.
I have a defensive back, linebacker, defensive line, offensive line, and running back. Even though that they did get Todd Gurley, but so I don't think they go there. Maybe they get one to help Todd Gurley, like what the Rams had to do. So. So this to me here says Clavon Chason.
Yeah, I think that they like I said, they get to stay pat. They don't give up anything. They're not mortgaging the franchise. They still get a solid edge rusher. Obviously not a Chase Young type, but Chason would be my pick here if I was Atlanta.
And they lose? Obviously they lose Devontae. Where did Devontae Freeman go? Has he even been picked up yet? I'm not sure that.
I'm not sure.
Devontae Freeman.
I'm not sure Freeman did get picked up.
But they did sign Todd Gurley, so
here's the thing that I'm starting to wonder a little bit as I'm sitting here and I'm looking at the picks. We're on pick 16, but and I don't want to jump. I just want to hit on this for a second. But at pick 17, you think the Cowboys are maybe regretting a little bit of paying Amari Cooper with CD Lamb sitting there?
Maybe, dude. $100 million. CD Lamb's gonna make like $5 million a year or something.
Yeah.
Too, so you might be looking
they might be looking to replace Byron Jones here, like Troy said. That's a good point.
So, and I'm wondering here, like I said, you got Josh Jones still on the board here. So they do need some linemen, and then obviously with the Dolphins coming up, you think maybe they're hoping maybe there's a Josh Jones or Ezra Cleveland coming up here.
I think if either one of them sitting there, then they should be pretty happy.
Yeah.
But with the Falcons, Chason or the Penn State Gross.
I struggle with his last name a little bit.
We'll say the Penn State edge guy.
The Penn State edge rusher.
One of those two are.
So the next 3 guys that I have, the best 3 guys I have best on my big board here, is obviously CD Lamb.
Yeah.
And Xavier McKinney, the safety from Bama. And then right here when maybe do they reach out here and maybe go Kenneth Murray, the linebacker from Oklahoma.
I heard nothing but great. Pick is in. Touched on Murray real quick. I heard nothing but great things about him character-wise, too. Like some people said that there was no player they liked character-wise in the draft more than Murray.
Right. So what's your prediction here? Are they? You said Clavon Chason. Yeah.
I like Chason, but I also would not be shocked to see Gross Matos or however the hell.
Yeah. When we say that's the Penn State edge rusher. This is the part of the draft where shit starts getting weird.
It is really interesting here.
So when I was doing my research, I knew we were only going to do the first round. So I did 50 guys. I did my top 50. I didn't necessarily get deep into this draft.
It's kind of more
so
so.
So if some guys start coming in here that I don't know nothing about, that's why.
I think one of you guys just said who this pick is. I've got the pick here.
Is it a corner?
Who is it? Who's the pick?
Terrell.
Yeah,
Okay, AJ Terrell. Yeah. Okay. So they went defensive back.
The
See Utah State? Because I know other guys. Utah.
No, AJ Terrell is Clemson.
That was one of my prop bet for the draft.
You might not like my comparison for him, but
Go ahead.
he reminds me a lot of Drake Kirkpatrick.
6'1", 190 pounds.
Tall, slender.
He here's the thing about him. He tackles great for a corner.
Yeah,
107 tackles in 3 years.
Yeah, he tackles very well. I think that he kind of struggles to hit the brakes and come back downhill to the balls thrown in front of him. But a very good back pedal, kind of a brief pause in his plant and drive, but I think he can clean that up. Like you said, a great tackler, a good blitzer from corner as well.
Yeah.
Something I noticed a little bit on him.
A lot of he
had a real bad game in that
you
championship
see him
game,
tackle a kind of like Trey Waynes.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
but the guy that he reminded me the most of was Darius Slay. I see some Darius Slay.
That's
in
fair.
Him. And with a lot of potential there. Obviously, Darius Slay's a damn good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cornerback. That's the guy I see
Well,
as a comparison
think
here.
about the division he's coming into.
Yeah, that's right.
You got
Yeah.
Chris Godwin and Mike Evans. You got Michael Thomas and Emmanuel Sanders. I mean, that division is.
Yeah, and
And Mike Thomas is a guy with the size, so that tall, slender will match up well,
Yeah.
in theory.
so it's kind of that's out there though. I thought for sure they were going to go chasing.
Yeah.
I did too.
I didn't think that Terrell would go this early.
I didn't either. I think this is a little early for him.
Yeah, I think you probably could have traded back here, honestly, if that was really your
A
guy.
couple spots here, and now you're.
Now Miami is for sure getting Ezra Cleveland or Josh Jones on the board.
What if CD Lamb's sitting there for Miami,
You take him.
and you just got Tua?
100%.
Wow.
I mean,
You don't get to reunite him with his boy, but you get damn near as good. Well,
Devontae Parker really came on last year.
Well, that receivers coach in Miami is solid. I forget what his name is, but Miami's receiver coach is
Didn't
solid.
He come to Cleveland?
Oh, he did come to Cleveland.
Came to Cleveland.
Yeah, that's right. He did.
He
And
went to Miami from New England.
here's the pick for the Falcons.
Let's find out what they're doing.
Here's your team. With the 16th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select A.J. Terrell, defensive back, Clemson.
Because Dallas already did the Cooper deal, right?
Yeah, $100 million for
So they're not
Amari
going
Cooper.
receiver here.
So here's my thing. Let's talk a little bit about Dallas.
Because A.J. Terrell's gone. There's no DB unless they go safety.
Jalen Johnson, dude. Utah.
Yeah.
Big
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah, I mean, you got Xavier McKinney out there.
Yeah.
I still have Trayvon Diggs, Christian Felton, and then
Jeff
Jalen
Heath
Johnson.
is still starting for them.
So let's talk a little bit about Dallas here. Like we said, they pay Zeke. We all kind of feel the same way about running backs. We're not big on paying running backs unless you're a special kind. Like we've all said, there's
only a few guys.
3-4 guys that we would pay. You guys
Agreed.
wouldn't, but I would pay Zeke. I just feel like he blocks. He does it all.
He's
He does it all.
Yeah.
But they have to be wondering here, about CD Lamb. I mean, don't you?
Him and Cooper,
You get Cooper and you get CD Lamb here.
that'd be dangerous.
They could use some linebacker help.
They could
though.
use a tight end, and there's only one good one.
I don't know. I think they should take Love here. I think he's better than Dak. I think Dak's horrible.
Yeah, I do not think that they should pay Dak
No, get
a dime.
get Love right here. Get rid of that money. He'd be in just as good a position,
That's
I
true
don't know.
too.
I don't
if
know.
not better.
Love-
They're not going to. Don't get me
Yeah.
wrong, but I think they should. But I'm personally just not a Dak guy.
I don't think that.
I don't like Dak. I just not for the money he wants.
No, not at all.
I mean, if you can get him on a I guess a $20 million deal, I mean,
Like
you
a
have to
Dalton
pay-
deal
right,
where you
yeah.
can get out of it.
Yeah, and then it makes sense then. But Jerry Jones has been known to take the best player in the draft,
Yeah.
and the best player on the board right now is CD Lamb.
Man, if you're gonna roll with Dak, you can give him a lot of weapons.
Then
there.
couldn't
Just-
you try and trade Amari Cooper later on, maybe like a next year or something. I mean, that contract is crazy, but
he's gonna have to earn that contract, I think, before somebody puts out a trade for him.
Dallas. See, my thing is this with Dallas, and we've talked about this on the podcast before. All of us have. If they would have gotten Brady,
oh my God,
we're talking about a Super Bowl team.
Absolutely.
So you know they did have the center retire.
Yeah, Travis Frederick.
Do they look at maybe a Michigan? Do they look at
Caesar
Ruiz here?
Cesar Ruiz, I actually compared to Travis Frederick. Actually, that was my comparison. So that wouldn't shock me here either, man. I really like Ruiz. He can kick out and play guard too, but they would obviously play him right at center.
You know, they know that what it takes to have the line there. So I'm wondering, you know, maybe they go lineman here. Let's see their needs. Edge, cornerback, offensive lineman, receiver, tight end.
So then maybe they go it. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I see him going edge here.
And Mike McCarthy, the new coach in town here.
That's a good
I'm
point.
going out on a limb here. I don't think Jerry Jones can handle it. I think this is CeeDee Lamb.
I think Jerry's the guy where it's like it's there,
Shiny.
it's shiny, it's
Yeah.
new, and he just can't resist that urge to get it. It's sexy. Jerry Jones likes the sexy thing.
Or the only other one I see, maybe a Josh Jones, the Houston tackle.
I do think Ruiz makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Ruiz or a Cole Kmet, the tight end from Notre Dame. Those are the four I see
Ooh,
going
Cole
here.
Kmet could, yeah.
Witten decided to stay another year, right? Witten's playing another year?
Witten went to
Witten's
Vegas.
a Vegas
Oh,
Raider.
that's right. Oh, that is right. So he is playing another year.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's playing another year just in Vegas, which is weird to me.
Very
and
weird.
and the clock's going down here on the Cowboys. They're under 2 minutes.
Anyway, they're looking at a move here?
Somebody might want to come get that receiver. What about the Raiders? What if the Raiders
are only 2 picks away.
And CeeDee Lamb?
going into Vegas? You bring all these nice shiny toys.
A brand new stadium.
Yeah.
Rams, bro.
You got to sell jerseys and tickets.
Got rid of Brendan Cooks.
Rams do need a receiver.
We're gonna get T. Higgins.
This is going to be interesting.
Jared getting a little gut on him.
This
He started eating him.
this pick is very interesting.
It
to
is.
Me.
There's probably 3 or 4 ways you could see it going. Oh, that smile on Jerry made it look like he just got a new toy because the pick is
Yeah,
in.
the pick is in here,
Why not?
and
He's pretty excited.
And you keep a Texas boy in Texas, and I think everybody's a little tired or a little bit happy here.
Yeah, that's true too.
So, what are you seeing, Austin?
Got nothing yet.
I see you scrolling. Mike McCarthy looks happy with whoever it is. I think that they wanted. I thought they really wanted Javon Kinlaw here. I feel like that was going to be the pick.
I
I
would
agree.
be surprised that Ruiz, Lamb, Chasen, if they went
Yeah.
to put him on the other side of Lawrence.
I think here if this isn't CeeDee Lamb, I think Miami should take him.
The pick is
Me too.
in, and it is CeeDee Lamb.
Jerry couldn't help
He
himself,
couldn't help
man.
himself.
He couldn't help
He
it.
couldn't help himself.
Steal, dude.
CeeDee
What-
Lamb is 17. I didn't see that.
I mean, wow. I mean,
You take that.
jeez, man. Wow.
And all that.
Look at that. And this is, I mean, this is why, they're forcing these quarterbacks now. Like, hey, I'm giving you all these weapons. What can you do with it? Like,
Good.
There's no,
Especially a guy like Dak. Good.
there's no reason right here for Dak.
And this could be a play by Jerry where he's going to say, I'm going to give you Amari back. I'm going to get you CeeDee Lamb. You got Zeke. You got a good line. They may need to address the center position. He said, play under this franchise tag and show me something if
Yeah.
you want this long-term deal.
Yeah.
And,
else?
and
What
good
else?
for him if that's the case.
Yeah, no. Here's the
else?
pick.
Let's find out where they go. With the 17th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select CeeDee Lamb, wide receiver, Oklahoma.
And I think CeeDee Lamb's just as happy with that.
Oh, I would be ecstatic.
Yeah, this is the best player in the draft here. This guy reminds me of DeAndre Hopkins. I love everything about CeeDee Lamb, man.
I got a question here, boy.
Tim Durr, you still with us? The Dolphins are up.
What'd you say?
Why did the Philadelphia not trade up to this pick and try to get CeeDee?
Yeah,
That's a
I think
good
Philly
point.
had to trade up to try to get one of these receivers. But I think that
And
I think they may go somewhere else.
CD looks pissed.
A lot of these guys don't look super stoked to get drafted.
I think he thought he was going higher.
Maybe.
You get that slide, and then everything's just disappointing at that point.
So, I mean, we're looking at the highlights here for CD Lamb, and this guy's just so smooth, man. I mean, it just has DeAndre Hopkins all over it. Great hands.
Great hands, yeah.
He just can pinpoint the ball. He tracks the ball. He goes up and gets the ball. He's everything you want in a receiver.
Yeah, and a thing I like about him, too, is he's very elusive, and he breaks a good amount of tackles, too.
Yeah.
And gets those yards after catch and can get some yards after contact. I mean, you see him on the screen if you're watching. He's making dudes miss left and right. Well, look at those moves, man.
Wow.
We got a little over 6 minutes left here. So Miami gets their quarterback. They take Tua. Where do they go from here?
They may go with one of the tackles now, the Josh Jones. Maybe Ezra Cleveland slides up here. I would think, man. I mean, you got your quarterback, right? Protect him. Get the left tackle.
Yeah.
Unless they don't have a first round value on any of the tackles. I mean, that could be so. It's getting kind of toward the end of it, but
I mean, you got them. You got the tackles, and you also have your Michigan boy. I mean, interior line helps too.
yeah, I mean, interior line definitely helps. But I mean, Ruiz is in the draft as a center, but he can play guard too. That's why I was hoping maybe he's around 33. The Bengals get him and put him at guard. I'd be super happy.
Yeah.
But with the run on offensive linemen we've seen, I think Ruiz could easily sneak back up here into the later first round.
Guy's just a machine putting all these guys out in first round.
They're just showing Jerry,
all
man.
those reports about him saying no scouts in the draft room with him.
Yeah,
That shiny toy sitting there. There wasn't anybody there to convince him otherwise.
yeah. You can't talk me out of this.
Yep.
What do they got? Amari, Cobb, and CD Lamb now?
Oh yeah, they did get Cobb. That's not too exciting, but
Tight end's hurting.
yeah, their tight ends hurting. But like you were saying, man, you said it on the last podcast episode, and today when we were talking, just not a great draft for tight ends, man.
Not at all.
Which makes me kind of concerned that Moss shoots up somebody's board and Cincinnati doesn't get him. But
In fact, they can get Cole Kmet, though. That's the one good one.
yeah, Kmet is clearly the best.
I'm curious as to what Miami decides to do here.
I mean,
They have to go. They have to go.
Tackle, I think.
Stay pat.
yeah, I mean,
You grab your tackle and
I'll be
you
interested
get
to
10
see.
picks.
I'll be interested to see after the draft ends. You kind of get more of the clear stories on it. Were they really that desperate to try to trade up to get Burrow, or did they have this plan the whole time? Because there's so much stuff that's a smokescreen. You never know what's right or wrong. But usually, in the days after the draft concludes, you kind of get a little bit more of a clear story on what was really going on. But man,
So they said, Adam Schefter said, in the end, Miami nor the Chargers or any other team ever made a official offer to Detroit to move up to 3.
really, I think that maybe Miami was only going to do that to try to get ammo to get Burrow because Stephen Ross loves him. So maybe Cincinnati's just like, no, man, we're taking Burrow. We told him a week ago or whatever. I mean, dude, they had a fucking commercial made right after the pick to air on ESPN. So Miami left it alone. I think Tua was the guy all along too.
Which they said that dating back to last season.
Yeah, they were going to tank for Tua. They sold the farm to tank for Tua. Maybe the owner fell in love with Burrow last year. Hard not to do. But I mean, they won a few games at the end. Flores showed some real good signs, and they're able to get Tua now. So, and they got 2 first-round picks left. So, exciting time to be a Dolphins fan.
And this is how you draft, stick to your guns.
Yeah, no, the pick is in for the Dolphins. So the pick is in.
Gotta think it's a tackle.
I think it's offensive tackle.
O-line.
Josh Jones or
anywhere.
Ezra Cleveland. That's my guess. Protect
If you had to
your
choose
fragile quarterback.
which one would you prefer?
I'd go with Jones.
Josh Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah, Houston. He was. Yeah,
I'd
He's
take the
right-
Houston
he's right
guy.
under those first tier guys.
Yeah, and like you had said earlier, I think on Cleveland is it's a little iffy in Boise. You're not playing a lot of top tier talent.
Yeah.
It's always been iffy since, I don't know, since I've been alive. They've been all. He's a good team.
Yeah, they beat Oklahoma that one year in the, I think it was the Fiesta Bowl.
So the thing about Josh Jones is he was originally recruited to Oklahoma, but then what's the old Ohio State? Oh, Herman.
Tom Herman.
Yeah,
Oh,
Tom
Herman,
Herman. What's
yeah.
that?
Oh,
So, well, that makes sense. So, sorry about that, but yeah. So, this is why that tells you Josh Jones is good enough, to play with the big dogs.
Yeah,
here.
I would think so. Looks like a good pick there, and then it gets interesting again with the Raiders. I'm calling it now. Okay, this is where John Gruden gets his new quarterback. He's not in on Carr. I think he might get love here at 19 before Sean Payton can get on the phone and start working. Not to jump ahead, sorry, but the Dolphins here, I just don't think it's anything but O-line.
I think that Justin Jefferson might be the Raiders' pick here, but I think here for I think for Miami here, I think this has got to be a tackle. This. I mean, you lost Tunzel, you just got Tua. You got to protect
It
them.
makes too much sense.
More here too, though, don't they?
They got one more.
They
after
got one
this
more. I think it's 26, 28.
but if Tua is not going to play this year, do they have to protect Tua yet?
That's true. If they're planning on redshirting him, they may not reach for a tackle right now, and they address that next year.
Pick is in for Miami. Let's hear it. We don't know this one yet.
Get your guy, Irvin. All right, the Dolphins' second draft pick is in the first round. Let's find out. Oh, we do? Okay. All right, so we got some time to figure out here what they're going to do with the Miami Dolphins, the second overall pick in the first round. They took Tua.
So we still have time on the Miami pick. Oh, this is the pick for Minka.
This is the Steelers' pick.
So I've got to pick our peers that they go tackle. Not any of the ones that we were talking about, but this guy, before draft season really began, they had this guy as high as top 5. And it's Austin Jackson out of USC.
Man, I have seen a
who the
lot
Dolphins
about
That's who the
him.
Dolphins are going with.
Okay.
I've actually seen a lot of good stuff about him. I
have him rated behind Josh Jones
did too.
and Ezra Cleveland, but he was like the last one of in my top 50. So now I only have
right
two
there,
more
French.
linemen, and here's the pick.
Well, damn, Goodell just gave it away.
18th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Austin Jackson, tackle, USC.
You know what just happened?
Well, you get your quarterback and then you protect him. So
Man, he looks pumped.
that's how you that's how you build a team.
That's how you build. Absolutely.
Everyone in that room was tall.
And then the good thing for Austin Jackson and even for Tua is that he's going to play a year, get some experience going against these NFL pass rushers before Tua's on the field.
Right.
Yeah, that could be very, very valuable there. If they redshirt him, man, I don't know. You got a number 1 pick quarterback, and Fitzpatrick doesn't, turn on. The fans might start calling for Tua's head, like you said.
yeah,
but
that
I think
always
as an
happens.
organization, you have to refuse. I think he just needs that year.
Yeah. So, did you hear about the story with Austin Jackson here?
Yeah, he had donated his bone marrow to a young girl that I believe had leukemia.
It was his sister.
And it's his little
So it's
sister.
his sister, and they end up matching, and he ended up going through some shit. Like his muscle was so tough that it was almost a bad procedure because
They couldn't
they
get
couldn't
to it.
get through it, and he pretty much saved his sister's life. So if not for him, his sister wouldn't even be alive.
Tells you a lot about his character.
Yeah, it tells you a lot
Yeah,
about
and,
that
those
guy.
those are the guys you like, man. So you got to think that he's going to protect Tua with all he can.
Absolutely, and he was like a fringe top 50 guy for me, just from what I was seeing. But there I don't know, there was some concern with him, but there was also a lot of upside I kept seeing. So, a USC guy has played better competition than a Boise guy or a Houston guy, so that could make sense. And if they are planning on giving Tua that redshirt year, you can maybe take a guy that's a little bit of a reach and get him a year to learn the ropes and not have to worry about him messing up and fucking with your franchise quarterback. So
I actually like this pick a lot. I like him more than Cleveland and Jones. Like I said, early on in draft season, they had this guy as high as top 5. I'm not sure what
he looks pretty quick from this film I'm seeing.
Was why he started to fall, but if I'm Tua and I'm the Dolphins, I'm happy that that's the guy holding down the left side.
And our Dolphins buddy here, Tim Combs, says best draft Miami has had in a long time. And
Hey, buddy, you got another pick coming up.
yeah, I mean, I agree so far, man. Get your quarterback because I'm a believer in Tua. So get your quarterback and protect him.
Yeah, absolutely. And we got the Eagles coming up. I've seen a couple comments from TJ Elliott and Mike Brewer here. They're excited now. They're a little bit upset that they didn't trade up. So
yeah, I was going to say TJ and Mike there. Are you mad that Philly didn't try and get up in front of Dallas and take CD? I mean,
they both seem a little pissed.
Why wouldn't they though? You wouldn't have had to give up a first next year or a second. Mm-hmm. I would imagine it would only cost you maybe a third, and to me that's worth it.
Tim just said, and this is a little bit of a jump forward, but we were on the topic of the Dolphins. Dobbins with the last pick or chasing if he's still there. Whew.
Yeah.
Flores,
Revamp
man.
the entire offense. I love Brian Flores.
I really like Brian
I can't
Flores.
get enough of Brian Flores.
That team was supposed to go 0-16 last year, and that team never stopped playing for him and won 5 games.
Yeah.
Maybe Mike Brown should have called him.
Yeah, play their hearts out for him.
Yeah.
And that just tells you a lot about him, man. Just a great coach. So the Raiders are on the clock here. They with their first pick, they take Henry Ruggs, the speed demon. So now they need a cornerback, a defensive lineman, an offensive lineman, and a linebacker. Where do you think they go here? I mean, there's still
They could go linebacker here. They could go.
Are they going Kenneth Murray? The pick is in. Here we go.
I think it's Jordan Love. I really do.
Patrick Queen?
Would be fitting here
Not
at
over
pick
Kenneth
19
Murray, right?
as the Las Vegas Raiders welcome their second selection to make a special announcement. As you may know, we are scheduled to host a draft in Vegas this year. And we thank so many for the effort they put forth to prepare that possibility. And we think you deserve another shot. So we're happy here to announce that tonight, the Las Vegas Raiders will host the 2020 NFL Draft.
No, they won't, Roger.
Congratulations to Mark Davis,
I think it's
Raiders
2021.
organization, and Raiders Nation. We look forward to being there in Las Vegas, and congratulations. And now, with the 19th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Damon Arnett,
defensive back, Ohio State.
I love this pick. No one had him in the first round, but that dude played lights out.
I had him toward the end.
He gave up one touchdown his whole career.
The thing about Damon Arnett here is he got targeted a lot because Jeff
They were going away
Okudah
from
was
Okudah.
on the other side. So, but this is Ohio State defensive back, and you don't go wrong a whole lot with a defensive back from Ohio State.
Eli Apple kind of sucks, but I don't know how to
Yeah, but one out of like 15.
Yeah, but Damon Arnett, very physical in press coverage. I think he has plenty of speed to stay on top of like the vertical routes. Very good in a zone scheme, but man, a very, very good tackler at corner also. I kind of compare him actually a little bit to like a Darqueze Dennard, but better.
So my thing with Arnett was he improved last year a ton.
Yeah, I thought last year was
the year before last, he got picked on a ton and just gave up a lot of plays. But like I said, last year, I think that he might be one of the cornerbacks, and they say that, it takes a while for these cornerbacks to develop. He might need a year or two, to really reach his full potential.
Similar to Jerrion Conley.
Yeah, but I like the pick. I just wonder with, maybe some other cornerbacks out there if this was a little early for Arnold.
I actually have him as my 50th. He was the last guy in my top 50 that I was going through. But I think there's a lot of good stuff there. I'm with you. I think he might need a year or two. But I mean, actually, I was just thinking I compared him to Jerrion Conley. He's a Raider too, isn't he? Or did he get traded?
He was a Raider.
Yeah, I know he was a Raider. So
let's kind of look at the Raiders' 2 picks here, man, and they both surprised me.
Hey,
Yeah.
remember what they did last year too when they took their, was it the 3rd overall pick? They said that they were going to shock the world, and they did.
Yeah, they took the kid out of Clemson,
Farrell.
who didn't play that great.
yeah, he wasn't all that great.
He didn't play all that great last year. Now, here's my thing. All right, you take Henry Ruggs with C.D. Lamb and Jerry Jeudy on the board. You'd take Damian Arnett with, some other cornerbacks on the board. I had a Trayvon Diggs, and then the kid out of Utah.
Jalen Johnson.
Jalen Johnson, and I had Christian Fulton, the cornerback out of LSU, ahead of him too.
Just to go to the comments here, your dad, James Penrod, is Drew an Ohio State hater? I absolutely am.
We'll get over it, all right?
Hey, it is what it is.
I
love.
feel like that they jumped a little early here on both those guys.
Yeah, but man, Mayock and Gruden, they just have their own way of doing things.
I think it's almost like they have a board. They almost take out like, okay, we don't think so and so is going to be there,
yeah.
so they stick to it. Other than
Have a plan, but like, what if he slides? Because it's almost like they didn't plan enough for the fluidity of the draft. And now we move on to Jacksonville back with the pick in.
and Jacksonville's first pick was who? Remind me. Do you remember?
Off the top of my
At
head,
9,
I
who'd
can't
they
remember.
take? Was it Becton?
No, they took
I've had so much go through my head. It's hard to-
C.J. Henderson. They took
Okay.
Yeah,
corner.
yeah.
So
the corner,
so
the
I'm
early
guessing
corner.
tackle here.
yeah, well, yeah. Or is this where Jordan Love goes?
No,
I can't see, dude. Love's not going to be here much longer. I thought for sure Gruden was going to pull the trigger on
You
that
got
because
Saints
he's
at
not in the
24.
car.
You got Saints at 24.
You know who's at 23? Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not his style quarterback.
That's true.
Jake Fromm, I think, is
From is a good fit there.
So I got the Jaguars just took a cornerback. I just got a defensive lineman, edge,
Chasen could go here.
and
Yeah,
offensive
Chasen could
lineman.
go
So
here.
is this where Chasen goes, or is this a Ross Blacklock?
Another good stat on Damon Arnett. He had the lowest passer rating allowed in single coverage out of every corner in the draft class.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So maybe I didn't do enough. I mean, he's an Ohio State boy, but I don't know. To me, I just felt like it was a little early, but I could be wrong on that.
It is indeed Chasen to the Jags.
Makes a lot of sense. Kind of the replacement for Ngakoue,
Yeah.
who the Raiders were linked to heavily, but I mean, I haven't seen it go yet.
Yeah,
you would think.
So Clavon Chasen here to the Jags. What I have on Chasen is 6'4", 250 pounds. He's a stand-up rusher. He didn't have his hand in the dirt much there at LSU. Stand-up rusher. He's long, explosive, and athletic. So I like the pick here, because now maybe they need to trade. The GM was just into it with him. What's the guy?
Ngakoue.
Yeah, Ngakoue.
Ngakoue,
So
yeah.
maybe they trade Ngakoue here, and this is his replacement.
Yeah, and like you said, mainly a stand-up rusher. He kind of relies more on his pure get-off speed and athletic ability than like the technical skill.
Yeah.
I felt like, but I mean, he's really good at finding a crease and exploding through it. Excels at slipping off blocks. I kind of compared him. Do you guys remember Danielle Hunter?
Yeah.
He's still playing, but
He reminds me of a poor man's DeMarcus Ware. Like
That's
I
good.
said,
I
the
could see
long
that.
arms, the explosiveness, not quite what DeMarcus Ware was, but the way he's built and the way he plays reminds me of DeMarcus Ware. I don't know if he'll ever be a DeMarcus Ware, but I
the
think
skill
it's,
set, yeah. And he's got a lot of speed to make good plays on the backside also. Kind of raw, but in the tool department, but can be very good.
So pick, like we said, pick is in here. We're going to see. Austin, you got anything going down the stream pipe there?
Just that Chasen is the pick.
Oh, Chase. Okay, so that's right. Chasen's the pick. So then the next is the Philadelphia Eagles, and this has to be receiver, correct?
Yeah,
Is this Justin Jefferson?
this could be. And if that's the case, TJ and Mike Brewer, the Philly fans, are going to be pissed.
They don't want Justin Jefferson?
No, they want a receiver bad, and they haven't traded up for anybody else.
So,
I'm sorry. You said we moved on to Philly. I thought you meant like somehow Jacksonville.
oh
taking a
yeah.
receiver.
So I got Justin Jefferson up there. Obviously T Higgins is up there. So we'll have to see. Justin Jefferson to me is the last receiver that I put a first round grade on.
Yeah, he actually for Philly. It's actually funny because my comparison to him was Deshaun Jackson. He
Who?
reminds me a lot of Justin Jefferson.
See, that's what Henry Ruggs remind me more of.
Yeah,
with
that's a good
Deshaun
one too.
With the speed there. Justin Jefferson reminds me of Juju.
Yeah, I can
Juju
see that
Smith-Schuster
too.
here. So here's the Jags pick.
With the 20th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Kevon Chaisson, linebacker, LSU.
Well, there you see Kevon Chaisson and
So that's the pick. So back to the Eagles here. So I think this needs to be Justin Jefferson. And like I said, he reminds me of Juju. He's not the fastest. He's not going to get a whole lot of separation, but he gets open.
Yeah, when I was looking at Jefferson, what I was seeing is he does a lot of time, or he's very good at getting the balls in traffic. He can kind of take that slant over the middle. Not elite speed like you said, but fast enough. Makes a lot of his special catches, kind of contorting his body in the air. So
Here's a good stat on Justin Jefferson. 2019, so last year, he played 15 games. He had 122 targets. On those 122 targets, he had 111 catches.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
Damn good catch percentage.
It's very impressive.
And
it was
on
Burrow's
top of
go-to
that,
guy.
He had a 14 yards per reception average, so it's not like they're all dink and dunk passes. You're talking about 14 yards that he catches 91% of them, so.
Which is kind of like a Juju to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean this year 1540 on the yards, 18 touchdown catches.
So, like I said, this wouldn't be a bad pick for the Eagles if they take Justin Jefferson. Like I said, I feel like this is the last receiver with a first round grade. And I think he helps Philadelphia, Carson Wentz immediately.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But is he? They already have Alshon Jeffrey, are you kind of getting the same thing?
Injury.
I don't think so.
Justin Jefferson.
Alshon gets hurt a lot and he's getting up there in age though.
I think Alshon, you get that big red zone target. I think this is more of a I'm going to get
Nelson
open.
Aguilar with hands.
Bigger. But yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't he a little bigger than Aguilar?
Aguilar's pretty big too, though.
They got Justin Jefferson at 6'1", 202.
Yeah, I have Justin Jefferson, 6'1", 202 pounds. He was flying up boards. And the biggest thing, this was Burrow's favorite target.
His go-to guy.
So, and I think Carson Wentz is a lot like Burrow in the way that he keeps, plays alive.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Yeah, that's a good
gives
comparison.
his receivers, time to get open.
And if you may cover his initial route, but
Right.
when that play breaks down, are you going to be
He
able
gets
to stay
back
with
to the
him?
quarterback.
Pick is in for
And
Philly, so
here's
they
the
were
pick for
fairly
Philly.
quick.
This has to be receiver.
to watch a friend, and they said, you should get on the field. He borrowed cleats and got an offer from LSU. 5-14. Meanwhile, we have the Philadelphia Eagles sitting there with 22. You thought they might go wide receiver. We've seen some wide receivers go off the board as you look at Doug Peterson, the head coach, and Howie Roseman, the executive VP and GM. But here's why they need wide receivers and what is a very deep wide receiver.
Well, I guess it's not in yet.
Yeah, they tell us it's in and then it's not in.
Yeah, so, I mean, it don't matter where they go here. I think this is a receiver. But like I said, this is the last one I have a first-round grade on. So I think anything less than Justin Jefferson here isn't.
A receiver I like that I haven't heard a lot about, man, is I'm not even going to try to pronounce his first name, but Chenault, I think, from Colorado.
Yeah, from Colorado.
Great
yeah.
route runner.
Yeah, and he's another receiver coming up boards.
And Eric Ayuk is a good one, but he's got injury concerns, so he's not going to be in the first. I could see.
I thought
Chenault
Justin
sneaking up.
Jefferson. I thought Justin Jefferson was going to go before this. I thought that there was going to be a big run on receivers. I didn't think that we're gonna sit back and see CeeDee Lamb go as
To our Eagles fans, I'm sorry.
yeah.
It's a wide receiver, but not any of the ones we were talking
Brandon,
about.
I kill you.
Nope.
Who is it?
Michael Pitt.
Rieger.
Ah,
Yeah.
Javon Rieger
Yep.
Rieger Baylor.
from Baylor.
Yep.
That's a reach to me, man.
That is Philly fans. I'm sorry, but that is a reach. I think Mims might be better than him from Baylor.
I don't know about that pick.
I don't like that pick at all. Mike, TJ, I'm sorry, man.
I don't understand that. I don't understand how
Philly.
with Justin Jefferson
Guess
sitting
who
there,
just
man.
got Justin Jefferson? Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah. Jefferson goes and replaces
Minnesota has
Diggs.
been looking heavy at an offensive tackle.
And Tim's on here. He wants to know when the guy in the back's going to get his 15 seconds of fame.
That's Troy, man. Troy can come sit up
Troy
here
can sit at the table if he wants to, man. He's a good dude.
Rager's out of TCU.
That's right. It is TCU.
I don't. It's a wow.
The guy, he had 43 catches on 93 targets. That's only a 46% catch rate. 5 touchdowns. Decent
That's
special teamer.
That's a Philly pick for you.
That is a
This is a head scratcher.
yeah. That's the one. That's one of the first ones today where I'm just kind of like
That's a head scratcher.
wow.
Yeah, I'm not. I can justify just about every other pick.
Yeah, that's one. That's the
This
first
is one of
pick.
the first ones where I'm kind of like, what? You know, and we said, you know, around this time when it, you know, a lot of these guys are clamped together, so it's just kind of how you pick them. But
Justin
to me,
Jefferson's
there's better receivers.
Head
out
and
here,
shoulders are better than Rager.
man. I mean, I didn't even have it on my top 50.
We didn't even know we went to college.
I mean, I had the kid out of Colorado.
Yeah, Chenault. I had Chenault above him.
Chenault, I had Michael Pittman above him. I had Denzel Mims.
I had Eric Ayuk.
And here's the pick.
Before we announce the Eagles selection, I want to personally thank our fans for your contributions to the NFL Draft-a-thon. If you're able to give, we encourage you to go to NFL.com/relief to contribute to those most in need. And we thank you again for your support. With the 21st pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Rager, wide receiver, TCU.
Philly, man. I'm sorry to my Philly fan friends. I don't like it at all.
No, that's yeah. I don't know. That one shocks me, man. When you got, you know, Justin Jefferson sitting there
And that's the thing. I can maybe see some skepticism with the other guys, the Pittmans, the Chenaults, the Ayuks, but Jefferson was clearly the best one left.
Yeah, this is I got nothing on this one, guys.
yeah. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, I wish I had more to say. I didn't think this guy was going to go until tomorrow.
Later tomorrow.
Yeah. So I don't know, TJ and Mike, man. What you guys thinking? I'm not a. Let's see. Combs says still a huge stretch. I thought he would go late second.
Just like I said, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not
Mike,
a fan
you're
at all.
you're my neighbor across the street. If I need to do a wellness check, just let me know, man.
Well, like I said,
Sheesh.
there's not a whole lot to say there. It seems like all the way around, we're not
I
fan
think
of the pick here. So let's go to the Vikings.
does Minnesota replace Stephon Diggs with Justin Jefferson right here?
If so, I think that's
Does-
a great fit.
I mean, let's talk about all that they lost. I mean, all the defensive backs are in Cincinnati.
They're all in Cincinnati.
You lose Stephon Diggs. You need offensive line help.
Going back to Rager real quick, somebody said that he is Corey Coleman on the field.
Wow, and that's not
That's
good.
not a good thing. We can tell you that.
Browns
firsthand.
fans can tell you that that's no good.
Yeah, no.
The Vikings here, cornerback, wide receiver, edge rusher, offensive lineman, and safety. Could this be Xavier McKinney if they're looking to get rid of Harris?
If they're looking to get rid of
That's
Harris.
true. They were talking about a sign
Yeah.
and then
Or
deal.
Even, Delpit. I mean,
Yeah,
Man, I like Delpit a lot.
Antoine Winfield.
Oh, I got word from an Eagles fan. They passed on Justin Jefferson because he had drop palms just like Aguilar.
Oh man,
So from our buddy Troy in the back, said an
91%
Eagles fan said that Jefferson had a lot of drops just like Aguilar.
and Austin hits that up with a 91% catch percentage. So.
he didn't. Out of his 122 targets, 11 of them weren't catches. That's it.
Yeah, how is that a drop problem?
Yeah, that's not a drop problem.
Jeez.
So
Get on the mic here.
where's the pick is in? Where's the Vikings going?
I'm hoping that they go safety so that we can make a call about Anthony Harris.
Pick is in.
I think that maybe this is Justin Jefferson, or maybe this is Josh Jones here, tackle out of Houston.
Yeah,
That's true too. Yeah, they do need a little tackle help to keep Kirk Cousins up. I'll keep my feelings about Kirk Cousins out of it, but he's there, so they got to keep him upright.
Just to go back on what you said, Troy, out of 122 targets, he had 7 drops. Justin Jefferson had 7 drops.
Wow, I got no
Out of 120.
Which
That's-
is 5%.
I mean, I think that at the yeah, I don't understand how Justin Jefferson wasn't the pick there.
Yeah, like Austin said, I can rationalize pretty much every other pick made, but I
Yeah.
can't on that one.
This was the only crazy one.
Justin Jefferson he forced 25 missed tackles. I don't know. The Vikings, I think, go Justin Jefferson here.
I think it makes a lot of sense with losing
yeah.
Diggs.
Or the
So-
Patriots are paying people off.
So the Vikings, like you said, lose their secondary to Cincinnati.
Thanks for that, by the way, especially Mackenzie Alexander.
Yeah. Everson Griffin still hasn't signed. They lose Kevin Stefanski, their offensive coordinator, but they get Gary Kubiak,
To step right in.
who Stefanski
Yeah.
has learned a lot from. So it's not I don't think a huge drop. I love Gary Kubiak.
Yeah, the system will stay the same.
Yeah. So, but I think you got to protect Kirk Cousins here, who you just gave more money to.
We've got a trade.
We have a trade.
Oh, so the Vikings pick is indeed in, but after that, the Patriots are trading up. The Patriots are trading back to the Chargers. The Chargers are on the clock.
Wow.
After taking
Herbert.
Herbert.
Herbert, are they coming up
Are
to
they
the tackle?
are they coming?
Or Justin Jefferson?
Or
They got Keenan Allen, Hunter Henry there. Are they gonna? Yeah, I would think a tackle though. I would think. So I guess it depends what the Vikings are doing here.
So the Patriots, little news out of New England. David Andrews, their starting center who missed last year, announced that he is cleared to play after the blood clots in his lungs have
That's
cleared
good.
up.
very
That's
glad
good.
to hear that.
So is there anything on there about this pick for the Vikings? Do we know what this is yet?
Nothing yet. Oh, yep. The Vikings are taking Justin Jefferson.
Okay, so they replace
Makes sense.
Stephon Diggs with Justin Jefferson and
Pair him with Thielen.
yeah, Justin Jefferson and Thielen.
So
So
you got a nasty combo.
you kind of get rid of the bad attitude of Stephon Diggs. Now we don't know
we don't know about
exactly
Justin
what
Jefferson.
happened there.
Right.
Well, we don't know what happened with Diggs, but now you replace him with Justin Jefferson, and man, and what that does to me is that only makes the pick for the Eagles. I'm sorry to bash on them, but
Yeah, I'm not.
So the Chargers give up pick 37 and 71 to get 23. So they give up a 2 and an early 3 to get up into the first round.
and with New Orleans sitting there, my first instinct was, damn, are they trying to get Jordan Love? But they just got Herbert.
So that's not.
So that's not where they're going.
I got to think this is for a tackle, and then New Orleans they may have their guy to
Might have
to
stayed
groom.
put and got Jordan Love.
Yeah.
I hope they do, just so we can stop trying to pretend that they think Taysom Hill can be a quarterback. I
am not one to believe that Taysom Hill is going to step in and be a quarterback.
no, and Breeze said he's walking away after this year to go to NBC, right?
Is it after this year? Or
I think he signed a 2-year deal, but I think then after he said he's going to go to NBC after this year.
Yeah, I thought this is Breeze last year.
Should have been this year.
Yeah.
So I mean, we've been saying for a week or so now the Saints link to Love, the Saints link to Love. They may move up to get Love. Now they may not have to.
Right. So the Vikings go Justin Jefferson here, and then that would put the Chargers on the clock. The Chargers just got their quarterback of the future. You know, they didn't replace him, but Phillip Rivers goes. He goes to Indianapolis.
Yep.
I actually like that spot a lot for him.
Me too.
So you got to wonder what the Chargers are doing here. I would assume that this has got to be offensive tackle with only 2 more up there.
Yeah.
Getting a little bit of excitement here towards the back end of the draft.
Yeah, this is where I think the Bengals need to trade up. This is where I think the Bengals
Absolutely. Patrick Queen's still there. Kenneth Murray's still there. The line's a little bit shaky. Go get your linebacker.
But this is where I think you need to. This is where they said they were going to be aggressive. Here's the pick for the Vikings.
The pick is in, and Roger Goodell is going full skull with the Vikings fans.
Come on, let's go, Vikings fan. With the 22nd pick in the 2020 draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Justin Jefferson,
Good pick.
Justin Jefferson.
LSU.
That's a great pick. Purple to purple.
I think it's damn near steal there.
I hate to come back to it, but Philly, man.
Sitting in your laps, and you need a receiver bad.
Make them reach for Rieger right there. You know,
I don't think they would have even done that.
I don't think so either.
You had Michael Pittman.
I like Jefferson a lot, man. Early on, before
The trade is now in on ESPN. So, Josh Jones here, 6'2". He's a little undersized for a lineman. He's 6'2", but he's versatile. He's versatile. And like I said, he originally recruited by Oklahoma, so the guy can play, man. He was, Tom Herman's left tackle for a while. What did you have? Did you research him, or did you?
Find what I got here. I know that he is a little undersized, and that's not going to be a problem for 6'6" Justin Herbert to see over him though. Ideal frame and length for him. Not super tall, but efficient in his set when he's pass blocking. He's kind of overly explosive, but he does have enough to kind of kick out and cover up the speed rush. He does kind of play very high. I feel like it makes it kind of hard for him to redirect when the defender starts moving. But he's good at blocking downfield as well. A weird comparison for him, and I think he will be better than this guy. But with his size and the quickness he has, coming out, he reminds me of what Cedric Ogbuehi was supposed to be. And I've been very vocal over the years of hating Cedric Ogbuehi, but he almost looks like he can maybe be what Ogbuehi was supposed to be, because inside sources say that Ogbuehi just couldn't stop partying. But
my comparison for him was Andre Dillard from the Eagles.
Okay, yeah, Dillard makes sense.
Yeah, and I know a lot about Dillard because the Browns were said to have wanted him very bad. And that's who he reminds me of, and I think he's just he like you said, his hands can get high.
Yeah,
and in the NFL, that's a problem because you get the T.J. Watts and the Myles Garretts and those guys that know how to dip their shoulders and get low, and your hands are high.
Yeah,
that's a recipe for a disaster.
Look at all the animals in Mike Zimmer's house.
And the Chargers pick is in.
Yeah, I think it might be Jones. I think they kind of knew that all the way in.
I've got an Ezra Cleveland feeling, and I don't know why.
Yeah, there was just a lot of talk there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a surprise pick, it would appear.
Chargers pick is in, Austin.
It's a surprise, you say?
It would appear. I don't see the name. It's just the reaction from Matt Miller is a little. Damn is what he said.
To the Chargers pick?
Yeah.
Didn't say anything else about it?
That's it.
So the Chargers get the 23rd overall, and the Patriots get. Wow, did they just get a second and a third?
Yeah.
What?
They got a 2 and a 3.
This year?
The Chargers second. Okay.
Yeah.
So they're not getting a first. All right, but I guess that's what they're trying to do. I guess they're trying to stockpile. You lose Brady, man, you're probably still scratching your head.
Yeah.
No, I actually like the pick for the Chargers. I see who it is now.
Go ahead.
Kenneth Murray.
Oh, wow. I think Drew really wanted him. I think that was Drew's target there at 33.
Yes. Not even 33. I think the Bengals should have traded up for him.
I think it may have been a competition between.
Maybe.
Again, not surprising that the Patriots moved back.
So the pick is not in yet, but so let's talk about the pick here for the Chargers, Kenneth Murray. This is what I've been saying about the Dolphins. You know, if somehow they could get their quarterback and get Isaiah Simmons. So the Chargers add to an already really good defense with Bosa, Ingram, Darwin James. I mean, they have a really solid defense. And now you add Kenneth Murray, a great linebacker out of Oklahoma, and then obviously you have Herbert.
Talk about the corners.
I felt
Oh my God, is
Chris Harris.
Chris Harris out
Chris
there now?
Harris.
Desmond
Yeah,
King?
I mean,
that
you're
I really
talking
like
about
Desmond
maybe the
King.
best secondary in all of football.
the Justin Herbert is absolutely in a position to succeed.
Oh, he's in
Man,
a great position.
Kenneth
I love
Murray-
the position that Herbert's in.
Kenneth Murray, man, and that's why I liked him so much. He's exactly what the Bengals need. He's an off the ball, run and hit you kind of guy. He's free to chase and make plays on the perimeter. Is kind of when he's at his best. Here's the pick, actually. So see if they make it official. We have had. So there he is.
Linebacker, Oklahoma.
Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Drew, were you holding out hope there for Kenneth Murray?
I was hoping. I didn't think he'd be there at 33. I was hoping that they would, continue with this new day and be aggressive and trade up to get him. I'd like to hear that they at least put in calls to try to do so, but we'll see that in the next coming days. But man, I like him a lot. Like I said, he plays well off the ball. He kind of struggles playing off blocks and locating the ball through traffic, but that can be picked up. Good at slipping blocks. Good coverage against running backs in space, which I think is important in today's NFL.
Earlier, you were talking about his character, right?
And yeah, that's another thing. I've just heard GMs around the league have just said that.
Just got reiterated. They said not a bad word about him through the process.
Not one, yeah.
Leader and high character.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
and he's and I've done a lot of these in my comparisons. It's just kind of what popped into my mind, I guess. He looks at like what Keith Rivers was supposed to be.
So
Keith Rivers, I would, yeah.
So 6'2", 240 pounds. He ran a 4.5 240. My biggest thing was he stood out in a real bad defense.
He was a bright spot of a very bad defense, like you said. Yeah.
So he stuck out like you could see these highlights.
Right.
Just a very good linebacker, man. I mean, when you think of kind of an inside linebacker, this is what you're looking for, Kenneth Murray.
How's Minnesota back on the clock?
That was not a trade. They had another one.
Huh.
So my comparison to Kenneth Murray here is Kwan Alexander.
Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a very good one.
He reminds me of a Kwan Alexander. Just when the running back has the ball, he gets to them in a hurry.
Another guy that I see is DeMario Davis.
Yeah, I'd seen that too. I like
Davis,
Davis
very
a lot.
underrated.
Very, very underrated.
So let's talk about the Chargers again real quick, man. I love what they've done.
Yeah, they've done extremely well.
So they got aggressive, so they stayed for their quarterback. I think they wanted Herbert from the beginning. And then they trade up to go get, in my opinion, the second best linebacker in the draft outside of Isaiah Simmons.
Yeah. No, they got their guy.
The Bengals got to get in here and get Patrick Quinn.
I think that they were pumped to see Herbert there at 6. They didn't have to move for him. They gave up a 2 and a 3 to come up here and get.
It's just the character, man, is just he's gonna fit into that defense. He's not gonna cause problems. And I mean, just think about it, man. Like we talked about their corners, they got Bosa, they got Derwin James. I mean, just a good defense, and it's almost kind of. I mean, Phillip Rivers never really had that, Now Justin Herbert will.
So now the New Orleans Saints are on the board. Let's talk about them a little bit.
This is
a team that I know Troy and Austin have said. They just feel like they underachieve year in and year out.
It seems like they have a Super Bowl team, and
because I thought they were going to the NFC Championship last year
for sure.
And then they get taken out at home by Minnesota, Kirk Cousins.
Yeah,
Sean Payton, man, wake up.
You guys think Phillip Rivers held that team back with his leadership? Like it was my team, helped tell him what to do?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't see that Rivers. He was there a long time.
But he had a lot of good rosters.
Yeah,
he did.
There was no reason that team shouldn't have taken a step. And maybe it's coaching. You never know. I mean, sometimes you need that coach to get you to that next level. I don't know. But
Maybe.
they from top to bottom, they still have a good roster. So Herbert.
We got Baltimore coming up too. I don't want to jump in front of New Orleans here, but we got Baltimore coming. Are they going to sit right there and land Patrick Quinn?
They wanted a receiver.
If they get a receiver at this point, I don't mind it.
I think they take Jordan Love here, man.
No, I'm talking about Baltimore.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But no, the Saints though. The Saints here though. I'm gonna see if my prediction was right here. This is where I think Jordan Love goes.
Yeah,
I think this is
it
Drew
makes a lot of
Brees'
sense.
successor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Man, I hate hearing Baltimore linked to Patrick Queen. I like
Baltimore
Patrick
is
Quinn a
destined
lot.
to make another good pick.
Somehow it always happens.
Matthew Judon's gone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it always
CJ
happens.
Mosley.
Matthew Judon, body by Taco Bell. Where'd Judon go?
Packers.
Yeah.
Didn't he?
I don't think so.
I think he's back in Baltimore.
I don't remember. So let's stick here to the Saints though, man. What more can they do on offense? You know,
You got
Drew
Kamara,
Brees, you got Alvin Kamara,
You bring in Emmanuel Sanders.
you bring him in. You already have Michael Thomas, the tight end spot.
They got what did they do?
Who's the freaking tight end? He's on the tip of my tongue.
Mark Andrews.
No, Mark Andrews. We're talking about the Saints tight end,
Oh shit. Oh.
older guy.
Man, who was
Jared
that?
Cook.
Jared Cook.
Yeah, Jared.
They got Jared
Jared
Cook
Cook.
sitting there. So I don't know. I think they're in a position where they can get the successor of Drew Brees.
Oh man,
It just makes too much sense. They've been too linked to him.
rough news here for the Cowboys. Dak Prescott's 31-year-old brother passed away today.
Wow. Not a good day for Dak.
Yeah, sorry to hear that for Dak, man. Thoughts with him?
So are you guys with me? Is this where Jordan Love goes? Is Jordan Love about to be a New Orleans Saint?
I've said it like 3 times, so why not say it a fourth? This is where Jordan Love
I
goes.
didn't agree with you, but what you said about what Sean Payton said, it makes me lean that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are you thinking, Austin?
I like the idea of Jordan Love there to sit, but I don't think that they're going to do it. I think they're going to go O-line.
O-line. I know they just got Pete back.
I
You
don't know.
I don't know, man. I think that Peyton, like you had said on the episode that we recorded the other day, wanted Mahomes bad. I think he's going to get his guy here and his successor.
He won't let that one slip again.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to. Yeah, Troy said it best.
If he wants him, like we think or we're told that he wanted Mahomes, Jordan Love is going to be the pick here, and he's going to come in. He's going to sit a year, and then next year he's going to take over the Saints.
Makes a lot of sense.
Let's kind of hit on this division for a minute, though. I mean, I think we would all be in agreement that it's the Saints and the Bucks fighting it out this year, right? We get Tom Brady and Drew Brees twice a year.
Those Falcons.
I think that the Falcons are
You say that every year.
You said I remember you said that last year.
No, you
and
say
you
it
said
every
they
year.
suck.
It was last year that I said it.
Injury-ridden
They
defense.
came off of a lot of injuries last year, and I thought that they would bounce back, but they did.
Chad's
The
reply was
last-
neither butt cheeks.
About the last 4 games of the year, they looked really good. They went to New Orleans and beat the brakes off of them.
I
did do
I
that.
don't trust them. I don't trust
Yeah,
them.
I don't either.
I think this is the Saints and the Bucks, and
I don't think that the Bucks are going to be that good.
so you think the Saints win the division?
I think that the Saints likely win the division.
I think the Saints win.
I think the Saints win the division, but you don't think the Bucks are going to be that good?
If the Bucks went out and won 7 games, I wouldn't be surprised.
It's kind of a hot take, man. I look
the
at
pick
him.
is in for the Saints. Is it Jordan Love?
In the first round of the 2020 draft.
With the 24th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Cesar Ruiz.
Hey, man.
Michigan.
Happy for Cesar Ruiz, Michigan boy. That's a good pick.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know where. I mean, I don't know where Jordan Love goes here now.
Yeah.
Cesar Ruiz, man. I mean, he fits right into a championship team.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely.
About time he can go win a big game fucking somewhere. Sorry, Harbaugh.
That's a great pick, man.
Yeah, I know a good amount about him just as a Michigan fan.
Yeah, tell us.
I watched all of his
you know about
games.
him.
I got all of this stuff jotted down here and all these papers that I got to rifle through.
Does Maitland jump back in this picture for Jordan Love?
I don't think they would have dropped back if they wanted to come back.
Really hoping Ruiz would be an option for the Bengals to come in and play guard, but he will probably stay at center, I would imagine there. But immediate anchor, his lower body strength is incredible. That's something that I think is really going to help him at the next level. Good against twists and stunts. Doesn't have a lot of speed with his feet, but he slides well and kind of adjusts and redirects. Very good at control. He excels at kind of getting to the second level and locking it on that linebacker that he has to hit. He's not very good at pulling. That is something that he's going to have to work on if they decide to use him that way.
Yeah.
A lot of centers aren't going to pull all that much. But overall, man, he was a high character guy at Michigan, a leader there. So, obviously I have a personal connection there. I'm very happy for him. But, 6'2", 307, but still pretty damn quick. I like it a lot. And I wish he would have had a better quarterback to play with last year.
I actually had different numbers on him. I had him at 6'4", 320 pounds.
I think he might have dropped some weight, though.
And I just put, like you said, I put very strong, especially from the waist down. His legs, very strong. Like I said, can get up into that, the linebackers and spring around if need be.
He's just.
You got to think he's going to go into play center, though, correct?
Yeah.
Well, the Saints have a center under contract.
Who is their center?
Eric McCoy. And Andres Pete just got re-signed.
Well, Pete's outside, right?
And then they have Larry Warford. So
Warford plays guard.
They're saying that Warford's days may be numbered.
Okay. So even in your center, you can move out to guard.
And Ruiz was recruited as a guard. Michigan had a fairly strong line the last couple of years, not good quarterback play. So they may have shuffled him to center. So, there's a lot of those O linemen you'll see that come in at center or guard and they switch. But I think he can do well at both, and I think it's a good pick.
There's
so shocked that it wasn't Jordan Love, though.
There's some rumblings that there's a certain team that really likes McKinney and might be trying to work a trade.
Who was that?
Is that the team I think you're about to
Orange
say?
and brown team.
I thought that's what you were going for.
It makes me wonder, though, if maybe the Browns could sit there.
The Vikings have traded out of the 25 spot.
With who?
The Niners. Niners are on the clock.
Ooh.
So
they brought Jimmy Ward back, so I don't see them going safety.
Could they go corner with a Jalen Johnson with the big corner like Richard Sherman?
You got to think they need a receiver.
Oh, they do.
Did they trade out of their last pick, or who'd they take last?
The Niners just took the D lineman.
Yeah, D lineman. Yeah, interior D lineman.
Tim Combs said that the guys on ESPN did just say that Ruiz may slide out to play guard, and that does make sense.
Okay. So the 49ers back on the clock here. They just took Kinslaw.
Yeah, Kinlaw.
So what I have here with the 49ers, wide receiver, offensive line, cornerback, and safety. Could this be McKinney?
Wouldn't be surprising.
Would they go McKinney after bringing? They brought Jimmy Ward back.
I'm not sure that they're big on Jimmy Ward.
Yeah, I don't know how sold they are.
But they got Jacorius Tartler side.
I don't know
And it would make sense that they go McKinney here, with Miami being the next pick.
Yeah.
If maybe Miami's looking to replace Minka, thinking they could can get another Alabama safety here. I mean, I don't know. But like we said, is this a Josh Jones? Is this a Ezra Cleveland? I would think, man, with not being too many more linemen on the board and those being the last, two known ones, that there would have to be a move for him here soon.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
What receivers we still got left on the board?
Brandon Akayu from Arizona State.
Akayu's there, Chenault's there.
Chenault, yeah.
And Michael Pittman from USC.
Yeah, Pittman.
T. Higgins
Has got
Denzel
AJ Green.
Mims.
Yeah, and Mims. I think
Mims is a type of receiver. People see him kind of as a Josh Gordon light.
yeah.
Yeah.
Baylor
And they came out
connection.
of Baylor,
Yeah.
big, strong, athletic guys.
A lot of people are sleeping on T. Higgins, too, because he didn't play many second-half games. because they were up so much.
Yeah, they were up 30 points.
So they're just running the ball.
People have been.
And the
I'd
pick
seen
is in for the 49ers
See a
here.
lot of bad things about T. Higgins because of his stats in the second half.
31, 225. Let's see where they're going with another first-round pick.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 25th pick to the San Francisco 49ers. With the 25th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Brandon Ayuk,
Brandon Ayuk.
Wow.
Arizona State.
Before Mims, before Higgins, before Chenault.
Yeah, I had him rated very high as well.
Yep.
If you watch his tape, he's just a big, strong receiver. And God, I hate doing this. I love him more than the Philadelphia pick.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Poor Philly, man.
That
But you're right.
It's a head scratcher.
I don't even know what to say because I like this because he has the advantage of being he's a special teamer. He can return.
Yeah, he can do
Yep.
it. He can do it a lot.
So I don't know. I like the pick. I think it's a good fit for the Niners.
Yeah. Trying to find my
Yeah, I'm rifling through all mine here. So I found it.
6'1", 206 pounds. He tracks the ball, and God, he jumps out on film.
Yeah.
You can when he gets the ball in his hand, he just jumps off.
And one thing that I kind of saw when I was looking at him, he's very, very quick at the transition from receiver to running back. And what I mean by that,
double move.
what I mean by that is he transitions from the catch to the run very quickly and very, very
Doesn't
well.
really lose any momentum.
Yeah, he it looks like he has the field vision of a running back when he gets the ball in his hands.
He just strides, man. He
Could get a little more physical, could catch a little bit better in traffic. Actually, my comparison there is Robert Woods.
yeah, I can see some Robert Woods in him. Troy can. He's the Rams fan, so but I that's what I like the most about him too is what he can do on a punt return or a kick return.
Absolutely.
At any given time, this man can take the ball to the house.
Especially, you put him there, they're punting, deep, and you got a short field, put him back there, try to get that
Just
spark
tell you
return.
that dog in him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like that, exactly. Robert Woods, just that dog.
So I like the pick for the 49ers. I mean, I don't get me wrong. I love Javon Kinlaw. I still think I like CeeDee Lamb there better, at the time. But
Yeah,
I
I mean-
see what they're doing. They stick to what they do best.
Yeah.
They just kill you. I mean, if you can't, they win defensively. That's what they do, and then they run the ball.
And Shanny's going to stay with that run, and he's getting a weapon out there to maybe be able to open up the play action a little bit.
Yeah, like Tim Combs said, his yak is
Outstanding,
It's
yeah.
ridiculous.
right.
Like Drew was saying, he's a running back when he gets the ball in his
Right.
hands.
Which
So
fits that Niners offense.
Yep.
Really
Very well, yeah.
So the Dolphins are back on the clock with their third pick today.
Tim, what are your boys doing here, man? Comment, let us know.
So they got the
I think he
tackle.
wants
They
Dobbins.
get Tua at 5,
Yep.
I think he wants Dobbins.
and then they get
JT right here, bro.
who's the tackle they
They
got?
got Austin Jackson from USC.
Austin Jackson. You got to wonder what they do here.
Tim really wants J.K. Dobbins. I may see them doing that.
Is this a J.K. Dobbins?
You do that here though.
My best running back in the draft. I think he might.
You do it here over.
I mean, you got to replace Kenyon Drake.
Oh, that's
They need a
Jonathan
back.
Taylor. Okay.
They
Yeah.
need a back. There's no doubt. But do you do that here?
You think Jonathan Taylor?
Oh, he's the best back in the draft.
No way.
No.
No way. J.K. Dobbins is the best.
It's
running back
J.K.
in the
Taylor
draft.
then Swift.
But I do like. I mean, I like Jonathan Taylor, and if here's my thing, it shouldn't be Swift. They need somebody who can just pound it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Inside and outside of the tackle.
Yeah.
They need somebody that's going to help Tua.
Dobbins can catch, he can block, and he can run.
Yeah.
Tim really wants Dobbins here. He's saying he's a Buckeye fan, so that makes sense.
Shoot, on a lot of people's stuff, he's the 4th or 5th best running back.
Who?
Really?
Dobbins?
I've not seen Dobbins. pass the
But we
third.
touched on that on the last episode. I just don't understand how he's getting so slept on. He's
Yeah.
another guy that he didn't play a lot of
A lot of
second
second
halves.
halves, and had he would, there'd have been a lot more records broke.
Excuse me.
Yeah, man, if they can somehow get J.K. Dobbins here,
Well, Tim, they go running back, but
they did go running back.
They
Dobbins.
didn't take
Who is
Dobbins though.
they didn't take Dobbins.
Who's the running back? Is it Swift?
It's Swift.
They took DeAndre Swift. That's a bad move, Tim. I'm sorry. Dobbins is better.
Listen,
Eric Durr, man. We
Yeah.
gotta hit up Durr.
Durr. Well, yeah, but it ain't like Swift's bad.
No, he's not bad.
Swift is not bad. I just didn't see him above J.K. Dobbins or Jonathan Taylor.
He wasn't the pass catcher that.
A lot of people did have him as the RB1.
Dude, a lot of people had him as running back 1.
Yeah,
I
didn't
just
see it.
didn't see it. Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't. Let's see here. My thing with him. Fast. 5'9", 216 pounds, speedy and shifty. This is where I thought Kansas City was going to try to go.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense for them.
Yeah. That now Swift made a lot more sense to me from that aspect with such a fast team. Here, I think I want a running back that can just pound it inside the tackle.
I just thought J.K. Dobbins was a perfect fit.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I like where Miami's going with this. I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to build a monster offense.
Yeah, and he's a guy that's not afraid of contact. He'll drop his shoulder and try to run right through
Yeah.
you for the extra 1 or 2 yards.
Yeah.
Kind of compare him to a little bit of a Josh Jacobs kind of guy, the guy that came out from last year. Not a great catcher in the passing game, but he can be effective. Good speed to get out to the corner. So I like him. I just like Dobbins better, and it's hard for me to say, but I do.
Yeah. I just for what they're trying to do, but
It's not a terrible pick by any means.
No.
but-
DeAndre Swift is like a Kenyon Drake.
Well,
Hold on.
yeah. Hold the phone.
Whoa.
We got some trade talk here.
Rappaport bomb.
Yeah.
What's the trade talk? They might have traded out of it.
Packers are looking to potentially make a move here.
They want
Packers.
Jordan Love.
Yeah, I think the Packers do want Jordan Love.
Man, you said that
Man,
earlier.
with that coach only being a year in, oh
I don't
man.
care about the coach. That's not who I want. Him sitting behind.
Aaron Rodgers going to be pissed, dude. He don't like
He
that
ain't gonna be
shit.
pissed.
He
You're not drafting him.
Dude, Aaron Rodgers,
You're not drafting him to take his spot.
what are you drafting him for?
Well, you got to help Rodgers though.
You agree there, but you're drafting him to do what Aaron Rodgers did with Brett Favre.
Dude, I don't know. Aaron Rodgers is a sociopath.
If you draft someone to do the same thing that you drafted Aaron Rodgers to do with a Hall of Famer, he's not gonna be mad.
I don't know, man. He's a weird dude.
Wow. I don't know.
Packers are now on the clock.
Wow, the Packers made a
Miami
trade.
trades out. Here's what I think. With the Packers. You've got to help Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams.
Absolutely.
I don't like Jordan Love here.
No.
Don't get me wrong. Here's what I'm saying. I don't like. I just feel like they're kind of in a win now. Why are you drafting a backup quarterback?
Right. Well, you could say the same thing about the Saints.
But the Saints, yeah, but the
Your
Saints,
window's about this big.
but the Saints are to me are more complete, especially offensively than the Packers. Yeah. I just don't see. You gotta help Rodgers, man.
Yeah,
Rager. He was open on 73%.
Why are they showing?
Targets
Why are they showing love?
Uh-oh.
He looks a little happy, doesn't he?
Oh, girls are crying.
Wow, they might have came up to get Jordan Love.
If you're saying Rodgers is gonna be pissed because they're not getting him help, okay,
Yes.
yeah, that I get, because he was pissed at last year's pick, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's very vocal about that. He was pissed they let Alex Van Pelt go.
The pick for the Packers are in.
He's been pretty.
Well, boys, for this gets up. The Philadelphia Eagles maybe had a sleeper pick here. Jalen Rager, he was open 73% of his targets, but only 37% were deemed accurate.
Damn.
So you
so it
had
could have been
some
bad
quarterback play.
bad quarterback
You know,
play.
that's what
Okay.
it says bad quarterback play bolded.
I think they're doing it, dude. I think the Packers are doing it.
This is what I said. I said
The Packers have always been so bad at drafting.
I don't like Jordan Love here.
Mike
I
Clay
don't
says, "Wow, Packers trade up and made a bold in all caps move. Won't tip it." Meaning he's not going to tip.
Somebody
The
else.
pick is in. Here it is.
I thought they announced it yet.
Apparently, the pick is in for Green Bay, so let's find out what the Packers are going to do again.
Uh-oh.
In a trade here. With Miami only has two first round.
Here it is. The Packers pick.
Green Bay. Let's find out where they could go.
Let's go. Miami Dolphins have traded the 26th pick to the Green Bay Packers.
Holy
With
shit.
the 26th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Jordan Love.
Jordan Love.
Wow.
Oh, so
So here's the thing.
he's raw.
Very raw.
He needs more coaching.
I love this for him to sit behind Rodgers, but at the same time, what you said is true. Rodgers needs help now. If you want
Now,
to win with
if you-
Rodgers,
Rodgers going to be pissed, I think.
His ego's gonna get in the way on this pick.
That's the reason I don't like it. If you look at you're pretty big on Green Bay every year.
I love Green Bay.
Yeah.
If the Browns were to fall off the face of the earth, Green Bay would be my team.
And you picked them to get pretty far last year. And then when you look at them and you look back at them and you ask why they lost, there's not enough weapons.
Agree. Rodgers is doing it on his own every time.
And
Yes. A lot of the
to
time.
make this move right now, to me, I don't like it.
I don't either.
I don't like it. I like a tight end here, or I like a receiver. I like for Rodgers to get help instead of happen to teach.
Like a route runner like I think Chenault is.
Yeah.
I think would have been good there. I'm not.
A T. Higgins. I mean,
Maybe Rodgers will have a soft spot for him because that's how Rodgers came up. But I get the feeling that Rodgers is kind of an asshole.
But this
And I
dude's
just-
got Jordan Love has got some serious arm talent.
He's got
He
very,
might have
very.
the best arm talent, pure arm talent in the draft.
oh, he's a poor man's Patrick Mahomes.
And and the Mahomes comparison I think is because I see him throw from a lot of kind of weird angles
angles.
and make very good throws. Actually, my comparison for him though is Jay Cutler.
I am gonna go with a guy who wasn't as successful in a Paxton Lynch, who's got
I
that,
kind of forgot about that
who's got
guy.
that big arm, and
Yeah.
he makes some throws where you're like, whoa, but then never really could put it together.
And Love can extend plays too. Sometimes I think it looks like he kind of doesn't reset his feet before he delivers the ball, and I know a lot of times
That's
he can't.
Patrick Mahomes all over.
But
Oh, yeah.
but Mahomes does it like crazy good. It kind of messes with Love's accuracy a little bit from what I saw. But I like Love as a prospect. I just don't like it here.
I think that you could have done a little bit better for Rodgers here.
yeah, that's my thing.
I
You have
like-
one of the best quarterbacks ever,
Right.
and I mean, you've done nothing in free agency, and he still has no help after the first round of the draft.
This is a lot of stuff they said about Favre when they picked Rodgers, though.
All right, well, so our next team here, the Seattle Seahawks.
So there's some trade talk again.
I will say this real quick before we get to the trade. Could the Seahawks make a move here and go with the defensive end from Penn State
Yes.
to
Ooh.
kind of
Get
weave
after him.
Jadeveon Clowney out?
Yeah, that too. Somebody said Aaron Rodgers to the Patriots.
Yeah, so Yitter Gross Matos is who you're talking about.
Yeah, the name is very hard to pronounce. So what is the trade talk you're hearing, Austin?
Just looks like Seattle may want to get out. Adam Schefter. Oh,
They still need linemen too, offensive linemen.
Aaron-
So Tim asks, does anyone know what Miami got out of that trade?
Miami got, I believe, a fourth or a fifth.
Fourth or fifth to move back?
So the trade compensation was Green Bay gives up pick 30 and a fourth round pick. Pick 30 and 136 for 26.
So they got
So Miami picked up
they
a
got
fourth.
they got a fourth rounder for that. Okay, so now we're back to Seattle. 4 minutes left on the clock. You're hearing trade. Sounds like Seattle wants to get out of there. If Seattle doesn't get out of there, though, I have edge, offensive line, defensive line, running back, and receiver.
I was just wondering that. Do they maybe take a JK here? Give Russell Wilson some stud running back help. They've been able to shuffle guys in and out of there pretty well, but
Man,
when was the last time Russ had a real stud? Marshawn.
Marshawn.
But even JK's got a different kind of speed set than Marshawn.
Yeah.
So that would make sense there. They could try to replace
and this
Clowney.
might be the only time I say this for any team, but maybe this is where Jonathan Taylor makes more sense than J.K. Dobbins.
I
being the
would
bigger
agree.
back.
Wait,
I would agree
being at
because they did
Seattle?
Seattle.
Really?
because they did so well with a Marshawn when he was in his prime.
Is Marshawn coming back?
No.
Oh, that's right. They have Chris Carson.
Yeah, Chris.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, I don't know why running backs on here.
I'm not a big Chris
I
Carson
forgot
guy,
about that
personally.
because they both got injured.
Yeah, I'm
So
not a
Chris
big fan.
Carson and Penny both get injured. Yeah, so I would think they're definitely not looking running back here.
No, I don't think they are either.
So this might be where they trade back.
I think they
but
go
but
the
if they
tackle,
do, yeah,
Josh Jones,
I think if they make the selection here, it's the Penn State kid.
or him, yeah, if they don't plan on re-signing Clowney. Because he wants way too much.
And then after that, Baltimore on the clock,
Who's
and
got Queen?
Patrick,
Or could it be?
It's signed, sealed, and delivered for Queen.
that's
you
there.
would think
Or could it be?
It's in for Seattle.
AJ
Seattle's
Pinto
making
here.
the pick.
He's the edge from Iowa.
Here's an update on the Packers' most recent pick. Strength, he has significant upside long term. Weaknesses short term, he's going to have to deal with Aaron Rodgers trying to murder him.
Yes,
Yeah.
dude, I'm telling you.
I do not like Aaron Rodgers teaching at all.
No, I think Aaron Rodgers is a little bit of a sociopath.
His ego, dude. is
Yeah,
big.
the dude doesn't talk to his own parents. Like
That's
seriously,
true. No, that's
yeah, that's
true.
a
Like,
real thing.
yeah.
He's banging Danica Patrick though.
Yeah, he did pull that out, and then his
He also can't chug a beer.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
my
Baker
God,
put him to
that
shame in a beer chug. Come on,
Big-
come on,
Everyone
A-Rod.
did.
What's his name? The O lineman. He did it first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, his throat's 3 times as big. Did you see that
down
guy's
two
neck?
of 'em, and Rodgers is over there like,
Little bitch.
Not giving a shit. Like the fact he knew he was gonna get embarrassed.
yeah.
So 6 picks left, starting here with Seattle.
Seahawks take Texas Tech linebacker Jordan Brooks.
Ooh, somebody said something about that guy.
I don't think I know who that is. I don't.
So is this a linebacker or is this edge? I know Jadeveon Clowney stands up in a 3-4 outside linebacker role. So is this? This is where it gets tricky. And if this is inside linebacker, why is Patrick Queen not being taken here?
Right.
That's yeah. And they're gonna let him go right to fucking Baltimore.
He's got some speed. 4.54.
I don't know. What'd you say his name was again?
His name's Jordan Brooks.
Jordan Brooks, linebacker, Texas A&M.
Yep. Texas Tech.
Oh, Texas Tech. So
Well built with NFL size, consistent solo tackler, quick to diagnose and key in on the run, aggressive downhill.
So we told you guys we were going to get to this part of the draft where we research our top 50 players, and I don't have this guy
Jordan
in mind.
Brooks wasn't on mine either. I don't understand how he goes above Patrick Queen.
If it's
Or
inside.
Zach
Is he
Bond.
inside?
Yeah, it looks like he's inside.
So he's an inside linebacker going in front of Patrick Queen.
Or Zach Bond.
Yeah, Zach Bond from Wisconsin.
That's a head scratcher for me.
Sometimes these guys, they like to try to be the smartest guy in the room, and
Overthink themselves.
yeah,
Just trade back and get
Tim might know a
Yeah.
little bit about him. Says great open field tackler.
yeah, that's what I'm seeing too. Is that the guy can definitely make some solo tackles.
All right, I mean, these guys are pros and they make
I
millions
guess
of
when
dollars.
you're
to make these
chasing
decisions.
fucking 49ers running backs down, you got to be able to.
great piece next to Wagner.
Let's put him
So
next to Bobby
that just
Wagner.
takes me back to the Packers. You just made the NFC Championship. You had a decent game, and you do nothing in the first round to try to get over the hump.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
Here's the pick for the Seahawks.
It's great to see our team in stadiums, helping those who need it the most in our communities. So with the 27th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jordan Brooks, linebacker, Texas Tech.
Yeah, it's so.
Damn it, man.
So
Baltimore's getting Queen.
Yeah, Baltimore for sure is taking Queen.
So the Eagles was my first head scratcher, and this is my second.
With
Now they're you guys are saying great open field tackler, which would mean they're sick of Raheem Mostert, fucking.
Toasting him.
But I think Queen is a good open field tackler too.
But look, there he is on the edge a little bit.
Yeah, he's doing
So
kind of the clowny stand
if
up.
he's doing kind of the, a clowny thing, and that's where they're going to put him, then that makes sense. But there he's playing inside, so I'm not sure. I mean,
Plays the run very good.
Yeah. Great
yeah,
instinct.
plays the run good. So
Let Bobby sit in zone while he rushes.
I would like to see some actual film on him, not just being able to watch his best highlights of his career.
Right,
I'd
yeah.
like to see more on him. But I don't know. Like I said, it looks like a more of an inside linebacker, so it's a bit of a head scratcher for me when now Baltimore, they don't miss on linebackers.
Damn
so-
it, man! I don't. They're going to replace C.J. Mosley right in this pick is what they're going to do. You called that too, man.
It always happens for these Baltimore and Steelers. They always end up getting these fucking all-pro linebackers.
When the Bengals haven't drafted a good linebacker in decades.
I mean, the Ravens need linebacker, offensive line help, wide receiver, edge, and defensive line. So I mean, maybe a Ross Blacklock here.
I think it's
I
Queen.
don't know.
Yeah, Queen.
Didn't they just lose they lost Tony Jefferson, right?
Yep, they cut
Do they
him.
get Xavier McKinney here?
I hope they don't take Delpit.
Or I hope they
no.
don't. Yeah, I would rather them
Take
take
McKinney.
somebody I have no idea who in the hell it
They
is.
want to take Delpit. He can't tackle. Ravens are all about security.
Well, they're happy.
Whoever it is,
that's
fell
That's
right.
Seattle.
I'm sorry.
So let's talk a little bit about the Ravens here. AFC North champs.
Let's not talk about. Let's not forget that. Shit. The other safety, Earl Thomas.
Earl
has
Thomas.
totally fallen off. He is a shell of what he used to be.
Oh yeah.
The thing that got me with Earl Thomas was when Nick Chubb broke that run. And
It's like he broke
gave
his
up
spirit.
and
There
he
was
couldn't catch him.
There was another play too that
He's chunky looking.
yeah.
It's
I don't
been
know.
weird, man. Ever since he was in that contract dispute with Seattle and broke his leg and flipped off Pete
Yeah.
Carroll on the cart, it's just like he never really bounced back.
Now, I'll say this. If they go receiver here, I was talking to you guys before the draft, I don't care.
Yeah, that
Because
is
they
wild.
don't have the quarterback. Listen, he's an MVP. He's got my full respect now, but he's still not going to make the throw to the receiver that often. It's the tight ends that scare you, the Mark Andrews.
Yeah.
In the run game, that's what scares me is the tight ends and when he runs. So if they were to go to receiver here, and word was that they were trying to move up for or get in on DeAndre Hopkins. So if they go receiver here, it doesn't bother me, especially with the receivers that are left.
Yeah, I'd rather him go receiver than Patrick Queen.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, if they go Patrick Queen here, that's what makes the most sense to me.
And if they don't, Cincinnati needs to pick the phone up right now. Somebody needs to go in Mike Brown's bedroom and wake him up and be like, yo.
They went Queen.
They did.
That's what it looks like.
Son of a
Austin
bitch.
saying the Ravens went Patrick Queen here, and
Which is what we all expect.
Very
You
good
know,
pick. I just, as a division rival, damn, that
It
sucks.
always happens where they just get the guys.
Yeah. So that was the guy. I mean, I didn't want Patrick Queen to go to Baltimore, and I thought maybe if Baltimore didn't get him, Cincinnati did have a shot.
Yeah.
Well, safeties are still falling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, long day to be a Bengals fan when that happens.
The thing with Patrick Quinn is this: 6 foot, 230 pounds, made plays and flew up draft boards because this guy only got to play for 1 year because he was sitting behind some really good LSU linebackers. Most recently, Devin White. So he gets 1 year to kind of prove himself, and he stuck it out with LSU.
Right.
After he stuck behind Devin White, the year before, and we all know the Devin White story last year, and he he becomes a first-round pick.
He reminds me a good amount of Devin Bush, actually. Kind of undersized a little bit. That was when Devin Bush was at Michigan. That was like his motivation thing, always the undersized thing. Good burst, instincts, and coverage. Very good at changing direction. Closes to the fats pretty fast as well. And he tends to beat blockers to spots when he reads a play correctly. So I like Patrick Queen a lot. Very upset that he goes to a division rival.
Yeah, so my comparison for Patrick Queen is actually Thomas Davis.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's good.
Of the the Carolina Panthers. Kind of just explosive. And you guys will see that in the highlights when they show it here. If that's the pick, and it looks like it is the pick.
Here I am hoping that he never turns into Thomas Davis.
Yeah,
absolutely.
COVID-19 relief. Okay. There's Antoine Winfield, of course, waiting to see if he'll hear his name called.
He's going to be like
his
Earl
father,
Thomas, I think.
Antoine Winfield was, I believe, the 23rd pick overall in the 1992 draft. There's Grant Delpit out of LSU. Jim Thorpe Award winner, the best defensive back this past season. And also Patrick Queen, the linebacker out of LSU. So we're waiting to see when their names will indeed be called. So the 32 young men drafted.
So it doesn't sound like they're going to do the pick yet. So kind of moving in here, we know that Patrick Queen's going to be the pick. So before we talk about it, it's going to be interesting to see what the Bengals do tomorrow. Or are they going to move in here at the top end? I mean,
they're at 33. So if they don't make a move here tonight, it's just. I think they'll have plenty of good options at 33. I just feel like you were aggressive in free agency and kind of broke the mold on what you normally do. Tonight was the night to be aggressive again and jump up and get, your linebacker or, any of the O-linemen. But maybe they weren't in love with the O-linemen, but I think there were at least two linebackers that they should have liked enough to move up for.
And here's the pick real quick.
Thank you, Calais, for your excellence on and off the field. The Walter Payton Man of the Year Award is our highest honor, and you, Calais, are truly a role model to all of us, and congratulations on being a Raven. With the 28th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Patrick Queen,
Damn.
LSU.
They got better on this offseason.
Yeah, and like you said, the Ravens just continue to get better.
Calais Campbell and Patrick Queen.
Yeah.
Shit.
So yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, what else can you say? I mean, the Ravens being the Ravens, that that they continue to do what they do. Titans on the clock now at the 29th pick, but kind of want to go back here. We've kind of almost circled around. We still got a few more picks, but the Bengals being on the clock tomorrow, and kind of looking at the big board here, the places where players are dropping, Cincinnati are okay there. So the safety positions.
Yeah, they got Von Bell.
Yeah.
Bates.
Right. So to me, that's almost the negative to Cincinnati, not trading up there and jumping Baltimore and getting the linebacker. The only one that I can really see out there that I, as a Browns fan, wouldn't want the Bengals to go get is Zach Bond.
Yeah, that's gonna have to be the target, I think.
Yeah.
Because maybe O-line, but
I can see Miami going after a linebacker here.
that's true. Yeah,
So-
they're not out of the woods yet.
So but like you said, O-line, but you've missed out on the bigger names, which isn't their fault. I mean, if they've done research, so I mean, you got the Ezra Cleveland, and but what are they going to do? I mean, what are they trying to replace? They're not going after no left tackle. So
Another linebacker I liked a little bit was Patrick Chin that they could maybe target, but he's Southern Illinois. So he's not playing a lot of good competition either.
no, Chin's a safety.
He kind of played like the hybrid safety linebacker.
It's Jeremy Chin from Southern Illinois, and he's a safety. So
Why the hell did I have him as a linebacker
Yeah.
/ safety?
no, so the only, I mean, you got like Zach Brown.
Oh, okay. He played a lot
like
of-
Trey Dye.
He said he played some nickel linebacker. I do like Trey Dye. I'd seen a few of the, because I think a lot of people were putting out mocks and ideas that the Bengals were probably going to have to wait till 33 to go at linebacker. Dye was one that I saw a lot that looked pretty impressive. I don't know if they're going to draft another tackle because I think they're just going with Bobby Hart, which is unfortunate, but I think they are.
I'm wondering here if the Titans, they've been in on Jadeveon Clowney. I'm wondering here if this is the Penn State kid or AJ Epinesa here, out of Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I think they go. Or maybe they try and get a defensive tackle here, maybe a Neville Gallimore or a Ross Blacklock, just because they lost Jarrell Casey.
Yep.
I think this is some kind of defensive line or edge rusher here. And then you circle back to Miami, and I'll be interested to see what Miami does there. But Tennessee, you want to talk about a team that, to me, overachieved last year, and they kept the same squad. I mean, they're ready to run it back.
On the shoulders of Derrick Henry.
Yep. So outside of, they traded away Jarrell Casey, which they can fix this right here.
Jarrell Casey's not easy to replace, though. So
For like a what like a 7th round pick or something?
6 spot. It wasn't a lot though. I'd
Something
given it
too
up.
low for him.
Yeah, I'd have given it up.
I'm good. I'm
Last
good.
one.
Oh, you're good. Couple picks left here in the draft. But yeah, I think this is edge rusher or defensive line.
Yep. I actually really like the AJ Epinesa pick.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, I have him rated. I think it's a Pensa Epinesa, whatever it is. I have him ranked above the Penn State guy.
Yeah.
I think they're fairly similar.
I think
in
they're
rank.
very close. Yeah, I would agree.
What the hell is that in the back?
Is that a swimming suit or?
Where the Titans hit I don't know if you want to call it a home run, but being able to keep Tannehill, because that was the plan that they wanted to have. They planned to, and then they're able to franchise tag
Henry.
Derrick Henry.
That's
They
the
shoulda got
guy I was
Brady.
thinking of right there. Oh, Earl Thomas getting
Yeah.
embarrassed.
Pick is in.
Pick is in on the Titans. You got to think, though, maybe this is the last year for Derrick Henry in Tennessee, unless somehow a deal can get done.
I'd pay him.
Yeah, he's one of the running backs I would pay. He's just different.
He's just gonna beat you down by the mid-third quarter. You're like, shit, man, I gotta hit this guy again.
You're right. And there's not many. What, Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey? You said you'd pay Chubb.
I paid Nick Chubb.
I don't know.
Saquon,
Barkley.
yeah.
I would pay
Maybe
Zeke.
see if Chubb does it again. In Stefanski's system, but
Chubb.
He
only
did it in
lost the
Freddie's.
rushing title
by 40 yards.
Yeah.
And if Freddie would have gave him the ball more in the second half, he would have probably had it.
Right.
Here's still where I think. I wouldn't like it, but the fan base should really urge Cincinnati to move up here. This is just get that 5th-year option on another player, man. And
But, who are
see
you
what
moving
Miami's
up for? You know what I mean? Like
one of these linebackers.
I don't think you're gonna have to move up for him anymore.
Yeah, well, but that's the thing that you still get that option.
Yeah, the 5th-year option is important, especially when you have a rookie quarterback that's going to need paid in 5 years.
And I'm thinking now we're sitting here, maybe Miami with the next pick, maybe they have jump in on Xavier McKinney.
Yeah. Yeah, because they lost Rashad Jones too.
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
make sense.
Would you knock him for taking Josh Jones though?
No, I wouldn't
No.
knock him for taking Josh Jones.
The pick is in for the Titans here.
I don't know if they should do that for taking Jackson.
With the 29th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Isaiah Wilson, tackle, Georgia.
So this was the tackle on the opposite side of Andrew Thomas.
So they get their tackle.
This is the Jack Conklin.
Yeah, replacing Jack Conklin.
Yeah, so this is the guy that played on the other side of Andrew Thomas. He played more on the right side, I believe. Which makes you wonder. Georgia has two tackles that come off in the first round, and Jake Fromm had just such a bad season.
Yeah, that is.
It wasn't bad. It just was a step down.
Yeah, it was a step down from his junior year.
He still had like 24 touchdowns and like 5 interceptions or something. He still put up good numbers.
I watched
But
Fromm.
this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to get these guys in here like Jack Conklin, who's going to be able to push the pile and move it for
Let
Derrick
Henry
Henry.
do his thing.
Yeah,
I
think it's a good
why
pick.
change it if it's not broke? Don't fix it.
I mean, it got you through Baltimore. It got you through New England last year.
Yeah, I mean
That highlight they showed, man. It's still weird to think Brady's last throw was a pick six.
it's going to be hard for any team in the AFC North to even challenge the Chiefs, man, getting damn near all their entire team back.
AFC as a whole. It's
Yeah.
gonna be tough to try.
Yeah, I mean,
NFL as a whole.
Yeah, for real. I don't even know if anybody in the NFC can beat them.
And then after that first one comes, the second one just comes easier because you got your monkey off the back
no
of the
pressure.
first one.
Yeah.
Now it's just-
Everybody's been there before.
Yeah.
I don't know who that guy is in there with Vrabel. I don't know if that's his son or not, but that's a badass mullet.
Is it real?
Fuck yeah, that's real, dude. I'm doing a quarantine mullet.
So where's Miami going?
I could see Bond.
I could see
Yeah.
Bond here too,
I
which
really
would
could
suck.
see Bond.
Again,
I think Kansas City's a little bit pissed with. No, you know what? Swift didn't get taken.
No, they could go Swift here.
Dobbins could go there.
Yeah, is this where Miami's last pick was? Or we thought it was going to be Swift, right?
Swift, right.
So are they going to go Swift?
Yeah, they might still get him because they traded out.
Trade back, get another pick, and then you get Swift.
Still get the guy that we thought they were going to take.
I mean, you get a fourth out of it.
Yeah. I still think it needs to be J.K. Dobbins here.
I do too, man.
I would rather have J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, Tim says they have a lot of value at this pick, and I couldn't agree more. I mean,
No, yeah.
this is like I said. This is where you get your fifth-year options in these first round guys. You get Tua, you get his protector, and Josh Jackson, and right here, I don't know if it's not running back. Then I think it's linebacker.
Linebacker or running back, yeah.
Man, they've done a hell of a job, man. Big props to the
My dad
Dolphins.
is not a fan at all of what they've done. He's a big Miami.
Oh yeah, your dad is a big
He
Dolphins
didn't
fan.
want Tua.
He didn't want to. We'll have to
He doesn't like the
talk to him
I
about that
kept
tomorrow.
I kept telling all these Dolphins fans, man. I said they're going to get Tua.
Oh, he
Yeah.
knew that they were going to get to it. He just doesn't like it.
Didn't Troy say he wasn't going to go in the top 6?
Yes.
Top 5?
Troy owes a lot of people
Troy said
money.
he wasn't going to go in the first round.
Hey, if you were on my Facebook and made that bet with Troy, let me know because I don't know who he owes money. I don't remember who it was.
That's the quarterback position, man. You can get around on these quarterbacks and they just start flying off.
Oh, people will always reach on the quarterbacks.
So let's kind of look back. If you had to make a prediction right now, who's had the best draft so far?
Chargers.
The Bengals.
I think the Chargers have been a run.
I'm with Austin and Troy. I think the Chargers have hit a fucking home run.
I
man.
think as of right now, yes. If Miami does something really good here, I could see them. But I mean, it's easy to say that because they'd have 3 picks. But man, the Chargers.
I don't know how
We
you're
didn't-
beating Herbert and Murray, man.
We didn't do anything wrong. Cleveland didn't do anything wrong. Cincinnati didn't do anything wrong. I
No.
would like to see them jump up.
Yeah. I mean, if
Yeah, but it's hard to be a team that wins the draft when you're up against 2 teams that have multiple first round picks.
Right.
but like Austin said though, I mean, Cincinnati could jump up right here. Guarantee one of those teams would want to get back for maybe a 5th or 6th round pick.
Miami probably would.
Yeah, and so this is what I'm saying. That's why to me, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the pick for the Bengals. You got the guy you needed, but the Chargers got aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Chargers got their quarterback and then moved all the way back up to like 20s and got the linebacker.
Yeah,
so
great
that
job.
to me is why they've had the best draft so far. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's teams like the only 2 teams that I think has missed, is the Eagles and the Seahawks.
Sorry, Philly.
Yeah.
I
don't hate the Seahawks pick, but I don't know. I think that the Chargers have had a heck of a night.
Yeah, Chargers to me right now.
Raiders are a question mark. I don't know.
And I can't, and I'm not going to lie. I'm not a fan of the Packers pick. I mean,
I hate that, man.
I just don't like it. I mean, you got teams that did what they're supposed to. The Ravens, the Browns. The Browns needed an offensive tackle.
They sat there. They got the most pro-ready.
And they didn't get Wirfs. Pick is in for Miami. We got going on here, Tim. What do you think?
My guess.
I'm saying Swift, or I think Xavier McKinney would be great here, man. You replace Minka.
Man, the more I keep seeing that Jackson dude, I think he might be a steal.
It's really
It's
weird.
the story. It's the story behind it.
That's
and
true.
It puts a soft spot in you, and see,
Guys like that deserve to do well.
Look at these safeties, man, and Grant Delpit's not even up there. It's.
I like Delpit. I think Delpit can clean up his. He flies around the field a lot, misses some tackles, but I think he can clean it up and easily be the
love
best
this
safety.
for the Browns, though.
Yeah.
I love that these safeties are dropping. I just wish they would get a little aggressive too right here and
Jump up and get your
jump up
Delpit.
here, or give Xavier McKinney.
Tim says Swift, Dobbins, or Winfield
I don't know.
is what he's
I
thinking.
don't know how I feel about McKinney.
Somebody doesn't like him.
I'll take him. I have him as the best safety in the class.
I still think that's
and
Delpit.
it's crazy too because his comparison for me is Minka.
Well, shit. Another Bama guy.
Bama, yeah.
Well, and that's why right here I don't hate the Dolphins if they do it. I've been bitching at them. Don't go get the same, positions. But at this point, you're sitting there at 30. If you can get a Xavier McKinney or Delpit or Winfield.
They took the Auburn cornerback.
What's his name?
Who?
They, Igbenogini. I got nothing.
Yeah, I got nothing on him. I've got like a Jeff Gladney's there. Christian Fulton's still there from LSU.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
We're gonna have to research him because this is another one where we
It's
just don't know who he
Noah.
is.
I can't fucking say that.
Oh my god.
I can't wait to hear Roger Goodell try to say this.
We're not sure of this guy's name. He's from Auburn, cornerback Noah Nbangjinyanyo.
He ran a 4.48. His physical pretty good, but you really draft a corner after you have Xavier Howard and Byron Jones? You playing Byron Jones at safety? Is that the plan?
Probably.
That's
That's a lot of money for a corner to go play safety.
That's where he usually played.
yeah. You just paid Byron Jones out the
That's
ass.
what I'm saying. You got Howard, you got Jones. I don't get this pick.
Yeah, this is
It's pronounced Igbenogany.
Tim said he hopes we're wrong.
Sorry, Tim.
the pick is in. Let's hear him try to pronounce it.
So, for the third time,
Fuck.
we believe the pick is in here for Brian Flores. Listen, Brian, I get it.
It's hard not to.
Flores kind of looks like, what the fuck did you just do?
It's hard not to like anything Flores is a part of, though.
Yeah, I have faith in him.
Yeah, I love him. I love what he's doing. The interesting pick that's left for me of these three picks is Kansas City.
Yeah.
Because I think if DeAndre Swift
Swift.
is there, that's the pick.
Swift makes a ton of sense.
I don't know.
And you're
Flores doesn't
talking
look
about
too happy.
a team that only gets scarier.
It's hard to
Goodell.
imagine them scarier.
With the 30th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Noah Igbenogany, defensive end, Auburn.
Okay, somewhat of a surprise here because
That's a shocker. So I don't like it.
I don't like it because I don't know who he is, and I still have two corners.
They've got him comped as Darquez Denard, round 2 projection. He's a strong physical, extremely athletic.
Two-time Nigerian.
Very raw with just 2 years playing defensive back.
2 years playing defensive back, and he went in the first. Tim said, "I'm confused with that pick. We just paid so much money for both our corners. I don't see the value there."
Yeah, that's what Austin
Very
was
good
saying,
point.
too.
I don't see the value there.
So we're down to the final 2 picks before Cincinnati picks again tomorrow. So we got Minnesota and Kansas City left. And then we'll take a break until tomorrow.
What time does that start tomorrow? Is it a little earlier?
It's
7?
a little earlier, I think.
So where's Minnesota going here? They go Justin Jefferson earlier. Do they go offensive line here?
Yeah, I can see O-line here.
I mean,
I can see a trade out.
They've been the pick is
Pick
in.
is in, so
No, I couldn't see a trade out.
A corner here.
I think this has to be lineman. I think this has to be Josh Jones or Ezra Cleveland.
yeah, I think they get their
They've been
tackle
trying
here.
way too hard to jump in on a tackle.
Yeah.
Let's not forget though, one of these teams that don't get a tackle, Trent Williams is still out there to be had.
To be had. Somebody just said that a Trent Williams deal could happen in 5 minutes. It could happen in 5 days. There's no real feel.
Which makes no sense from the Redskins.
No, get him gone. Get him out of the locker
Right.
room.
If you can get a third out of him, just go get the pick.
Didn't you guys offer him a second for him?
I don't think we offered a second because
I think that we
if the Browns would have offered a second, I think that they would have had to run with it.
I think they did offer a first, but they thought or a second they could have got more. But that was a year and a half ago.
A dude who don't want to play for them.
So they're showing the Dolphins' first 3 picks: Tua, Austin Jackson, and then that corner. And I like the first 2 picks. Like I said, I'm in on Tua, and I like the lineman. But that last one, that's a head scratcher.
Yeah, I can't.
Jeff Risdon said he had him mocked at 31, so he had him close.
Wow.
He said upside is there. He's just frustrating at times.
Well, that's
I
what
won't be
happens with
frustrated with
only
my first round
2.
pick.
That's what happens with only 2 years of play.
Yes, I don't know. Jeff Gladney was still out there. I think he's got a little bit more experience. But, like I said, these guys make millions of dollars to make these calls. So,
You hearing anything on the last 2 picks here, Austin?
Nothing yet.
Vikings. I think the Vikings got it. Like I said, tackle's got to be the
yeah, I
spot here.
think tackles it.
So let's jump into tomorrow. What do you want to see from the Bengals at this point with what's left? Where are you at?
I don't know. I'm a little stumped, man. I'm not in love with any of the linebackers. I'm not in love with any of the linemen, and I don't think they're going to take a tackle because they have Jonah, and they're unfortunately, I think, still in on Bobby Hart for some reason.
Real quick, Drew. Here's the Vikings pick.
We know, yeah.
With the 31st pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Jeff Gladney, defensive back.
There goes Gladney.
Yeah. So there was actually a lot of mocks that had him going around right here.
And that makes sense.
I think that at this point you're at the point with cornerbacks where
You're starting to get
you're
athletes.
yeah. Well, this is where the research that you done is starting to kick in. Because the top guys. The top guys are there for a reason,
Yeah.
Right.
Everyone can see it, but here's where you're doing your research, and your research comes in.
My work up on Gladney, I saw he's got kind of a blend of quickness and feistiness. I thought he was feisty. He does drives well on balls thrown in front of him. He will occasionally get kind of boxed out by the bigger receiver. And he's good at rerouting receivers. He'll usually play about 2 yards off the ball. Needs to improve his strength a little bit. Reminds me kind of Eli Apple.
Because
That was a nice play.
Xavier
This
Rhodes is
showed.
gone, right? So they
Xavier Rhodes
had-
Xavier
and
Rhodes
Trey
is gone.
Waynes.
Trey Waynes and Mackenzie Alexander are all gone.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a problem with this
Yeah,
pick.
this
No,
could be-
no, I
I
think
thought
it's a good
maybe
pick.
Diggs would go here a little bit, but I just don't think that
They don't want Stephon Diggs' brother. No, it's really his brother.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's actually
Oh,
Stephon Diggs' little
yeah,
brother.
That's why
It's
they
not
did it.
happening.
That's
Yeah.
not happening.
Yeah, that makes sense then.
Yeah.
I see Kansas City going.
Swift, DeAndre Swift here. This makes too much sense for the Here's where I think, even if it's not Swift, this is where the first running back is taken. And kind of going back here to hitting on the Bengals real quick, I think this is where Bond comes in maybe tomorrow. But the good thing for the Bengals is they get all night to research it.
Yeah. I would be fine with Bond at 33.
I think it would be a good pick at that point.
Yeah.
Andy Reid's such a legend. Drafted in a Hawaiian shirt.
Dude, Andy.
And kind of want to hit on us tomorrow, you know. And Troy, you can talk about your Rams too, but I like the fact that there hasn't been a safety taken yet, Austin.
That bodes well for Cleveland.
Real nice for us.
McKinney, Delpit, Winfield, one of them.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I kept seeing J.K. to Kansas City. I don't know, but I think you might be right with Swift.
Swift just fits so well.
Yeah, Swift just matches the speed and everything that Kansas City does.
He's almost like, I don't know. I can't put my finger on it.
I actually had Swift almost like a Gio Bernard.
I was gonna say
That's fair.
Almost like a Darren Sproles type.
Yeah.
Sproles, Bernard, that's fair. Scat back.
I think he might be a little bit more reliable than that. Like
Right. But I mean, just kind of hitting on that, like, I have Swift as a Gio Bernard. I have Jonathan Taylor as like at his greatest point, maybe a Sean Alexander. And then obviously I can't help but to see like almost like some Aaron Jones mixed with some Zeke and the J.K. Dobbins.
JK, yeah.
So that's why to me the pick here is much, but I this is the one team that I like Swift better at.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Pure fit. Just pure fit.
Can I just let the Bengals pick tonight?
No.
Hey, we've been through this a ton.
I think that they shouldn't let the Bengals pick anymore at all.
Stop that. Let me have my good night,
Shit, the Bengals can pick. I don't want the Ravens to pick anymore.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I'm dreading the Ravens and Steelers picking next round.
I hate both of those teams, but you got to give them that, man. They very rarely miss on draft picks.
The Steelers are known to hit on linebackers and receivers, and the Ravens can't stop getting real good linebackers. So Kansas City's taking their time.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, it's unfair that they even get a pick. Right. I mean, they bring back their entire Super Bowl team, and
What, they lost one guy?
I mean, where they're at right now is a cornerback. They need a quarterback, running back, linebacker, O-line, and D-line depth. That's where they're at.
You're drafting for depth.
Yeah, I mean, they're drafting it for depth here outside of running back. And Williams isn't bad.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. He played really well in the playoffs.
No.
Yeah, you got a guy like Mahomes. You should lose your first round draft pick after the Super Bowl.
These guys just been sitting there all night. They're probably like ready to go.
Andy Reid's probably saying the same thing he said when we won the Super Bowl. I'm going to try to eat a cheeseburger and go to bed.
It was nice seeing Andy Reid win a Super Bowl.
Absolutely deserved it. Absolutely, Andy Reid deserved one.
Pick is in. Look, Andy just sent it. You see that?
Did he?
So what do you guys think is going to go on tomorrow? Where do you think Indianapolis is going to go?
They could go. I could see them going maybe a T. Higgins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, T. Higgins has gotten A.J. Green comparisons, and if that's true, him and Phillip Rivers.
With T.Y.
Do you want a receiver? Like, will you take Higgins?
I'd take Higgins at 33. I just think that linebacker still needs to be addressed.
Yeah, I don't understand.
This is your last chance to upgrade your linebacker position. There's no more free agents out there.
Right. And where's Higgins going to go with Green and Boyd and Ross? I mean, it'd be tough to.
I still expect A.J. Green to re-sign.
I think, like I said, I think that the tight end out of Notre Dame makes a lot of sense for the Bengals too. He almost has like a Tyler Eifert type style. Just younger. And
Kmet, I kind of had compared to like a Jack Doyle, which I'd be fine with. But I still think that linebacker is more of an immediate need than tight end. Tight end's there. I think Uzama can be solid. But the linebacking room is so
Andy
bad.
Reid playing solitaire?
Is he? What the hell is that?
On the screen is the draft.
Oh, he's looking at himself now. Like, damn, I look good.
What'd you do if he just picked up a cheeseburger and started eating it?
Dude, I fucking love Andy Reid. He's got like one square of hair left back there.
All right, guys, the last pick is in.
Here we go. I'm not gonna spoil this one.
Where will
I
the
didn't look
champs
either.
go? Let's find out now.
Is this the first jersey?
All right, who is it? I say Swift. Who you guys say?
I got Swift.
Swift.
Jonathan Taylor.
Ooh.
32nd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs select Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Oh, wow, LSU running back.
LSU.
He's the first one taken?
To me,
The first ever draft with a running back not taken in the first round.
So Kansas City ends it with a bang.
Wow.
you know what?
Oh, jeez.
I actually like that fit.
You know who my comparison for him is?
Kareem
Ray
Hunt.
Rice or Austin Eckler. Short, compact, quick feet, natural agility.
I had Ray Rice as well.
Fights for extra yards too. Great pass catching back.
Yeah, it was the Alabama game, right? That he caught.
Yeah,
all
like
kinds
a
of
ridiculous
balls,
amount of
yeah.
balls. Bengals are back on the clock, baby.
Yeah, so you just gotta have to hope he doesn't do what Ray Rice did.
At least, yeah.
No hooks. No hooks.
At least start and stop. At least start and stop space. Yeah, I think Ray Rice has a better right hook. But honestly, man, I think that's an interesting pick. We'll see that there. So thank you to everybody that tuned in with us tonight and stuck it out with us through the long haul. We had a lot of fun with this. We look forward to you guys giving us your feedback about what your teams did. You know, if you didn't have a chance to watch it live, watch this back. Let us know what you thought your team did. We'll be reporting tomorrow on the second round. Any moves that are made between now and then. We will also like to report those to you guys very quickly. So thanks again, everybody, and happy draft night. Joe Burrow, baby.